right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Urban Economic Empowerment Show. All right. You already
I'm
know
back.
how to get down. Make sure you share the show, like this show. Let us know how well we're doing. Either way, just enjoy. All right. So, you guys already know the last 3 Wednesdays, I've been interviewing successful men in our community who most may know and some may not. And so I just started figuring, you know what? Go ahead and share the stories of these men. I mean, they do so well. So the first interview was with the brother from out of Charleston, South Carolina, uh, Jay Scott, who was the founder of who's the founder of Kings of Hope. He's doing some great things down in Charleston. He's helping with men who are seeking to get custody of their kids. He has a team behind him. I mean, he's just doing great things for his in the demographic that he chose to operate in. Then I interviewed. Then I interviewed. Oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. Then I interviewed Lester Young. Lester Young is the founder of Path to Redemption and also the CEO of Pressure Washer Integrity Pressure Washer. He works a lot with reentry, those who've been in the institution, helping them transition, acclimate in. He's the author of 2 books. He's a life coach doing great things. One of his great accomplishment lately was that he's been able to get his pardon and he's voted for the first time ever. That's phenomenal. Not to mention, he has his podcasts and he helped brothers and sisters with their transformation. And so tonight, I just started fitting the lineup. We have our brother Ali Duawu. That's it, right? No.
Nah, you ain't say it right.
Always tell Ali
Dawoud.
Dawoud. Dawoud
L.
M. Ali Dawoud L. Don't worry, y'all. I've been knowing him for like since 2016. Like I couldn't figure this out by now, right?
It's all love.
So I'm just so supportive of his work. I watched him, I think, since he first started. But you know what? I won't get too excited and get all up into his story. I want you guys out there to make sure you share the clip, share the video. We're live on YouTube. Make sure Dagger Squad channel. We're live on YouTube. My channel. We also live on Facebook. So share. The brother's gonna share some info with you of his businesses and solar entities, and how he got started, what he's doing now, the successes. Just how he'd all made it all come together. And I would tell you, he only gave me the logo for solar entities, but I also know the spouse of his is a bad woman. Okay, so they got a family affair going on over there. I'm super excited to interview him on this evening. So for everybody out there in the world, say hello to Ali.
Peace and Black African Power family. I am the God Ali Dawoud L. Hey sis, I really, really, really appreciate you giving the gods flowers, right? Because it's too often that we do things and we're not really sure, right? And we need appreciation. We need a cheerleader for real, for real. And we need a good support system. So I appreciate you. Um,
Yes, and I'm here to pat you on the back. Woo!
and to be honest, like I'm not really used to getting patted on the back, right? So it feels kind of funny. I was super duper nervous about this, telling my story. Like, what do I say? Does anybody want to hear it? Um, but I think it's valuable, right? So, yeah, the name of my company, Soul Entities LLC. I started it back in 2012, right? Um, Originally, it was started as a defense contracting company, right? So I had, my 8 alphas, I had all my certifications
Mm.
ready to go. That kind of fell through, right? My position changed. At the time in 2004, I got out the Navy, right? And I got picked up at Northrop Grumman, and I worked there for about a good 5 years. And then that contract got picked up by Lockheed Martin. So during that process, what I saw was a whole lot of opportunities, right? There was a lot of money on the table and a lot of conversations being had. And what I noticed was people really wasn't coming up with brand new ideas per se.
Mm.
They were really just providing what already existed. And I was like, yo, so how can I do that? So at the end of 2011, I reached out to my program manager at North at Lockheed, and I was telling him what my plans was. Like, I'm one of those cats that I'll tell you everything, sis. Like,
Yeah.
if it works and I know it works and I'm with it, I'll tell you if you feel like if I look and see that you got drive. And we set up a deal, and everything was going well. But politics with the job got that situation tanked. I got converted from a contractor to a government civilian,
Whoa.
and you already know how that story go, right? You can't what they call it, a conflict of interest.
That's right.
They started putting me in charge of oversight of actual contracts itself, sending me to all kind of trainings and getting me all kind of certifications, and I was absolutely out of the loop. Didn't have the ability to take care of myself, but I had a lot of information for a lot of other people. So I just went on the hunt to try to find folks that I could sell my vision to. Like, yo, this is my company
Yes.
that I'm starting, right? Like, I started my company, but I need you. I need a team, right? I can't do it myself. So
Yeah. Let me. You have a lot to unpack. So I'm gonna bring you back
talk to me,
this
talk to me.
conversation a little bit right here. Okay, so initially, so I listen. I won't hold it against you since you're in the Navy. Okay, and I put this hat on specifically to mess with you.
I know.
Yeah. So what? But you know, I love all my vets. Okay, you know,
Absolutely.
little water soldier. I'm cool with it or whatnot. But and so you start. So you said something that I hardly hear majority. Stay on site for at least 15 minutes.
Is that me?
A rare allergic reaction. Let's just get kicked out of and work together to end operation. Stand by. What just happened? I just got kicked out of Zoom. Okay, cool. I muted that. So you said something that I don't hear most, probably 90% of the people I know in businesses that have never heard of or have no idea how to obtain or know the value of it. You said you started your business and you had the 8A certification. Tell the audience how important or how lucrative the 8A certification can be to a business owner.
So what I could tell you is it is very so check it out, right? So what I could tell you, since it didn't go through, because I had that, I was looking at a 60-40 deal with Lockheed Martin, with sole entities being the prime and Lockheed coming up as a sub, right? So that meant that all I was responsible for was getting the contract because of my status, right?
Yes.
Um, However, that didn't happen. But I definitely seen it, and it was definitely possible, and it's real. And everybody that has a business, like, definitely holler at the government and, like, stop playing. Like, money is money.
Yeah.
It's all fake anyway, right? So
Right. Man, listen, I I never knew you first told me that. I'm like, what? how you even know about, most people don't even, I try to get them into government certifications and to get them in government contracts, and they're like, I don't want the government in my business. I don't want to do business. They tell you what to do. I'm like, is you serious?
Yeah, nah, they
Everybody needs
bugging.
government money. What is you talking about?
That's
But yeah,
guaranteed.
and then to say you were going to be the prime and Lockheed Martin was going to be your sub, not Lockheed Martin being the prime and you being their sub, but
Nah, that's the game though, right? So like you get in where you fit in, and if at the time Lockheed was, they was getting all the contracts, and it started to look kind of crazy. Like all those big companies, like once you start getting all the contracts, people start complaining. You start hearing about monopoly type talk and Big Brother and all this other crap. So they got to flip it, right? They got to figure out a way to keep getting money, and if they can, give me some, then it doesn't hurt.
yeah, because hey, listen, at the end of the day, I know about the certs, I know about the contract. So
Yeah, nah, definitely. Like when I talked to, I think it was you and Sister Cheryl the first time.
right,
Like, that's to be honest with you, right? Like you kind of validated Garfield for me, right? Because I already knew the process and I already knew
right,
what was real.
right.
So when I'm hearing it and when I'm seeing it, I can like, all right, we can definitely walk together because like it's real. Like they saying the real things.
Yes,
Like it's not fake. So and it's not scam. It's not like it's just a process. And like so it kind of worked out for me, right? So like I've always been good at knowing what I need and asking the right people for assistance, right? I'm never scared to say I don't know
right.
and I need help.
Yes. And so the business that you were in the 8A with, what did that have to do with, like the farming that you do now and the aquaponics? Does that have to do with that, or is it a totally different entity?
No, it was IT infrastructure. It was what I do actually, right? It was
Okay.
yeah, because like because you see it, right? Like
Mhm.
you sitting in the seat one day and as a military person,
Right.
then you out that seat, and now you back in that seat as a contractor,
Right.
right, doing the
Right.
same job.
Same job.
Same job. Like, but you just getting paid like possibly like three times more.
Yes.
Um,
No, I know about that.
yeah, and I think everybody, especially everybody that got like real skills, like especially if you're military, everybody should have a business. Everybody should start a business today,
Say
right?
that one more
Just
time.
just to have it. Everybody should start a business today, just to have it, right? Just because game come with just being a business owner, right? Like just to be able to say that you a CEO or a president, like for real, right? Like not just being able to say it, but like it's a real thing.
Right.
It does wonders, right? At least to me.
Yes, it does.
My mind moves mountains. So
Yeah, hey, I can tell. So, tell me about your first experience with the aquaponics. That's and explain to the audience what that is.
yeah, so aquaponics. Actually, I think brother Nate did a
Yep.
really good presentation. I think everybody should check out, right? Because like I'm a doer, right? So like I don't really explain stuff really 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 well, but basically, aquaponics affords you the opportunity to raise fish, either ornamental or consumable fish, and have that waste support the life of plants, right? So you can like right now, my aquaponic system, I have a largemouth bass and some other fish that they caught out here in the canal. I have a turtle in there,
Mm,
and I got a moringa tree growing. I got some collard greens growing. I got what they call cilantro or shadow benny. Like it's like a perfect thing, right? Because my water stays clean. My plants get fed from the fish fertilizer,
Hmm.
right? And it just keeps going. Like all I have to do is just add water, once a month, just because of evaporation, just from natural evaporation. Like it's a real simple project. Um, like this farming thing for me started like everything, right? Out of necessity. You listen to Baba Smalls, you listen to all the elders, and they all tell us food, clothing, shelter, and the protection of that, right?
Right.
And I realized that having a job didn't mean that I had food, clothing, shelter, and the protection of that, or the ability to do those things.
Right.
Um, I got, I had some disciplinary action a couple years back, and I got sent home without pay for 2 weeks. What that showed me was that even though you can point out their mistake and they can acknowledge their mistake and they can stand on their mistake, I didn't have money for 2 weeks.
Right. Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And I needed a way to make sure that I can eat. I'm listening to NPR and they had an episode where they said 120 square foot garden could feed a family of four for a year.
Wow.
And in my mind,
120 square feet.
120 square feet, 10 by 12, right? Like
Okay.
everybody got that has a backyard.
Yeah, I do. I'm thinking about mine now.
Yo, I'm that dude like yeah, I seen your backyard. You got mad space. Like you can do a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
Um Above ground, in ground, you can build an aquaponic system. You can do stuff in buckets. Like that's what I started doing, right? I started I listened to that episode and I investigated it, right? I was like, is that true? And there was really nobody to ask. So I had to do my own experiment, right? It took me a whole year to figure out what it is I wanted to grow because I was caught up in the 85% mindset where like, what should I grow? What's people gonna talk about? Like I was still thinking about other people's opinions.
Right.
And then I come home one day and my son is sprouted a black eyed pea plant from a seed for his school project.
Wow.
And I said, that's what we're growing. And I grabbed the jar of dried black eyed peas from my cupboard.
Okay.
I grabbed a Ziploc bag, I wet a paper towel and I
Mhm.
drained it out and put a bunch of seeds in there, put and stuck it to the window. And in 3 days, it started sprouting, and I planted them.
Wait, wait, wait. Okay, go slow. You took black eyed peas that like the black eyed peas that come in a bag.
Yeah, like sis, I'm telling you, like those
Like the peas
16
stuff.
bean soups and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get one of them jump offs. You can put it in just a regular old Ziploc bag,
Mm-hmm.
a damp paper towel, and drop them in there. Close it up,
So put it all inside of the Ziploc bag, right?
all
Put
inside the Ziploc
that
bag.
the paper towel. Put the paper towel on the bottom, and then the water, and then the black eyed peas or the
Yeah,
peas, whatever.
no, like it's a damp paper towel, so it's not
Oh,
wet.
okay. So it's already wet.
Yeah, just damp. So you want to wring it out, and you don't want it to be dripping at all. Like you just want it to be just wet.
So I'm not putting the paper towel inside the Ziploc bag.
You are like so
Oh,
everything's going inside. So the paper towel is gonna give the plants or the seeds the moisture, right?
oh, so I'm not putting the water in the Ziploc bag.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like because you don't want to drown them, right? So if the paper towel got too much saturation, then you can drown everything and everything will die basically. So
Okay,
you gotta be. I guess the right word is damp.
I got you. I
Yeah,
will.
like I said, I'm a doer. I ain't a real good explainer.
No, I'm following. I'm following. I'm just trying. Listen, it's me. It's not you. I'm trying. I'm getting it in my mind because I'm going to do a project.
Nah, dude, yo, like today, like right though, it's so easy, and you're gonna be mad at yourself. They got so many different. They got these. If you got like a strainer or like a cheesecloth kind of thing,
Yeah, I got one of them. I have one that came with my little deep, I got a little small deep fry. I got a little strainer that came with that.
Yeah, right. So you can even take that and literally just run water over your seeds every day, like a few times a day,
Hmm.
and it'll sprout from that. Right. You don't even need the paper towel. Like it's so many different methods to get going. Like that's why I say like there's no excuse. Like you really like my man told me like he told me I'm a bully. Like I'm a bully farmer, right? Because I'm like, yo, you can't be my friend and not grow stuff. Like you have to be able to take care of yourself, right? Like, it's important.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so back to that Ziploc bag,
yep.
right? So they start. So in 3 days, we're gonna start seeing some little buds come. Some little green, right?
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
Is in the Ziploc bag. So do it just stays? Do it stay in the Ziploc bag? Do we transfer it to something?
Yeah. So after that, like so all this is so between 3 to 5 days. Like once you start seeing green, you can either let it sit there for a couple more days until like it looks firm or good and strong, or you can just take it out and put it in some dirt. Like it's like you done at that point. Like now you just grew something.
Now my dirt. So I got a little backyard.
Hmm.
Is it ain't tilled or anything like that. Do I need to like mess with the dirt? I'm not a farmer, so I'm gonna learn because this will
So
be my 2021 project. I'm gonna learn.
so you can do pot. Like it's just a matter of what you decide what you're gonna do, right? You can do pots. You can do
Okay.
a bucket. You can do in ground. Like I said, you can build something above ground,
Okay.
right? So it really just depends on what you're gonna do, depending on the soil that you use, right? So if you use a pot or a bucket, you'll use like a lighter type substrate to where it would drain faster because it's sitting in a bucket or sitting in a container. Whereas if it's in the ground, the ground will absorb it, so the soil will be more dense.
So with the bucket, does it need to have holes on the bottom?
Absolutely. A
Okay.
bunch of a bunch of holes on the bottom, right? You want it to drain. Like my potatoes grow great in buckets.
What about
Moringa,
bell peppers?
bell pepper. So I'm just doing bell peppers for the first time this season. And I do have one that I got in the bucket, but it just started, so I don't have nothing to brag about yet.
Ah! But it's the same. But it's the same concept, though, right?
Yeah, nah, like yo, sis, I grew a 19-pound watermelon out of a cinder block, right? Like I'm saying you can grow it anywhere. Like it just depends on what you want to look at.
Okay, so my nephew grew like five little watermelons, and then the line guy swear he didn't see them.
Yeah.
But my nephew cried like a baby boy. He wants to be a farmer. I wish he was here right now. He would be loving you. Um, so yeah, that's what I want to. I want to at least be able to do like, because I love cooking with herbs. So I love bell peppers. I love all the colors. I love parsley. I love the green onion tops. I love the garlic. I love all of that. So I want to start right there. Think I could do
Garlic
it?
is great to grow in a bucket.
Okay.
Ginger is great to grow in a bucket.
Ginger. So wait. The ginger you talking that's like the brown, the one you get out of the store, the brown when you cut, you can boil and all that.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like when they come out.
yeah.
Oh,
Yo, so a lot of this stuff that I got, like I literally went to the store and got one. Like I shopped around, like yo, and got one of everything that I wanted, um and just grew it.
yeah. Wow. Okay, so so everything I just named, I can really plus the ginger you just named, I can grow in the bucket. So now let me ask you, so if I grow it in
Excuse
a
me.
bucket, do I have to put the bucket outside during the day and then I can bring it in the garage at night? Like how
So now that all depends on the zones, and now, well, I'm gonna just say region, right? That all depends on your area. So I'm in Florida, so uh it's awesome down here for growing stuff. all year long. So I don't worry about that or think about that really. But my homeboy, we doing an experiment right now where he up in South Carolina, and
Yep.
I sent him a Leaf of Life, moringa, and I sent him a soursop seed, right? So we trying to see
What? I
if
need. Go ahead.
so I'm trying to see if I can get that stuff growing up there, right? Because a lot of these things, I'm looking. I went to Publix, and I see that they got moringa tea, right? That they sell for $6 a box, and I'm saying I got moringa growing everywhere.
Wow.
I look outside in my neighborhood, and there's moringa up and down the block, right? So there's really no reason why folks be paying $6 for stuff that you can really have in your front yard.
Mm.
Um, but if somebody is willing to pay for it, I'm saying buy it from me,
Yeah, I'm with you.
right? Or buy from your local farmer, right? Like we really got to support ourselves and support each other. Like this is it. Like we just got to do it.
Yeah. The so in my I don't know I know well of course in the Carolinas you can grow things well it's cold it's like 57 degrees 57 degrees um right now so I'm not really sure like I'm not sure but I have to find out so those things or those different herbs can be grown inside, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be outside.
No,
So
you don't.
okay.
So check it out. So everything that I do, um, I do with a bunch of different thought process, right? Because like most of my family still live in New York, living in apartments. They don't have a whole lot of space, um, and I try to figure out ways that everybody can grow. Nobody can have an excuse. So like they got grow lights. They sell them at Home Depot. They're not expensive. Um, they got the proper UV lights, right? All the marijuana users, growers, they using them, so they clearly work, right? Because marijuana is taking over the country.
Right.
So anybody worried about, I guess fake light or whatever, um, grow
Yeah.
up. So yeah, you can definitely grow everything that you can grow outdoors, indoors, even trees, right? You just gotta prune them. Like there's really no limitations. You can keep a tree 3 feet tall and give you everything that you need. It just takes some time.
Let me ask you, do I need to go out and talk to
Yo, I'm gonna be honest, right? Like you don't necessarily need to,
them?
but it I do notice that I feel better, right? Like I feel like my food tastes better. I feel like my leaves stay greener when I give them more attention.
Mm.
So like I
Mm.
said, so I don't know, right? So I'm pseudo as hell. So you know what I mean? Like again, like I said, but I'm different though, right? Because I'm a
Yeah.
Pisces and I'm into all that stuff, but I'm a different kind of Pisces. I want to do stuff.
Right.
I don't want to talk about nothing that I can't do. I don't want to talk about nothing that somebody can stop me from doing. Like
Right.
I only want to win.
I love it. Man, I love it. So, okay, so that's one aspect of food. Um Now you break my heart with them little chickens now. I'm gonna just tell you.
Nah, I don't feel bad, sis.
Every every I remember the first time you posted on Instagram these little chicks. I was just like watching these little chicks grow because you post a video every day. So I'm watching these little chicks. I'm watching these little chicks grow up. They chickens, and then all of a sudden, I see the solar pack on them. I'm like, oh man, he done ate the chicken.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you. So, to I love seeing them just run around in the chicken coop. My grandma used to have a chicken coop, so I understand all of that facet of it. What I've never seen anybody do though is like, get them all packaged and clean, like that process. Because you said it was all new to you. You started off, and what's real cool is that you don't just like I just called them a chicken and a chick, but you get certain breeds, certain brands.
Yeah, so when I first started doing this, I only started doing it for the sole purposes of taking care of my family, right? So
Mhm.
I knew absolutely nothing about chickens, other than the fact that you can have them. There's a Haitian guy that used to live around the corner from me, and I was taking a walk one day, and I saw his rooster out, and I asked him, I said, "Hey man, you got chickens?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Do you mind if I see your coop?" And he's like, "Yeah, come and take a look." I looked at it, and he had his chickens in a dog cage,
Yes, I
and it blew me away. I said, "So you're Haitian, like you from the town, right? Like you authentic, and this is something that you would eat. So that means other people would eat it, um, just like this, right? This wouldn't be considered bad."
right.
Um, okay, so that just freed me up. So I went to the feed store and I just grabbed a bunch of birds, you know, and I didn't know anything about them. And then the first what we call down here winter came around, and I found that my birds stopped laying for like 2 months.
Mhm.
Like they just had an attitude. It was just too cold. Um,
They had an attitude.
that's what it seemed like. Yo, when you be out here, sis, and you hear these animals, it really feels like you
Making
can,
noise.
yeah, you can interpret their conversations. Like they be talking junk. Um, right. So all those birds. I had about 40 birds, and they all just stopped laying for about 2 months. I had a I
It
had a
was on strike.
it was on strike. I had an unfortunate incident. I had an unfortunate incident that actually worked out for me. Right.
Yeah.
My dogs got out
Mhm.
and devastated my flock.
What?
Right. It was bad, bad. Like broke my heart. So I went back to the feed store, and they didn't have any more birds. So they
Mhm.
told me about a hatchery that I can call. And when I got online, I started reading all these characteristics from about all these different birds, and I found that they got birds that are specific for different areas. And
That's
I was like,
specifically what?
that got they're made for specific areas. Like they have birds that are heat tolerant, that's particularly bred and made to live in the tropics or in hot environments. Birds that they breed to live up north in cold environments. So I just started picking and started choosing what I want, right? Egg color, size, um, all that. I just started learning about poultry.
Yes. And now I know one of the latest videos you posted or pictures you posted some black eggs and black chicken or whatever, and they were so beautiful. I'm telling you, you be breaking my heart.
Yeah, no, no, no. So those are my I am Samanis, right? Those chickens come from Indonesia. I tell you what, sis, like the universe definitely be talking to me because that was the first bird that I absolutely wanted.
Yeah.
Right. When I first started doing this, I was like, I came across these birds. These birds are heavily melanated. And I'm like, yo, all black, everything. That's my bird. I am meant to be doing poetry. But then when I looked them up at the time, they was like $200 a bird.
Mm.
And I didn't know anything about chickens. I couldn't make no $200 investment.
Mistake, huh?
I couldn't do that. Not buying a bunch of them, right? Like I couldn't do that. So I didn't do it. So I got this deal, um, a steal really. Like I got two of these joints for $50, and it's wonderful. So the eggs themselves don't actually come out black. Um, they really are more like an olive
Mhm.
or like a cream color. And the chicks, ironically, when they start out, like even though like their flesh, their skin is melanated and black, their feathers come out like kind of whitish, tannish, and then turn black later. right? So it's like it's kind of like they grow into it. It's really interesting. Like it's yes, I'm excited. Like had I got these birds first though, I wouldn't be a urban farmer, trying to do this as a lifestyle and a business. I would have just been doing it just to have those birds and take care of my family because they don't lay well. They only lay about 120 eggs a year. So
Mm.
and $200 a piece, I couldn't,
Yeah, it's kind of yeah. Those will have to be like a prize, like a trophy chicken.
yeah, like we had to do like some kind of like college giveaway or something like.
Yeah. You have them running around, trophy away. Oh my goodness! And so you have the fish going, you have the food, growing your own food, you have the meat. Now, let's stay with the chicken. So even with the chicken, so of course you feed your family, but also you've been able to get some clients though too, right?
Absolutely, like this thing has developed and turned into a thing on its own. Again, all started from just wanting to take care of myself and my family. Took a coworker, actually one of my homeboys at work, took him some eggs and he let them sit outside for about 3 days on top of his locker. And when I came back to work, I had 10 clients, 10 customers, 10 people that's like, yo, I want eggs. And I did not have enough chickens. So I had to put everybody on hold. And I literally had to start buying birds just to satisfy people that just kept walking up to me. So, hey, you Ali, you the egg guy, right? Hey, yeah, he's the egg guy. Dr. Eggman, what they call me. All right, so yeah, like so definitely like and business is definitely great. Um, again, like this is something that a lot of people can do. I don't really see too much competition. Meaning, like if like we up here giving our game saying everybody can do it. Everybody's not gonna do it,
Right.
right? Everybody necessarily can't do it, but enough of us can do it to where we can all win, right?
Yeah.
And all of us win. Because people telling me that my eggs taste so much better than the ones in the store, and like comparing them to other quote unquote farm raised organic eggs that they buy, right? A sister picked the eggs up today, and she told me that she paid $20 for 2 dozen eggs.
What?
And I'm like, yo, people give me a hard time, and I'm asking $4,
Wow.
right? Everybody want a deal, everybody try to lowball, but I'm like, nah, you know, it's money, sis. I got.
You hey, listen. So so have you okay, so with your chicken and with your chicken and then the eggs, you've been doing those for more than a year now, right?
I have. No, the eggs I've been doing for more than a year. I just started the chickens.
Or the chicken. So the eggs, so about what's the air how many eggs you sell about a year average or every quarter?
I would have to look at the numbers. My weekly that I know right now, I'm at about 25 dozen a week. So what is that times four? No. Um,
25 times four. So
t-
yes. Mhm.
so yeah, I do. There's a lot of eggs. I got.
Yeah. So those little chickens is getting it in.
No, so I got two setups, right? So I have egg layers and I have meat birds, right? So the meat birds are the
A
little
meat.
white.
Oh, you got a meat bird. You know what I was? You got this on your Facebook. You got them on your Facebook, or just on Instagram.
Now it's on Facebook as well. BK Soul Farms.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pull up your page. Keep on talking.
I'm not looking at. I'm only looking at the Zoom. So
I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull up your page and go to the photos.
yeah, nah, I got the meat birds. Those are strictly meat. Those birds are the birds that you get from Publix, from Popeyes, from Hook Snappers, from every chicken wing or thigh out there is pretty much one or two primary species of chicken, right? So when I got into this and I decided to do that, I wanted to make sure that I was able to give people what they were already accustomed to but hopefully in my mind, something better, right? Um, More transparent because you can see me,
Right.
you can visit my farm, I tell you about my problems, I tell you how I'm working through my problems, I show you my results. Um, and like it's right here, right? Like it's what, like if you're gonna trust something, trust what you see right in your face.
That's what you can see. Yeah, you can see
Like, you
something coming down the road in the in the truck, packed up like little sardines or whatever. Listen, I'll tell you when I first started feeling some type of way when I see them chickens because our DAV building is near a chicken farm, and I never forget I see those trucks coming down the road, all those chickens packed in there. I was like, oh, I just want to cry.
yeah, and and those birds, like they use, like, so the main difference, what I think between my birds and those is their spacing, right? Um, those cages that you see them in, so the government says that a bird needs 2 square feet of living space in order to be able to turn around, jump, or move.
Two,
Um, 2 square feet, right?
right,
That's what a bird needs. And as long as you can just provide that, then you get money. So as Americans, we like big things, right? Like, so we like the fat. We like the way that all that crap tastes that we say that we hate, right? But we
right.
but we like that stuff, right? Like that's what we like. What I'm doing, I'm finding out that my birds, because they have more space, they're able to run, jump, um, flap, fight. Like they fight all day. Like it's a beautiful thing.
It's
Um,
beautiful.
their meat tastes different. Their eggs are brighter, uh, more dense. Um, it's just so much. So it goes back to you asking me about talking to the plants, right?
Yeah.
It really goes down to how you view respect, and what you put in is kind of what you're gonna get out, all right? And it's all about intentionality. So you can say you talking to the plants because you want the plant to get bigger, but it's really you just putting in the work, right? You're putting in the effort to ensure that you're gonna get the best outcome or best product.
So this okay, so you're looking at the Zoom screen.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah,
So this
yeah,
one right, is that a rooster?
yeah. That's my rooster. I still haven't named him yet, but he's not gonna die. He's good money. He's gonna be around for a while.
Yeah, don't kill the rooster. Oh, oh. So okay, so that's the rooster, and this is the $200 birds right here, the black ones.
No, no, no. See, so those birds are black feathered birds.
Black feather birds. Okay,
Those are not black birds,
okay.
right? Like when I say that the I am Samanis are black birds, like they are heavily melanated birds. Like their skin is black, their tongue is black, their bones are black. Um, when you read up on it, it has some kind of like some kind of hyper melanin syndrome or something like that. Um, it produces a lot of melanin, basically, is why it's like that.
So look, they red and black. All he needs is a little green.
Well, that's what he eating, the green,
Oh
right? Like,
yeah, in the
see,
inside.
and they produce the gold, right? So red, black, green, and gold,
Yeah.
right? So it's all
And
about it's all about
then,
winning.
and then this one right here, that's picking down on the green.
Yeah, that's one of my Easter eggers.
Easter eggs.
Yeah,
Why
they lay
why is it called an Easter egg?
because they lay pink eggs, blue eggs, green eggs.
What?
Um,
See no chicken lay. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find them on your page.
nah, yeah,
Okay. And then these right here, the
those are Rhode Island Reds. They lay light brown to dark brown eggs.
okay,
The ones they're not in this picture. I have some other black ones that have
okay. Let me find them.
brown.
This is black and white one.
Yeah, no, that's another one. It's the another brown. Well, they're all brown egg layers, but I got one. It's called the a black ostralope. Like I love that bird, right? Because it lays eggs that's like the color of my skin, like it's like a dark chocolate
Yeah.
color with like little
Okay, I like
dark
it.
brown spots.
I like how you put that the color of my skin.
Yo, yo, you gotta love yourself, sis. And
Hey, I'm not mad. Listen,
like they've been feeding us and teaching us self hate, right? Like, and like I said, I was nervous about this whole interview because I ain't never really been
yeah.
doing this and not really feeling like you know I had stuff of value, and I had to like check that, right? Because
Yeah.
you gotta
You
love
got
yourself.
all this value. Now, what is this? What is
Yo,
this? This is a
this
yeah.
right here, I'm so proud of myself with this
Yeah,
one.
this
This
is
is
so beautiful.
so this is called fodder, right? So what fodder is literally growing out grains. So wheat, barley,
I see that.
uh, uh, black sunflower seeds, like anything, black eyed peas, any sprout you want, but mostly like grasses, right? Because that's what like a lot of the livestock eat. So with this right here, if this proves successful, this was my very first attempt. That's what they was eating on the last picture you was looking at.
Okay. Yeah.
It it will like when I talk about reduce my feed costs, like reduce my feed costs. Like I paid $250 for some feed. Um, this breaks it down, takes it down to $25, and it lasts like 5 months because it's just sprouting grain. Like and they kill that. And, it's awesome. Like
That's
you grow your own feed. Like everything eats, everything is inside a one big circle. So I want my lifestyle like aquaponics, right? I want food to grow around my whole house. I want to be able to have everything I need where I'm at.
mm, man. You listen. You got me excited. Let me go down this page. I have to do better. I'm gonna get on it 2020. Oh, let me play this little video. Let's see what you're talking about on here.
Oh, I ain't talking on this one.
You're not talking on this one because you be talking trash. Hold on, let me back it up. Listen at him. Oh, this is exciting. I grew up around this, so I don't even know why I don't. We get all out of the box. You
Yeah, that's
embarrassed when you're growing up and your grandma got chicken coop in the city in the backyard. you know, everybody else, you be like, why you got chicken coop in the back?
that's awesome.
in the backyard.
Yeah,
Listen,
no, like my guy, man, my man CJ, uh, like he be out there catching iguanas and stuff. Like he's a real bushman for real. Like
he
so, I be envious of y'all.
hold on, let me back this up a little bit. You talking on this one?
I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah.
Peace and Black African Power family, Scott Ali Dawoud here. And today, my father is 8 days old, like so I had to pick some strains from the rest of it because some didn't make it all the way through. But I got a good portion. This joint's like super, super thick. So now I'm gonna go out here and take my first experiment and see what the birds do.
You be excited.
Every time I ain't never did none of this stuff before.
I know. I be watching all your videos. I be all into that too. I be talking to you. I be talking to my phone like I'm talking to you. I be like, no, don't kill him, don't kill him. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is the sour sop in it.
No, that's the 5 finger, the
Okay.
star fruit.
5 fingers / star fruit,
Hold on, let me make it bigger.
right? The peace and Black African Power family, Scott Ali Dawoud here. Hey, interesting thing about these 5 fingers / star fruit jump offs, right? The way that the fruit is formed, I don't know this to be scientific. I only know what I observed, right? And what I observed is when these leaves start touching each other, like once 3 of them start touching each other, they start to form. It's almost like they spend this whole time on the branches trying to get closer to each other And the ones that form good relationships, they turn into fruit.
They marry.
Right? It's like the weirdest thing.
I told you I'm pseudo.
Hey, you made me out of a believer. I ain't count here.
Nah, that's what I observed though.
Debunk that though. How they gonna debunk that? You see it, you observed it.
I literally I looked at it for like 2 years. I'm like, I'm telling you, this is what I see.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. You got so this is a
This
you
is
testing.
the
Let
first.
me back that up. Hold on, but before I play this, someone wants to know. It said, ask if he breeds his own mealworms to feed the birds.
Yeah, so we just got into vermiculture, right? And I had my first failure last weekend. I found out that worms climb out buckets.
Yes.
I ain't know that. Like
You ain't go fishing. I could tell you
I
that.
ain't never go fishing.
Hey, they'll roll out on you. You gotta put a top on it.
Yeah, I ain't know that. So I'm working on that now. So everything that y'all looking at, y'all literally watching me learn. Like what brother Kofi say, as I learn, we all learn.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've been living this for like a minute. Like yeah, so this is my fodder system, the rack that I put together. Yo,
Okay.
Fully functional.
yo, sis, this right here, this system is so simple. Is literally is how. So at the top right, you got the hoses. The water drops down from the top row, and it's kind of level where like angles from like side to side, kind of going down.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and that's how everything sprouts out and grows. It's kind of like the same system with the cheesecloth that I was telling you before.
Yeah.
About growing out the seeds.
My black tea, my black eyed peas.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same system, but a little different. This is how the grass grows. But a lady was selling this system for $600.
What?
Right, and she had a bunch of them sold. I screenshotted uh, her her picture, her video, and I went to Home Depot and I bought PVC, some attachments, and I built it. And with my pump, the hoses, my tie wraps, I might have spent $200.
Navy taught you something, I guess.
Yo, Navy saved my life. I hate to say it.
Systems that I'm gonna try. Test.
So those PC joints, they got holes in it, or the buckets got holes in them?
The buckets have holes in them.
Okay.
Drip, 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 drip.
And then they're dripping down
into that black bucket down in the bottom, and it has a pump that takes the water and flows right back into the top.
Okay, where the water coming from? From your big tank?
Nah, the water is coming from that bucket. So this system is kind of like an aquaponic system.
Yeah.
With the exception that it's not continuous, right? So I can have a continuous flow. Like I just recently put fish in that bucket, just because the way the fodder system works, it'll be stale water, starts to stink.
Oh.
So I need to put an algae eater in there, a little pleco, and some shiners to eat all that crap and keep the water moving right. I mean that's how that goes. But it's that one bucket down at the bottom. It has one pump in it. Yeah. Takes the water to the top with a hose. You bore some hose, and everything get wet.
Listen, as you stated, we have no excuse. Okay, here go my birds again. Let me see what you're talking about on here. Now what are these called?
So those white ones are the meat birds, and the brown, black, and the other ones in the back are egg layers. So so these birds are all the same age, but meat birds, as their name suggests, they grow faster, grow bigger. They are designed to be meaty birds. They are not designed to lay a lot of eggs. They're designed to get bigger faster.
Okay.
So
Okay. So here's some more
yeah,
creative.
yeah. I just be, like I said, I'm very transparent. Like I show you my process. I pretty much tell you what I'm thinking and how I'm gonna make it work. You know,
Back this up.
Peace and Black African Pop family. All right, so yo, the House of L. Yo, when I tell you I love science, but not that kind of science where you just gotta read, and memorize a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not your guy. The kind of science where you get to read, plan it out, um, apply it, and watch your results. Right. So this is a fodder system. FODDER fodder. It's a rack system that myself and my mother-in-law put together. So this is fire, right?
yeah. Oh
Okay.
man, like if people just appreciate the potential, right? Like this saves you so much money. You can grow people food on this thing. This thing is awesome.
You say people food?
Yeah, right. Because all the same stuff, like so with the black eyed peas and everything that sprouts, right? You can eat them as microgreens, right? You don't even really have to sprout them all the way out to actually turn into a whole plant. You can just keep cutting them and just keep growing them out like that, and you get all your nutrients and whatnot. There's a bunch of different things you can do, right? Like you just got to do it.
Peace and Black African Power families. God, Ali, Dawoud out here. So this indoor aquaponics system. I'm kind of just playing around, not playing around with it, because obviously I get it to work and stuff like that.
Oh, look at the little trainers.
But focus, like I said, 2021 is all about preservation, right? I've already proven that I can sustain, that I can produce, and whatnot, right? So now I gotta make sure that I can preserve and breed. So I got these shiners in here that I plan on breeding out. I got some guppies in here as well that I just plan on breeding out for fish food, for chicken feed, and apparently these shiners get big enough to where people can eat them too. So if I don't have food like sardines, I'll have bait.
I'm just trying to win, sis. Whatever works.
Hey, listen,
Yo,
when you
oh,
started with just that swimming pool, I looked again. You done bought eight. You done talking about I done bought some land.
yeah, like I'm like everything I'm doing at home. I literally just like my house. This is the lab, right? I'm experimenting here, and everything that I'm doing here, I'm just taking it up north and making it bigger, right?
Up north where
So I say about an hour and a half north of where I'm at now, Central
okay.
Florida.
Oh, so this is in a different area
This is my backyard. This is
right now, backyard.
this is my right now backyard. We're not even on the farm yet.
Oh, so because your land is in another area.
Yeah,
Oh
this is
my goodness.
this
Okay.
is just yeah. I got another set of birds that they shipping out to me next week. In preparation for my land, right? Because with the egg layers, it takes 6 months before you get good quality eggs, right? So if anybody out there that want to do it, you gotta do your planning.
So
Um,
the 6 months.
takes
So
takes
wait,
6 months for a bird to lay.
okay. Can the breed? Can they breed naturally? They talking about the meat birds. Can they breed naturally?
So that's what I'm testing out right now, right? Because I'm trying to figure out, how much GMO is GMO. Because what I'm discovering is a lot of things that we're scared of, we really don't understand. Um,
Mm.
So I'm trying to figure it out now. So I'm saying that to say, so for Thanksgiving, um, we had an 8 pound bird that we cooked up, right? Um, that bird was so big and beautiful that it forced me to celebrate Thanksgiving, right? That's like my first time in like 30 years. but I was so appreciative and in awe of what I did. Um, but I have like two more that I've been saving to see how long they last, right? Because I've been hearing other farmers say that these birds, they eat themselves to death. They'll just sit there and just eat and eat and eat, and they'll literally just die, right? They'll be too heavy to get up. It'll just be bad. So they wouldn't be able to breed. What I'm seeing so far though is the two that I have saved, one being Recovery Girl. If anybody watching any of my videos, I have one of my birds that was injured and trying to bringing her back. Uh, and her sister, so far they about 16 weeks in and they not dead. They still jumping, they still doing stuff. So I'm hoping that did drop an egg. So I don't know.
Mm,
You know,
okay.
when they make them, right, like they put two species together. It's like normally you wouldn't put a broiler with a broiler to get another broiler. You would probably put a ranger and a broiler together or another breed. Like it's kind of like this is kind of like dog breeding, right? Like it's
Right. Let me check
right.
it right here. So these are some meat
Yeah,
birds.
meat birds. Yeah. So what I did was once they got too big, so I have a 300-gallon Rubbermaid tote that I use as my brooder.
Mhm.
Brooder is what you use when you got the chicks. You want to keep them safe and warm until they're big enough, till their feathers grow in.
Mhm.
Um, and then you put them either outside or with the big birds. Well, these guys were still too small, so I divided my coop, or actually I divided my run up, and I put a little area over there for them just to give more space. So
Okay, let me see if I can find some of these colorful. Oh, these are big. Hold on. This is daytime. I like
I
this.
use a I use a 55-gallon drum as my waterer.
Oh, what they trying to do? Get the water?
Yeah, right. So yeah, like it's simple. Like each one of those little red nipples,
Yeah.
they can satisfy up to four birds,
What?
right? So four birds per, I think 4 to 6 birds per nipple, right? So you get a couple of those and just bore a bunch of holes.
That up. Let
And
me bring that up. There you go. Wait a minute. So these little bad boys, they know, break that up, how to go to the barrel and get them some water.
yeah,
Look at that. I'm sorry, y'all. I get fascinated by it. Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. Look at them. So when you say that they fight a lot, do they have like these gang territory type? Is the meat birds fighting against the egg birds
oh
and
nah, sis, anybody can get it.
or anybody can get it?
this is this is like this BK Soul Farm. Like anybody can get it. You want to scrap? Come over. Like you ain't got to do a whole lot of talking. You just run up and it can get going. It's so funny.
Oh my god!
It's just- like that's what it seemed like. It seemed like one of them just be standing there and the next one just run up and they just start fighting.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find some eggs. Okay, so because you post like every day, so every
Yeah,
day.
my homeboy, he a soca artist, right? His name is Sizway C. He told me that content is king.
Yes.
So I try my best to put out as much relevant stuff as possible.
Yeah. Let me. Oh man, what the heck? Hold on.
Yo,
So
when I look at
what's
This
that
is
right?
my aquaponics system right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I print my own money.
You sound like Red African Warrior right there. So I print my own money. That.
That's how I feel.
Oh man, let me see. Oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. But anyway, somebody else might want to see. So I'm gonna put my little. I'm gonna stop crying, and I'll let y'all.
This was that 6 pound bird that I was telling you. Like so like I said, for Thanksgiving we had an 8 pound bird, but the week before we had one of the birds that I told my man, I was like, it stopped moving, like it laid down and just wouldn't get back up.
Mm,
And I'm like, see,
he
so
want me
you,
to.
so you want to go to the pot? Like,
Get, he trying to tell me it's time.
it's times. I said it, yo, man. If I come back today, man, at 4 o'clock, and that bird is still sitting in that same spot, man. Process it.
That's
And
so.
we had chicken and waffles that Saturday morning. It was awesome.
Oh, don't make me
Like,
cry. He said had
and-
chicken and waffles with the bird. Oh, okay, okay, okay. You know that's sad how you can eat something and then you don't really think about it until somebody do it naturally and you actually see it and then you like feeling all sad. That's how I am. I'll be like, nah, I know I eat this all the time sometimes. And then I see somebody, I'm like, don't kill it. So I
yeah,
see.
coach always telling me stop killing them.
Oh man, I think he jumped on. He want to come down there and come visit you so bad, trying
Yeah,
to
nah.
make trying to make me drive, trying to sucker. Hey,
Go
post
be a lollipop then the drive. Stop
you
playing.
what? You see what I'm saying?
What up, coach?
What's
Please,
up, brother?
God,
What's going on with you?
man, I'm good, money, bro.
Already.
Everything easy over here.
Yeah. Peace for the African Emporium, Angie, Chris,
Oh,
you guys.
peace, team.
He's power prophet to the family today. Shout out to our esteemed, awesome brother Ali in the house today, giving out this knowledge. I'm loving it, man. As always, again, I tell people I'm a fan of Black people, right? Because I know our ingenuity value is unmatched. And something you said earlier, earlier on in the bill, is just knowing that you could be successful at this, and just by taking a chance to get into this, um, you know, and you will learn as you go, so to speak. But you used a lot of careful steps and natural wisdom to make the right move, so to speak, to now be in a position where you are now a founded official, a founded and an official, in my opinion, black farmer, black entrepreneur, period. And so, shout out to you, over Ali, and again, I'm just loving it. I might be vegan in value, but I'm not crazy when it comes to making powerful moves and finding the value where you can demonstrate it, and share it with others. So you've done that, and then some. And you're still growing. And again, I'm from the state of Florida too. So to see this happening, it inspires me to want to get a lot of my other family members that that could definitely benefit from things of this nature involved. That are down there in the Sunshine State. So this is just great.
You see
uh,
this?
this is awesome. I love it. I love it, man.
And but after Pro, did you hear him? Well, we started a conversation with his first business, 8 out the gate. He was gonna be the prime, like he was gonna be the sub. Listen, I would run out and run.
Yes. Yeah.
People don't understand how to leverage these opportunities. Oh my goodness.
That's what it takes. Again, literally. So I'm interested in a lot of different things. Of course, I follow you. I already know I follow you. Your work. Of course, like-minded individuals. In that case, a lot of people didn't understand where entrepreneurs. You tend to kind of follow people who are out there making those kind of moves, right? And so I'm definitely interested in sprouting, right? Because I like the herbal side of things, of course. Anything that you can grow on your counter, whatever the case like that, or in around your place, until I can get stationary, because we move around. We're a military family, so I can't wait to get stationary for good, so I can begin to kind of move in these kind of lanes a little bit myself. Have you done any sprouting yourself, brother Ali, like inside your home, besides the stuff you use for your fodder, but like food consumption values of sprouting? Have you done anything like that?
Yes, hey, I appreciate you, brother African Emporium. And to be honest, like, so my message is for people just like you that move a lot, right? You can grow in a bucket. Buckets you can take with you. Um, I've sprouted a bunch of food in my house from just from scraps, right? Like, onions, they regrow when you cut them.
Right.
Potatoes grow. Just let it sit there. You get an eye on it, throw it in some dirt, and it grows. Um, same, like a lot of the stuff that you have in your refrigerator on your counter now uh could be regrown.
Mm,
Like you really want to see if it's real and organic, see if it'll grow back.
Right.
mm.
Right.
So when I cut my onion, and I cut the top piece off and cut the two ends, and I could take those ends.
Yeah, put them in some
And
dirt.
Yeah.
what you
And I
say?
think you can, if you take the top, like the cap of the onion, what the sprouts actually do come out the top. If you cut the bottom half of the onion, you cut that up, you keep the top, those sprout even more faster. To my knowledge, I guess I could be wrong, but I saw someone doing that, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. And I kept telling myself at some point I got to do this and just go ahead and take the initiative to do it. And I think that's why I got inspired because when I heard you say that, I was like, that's what it takes. Because like when we think about investing, you just have to get out there and start learning and do these things. Once that reality comes into fruition, of course, things start to happen. You get better because you research more rigorously to get more information on how to be better at what you're doing. So again, I'm taking notes and I'm loving it. And I noticed that you did. I noticed when you got your silky chickens. A lot of people may not be familiar with that, but they call them silky chickens too.
Hmm.
Uh, I was like really impressed because I come also somewhat from a semi-food background, and I've been in a few esteemed places when I was eating stuff like that in restaurants, and a couple of nights, seeing the guys were able to kind of procure a silky chicken. And so, of course, it's a high dollar bird, like, very, it's from the Asian, I guess, Asian demographic, so to speak.
Yeah, Indonesia.
Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan. So very, very interesting too. Now, there's a brother, I can say like there's a brother that got some silky chickens down in Florida. So those local restaurants around, of course, I know you got to prize birds, but they pay a hefty amount for those birds in dish form or just in live form. So,
Hey, real
uh,
quick, let me correct you. So I don't have any pets, brother African Emporium.
okay, so the
Every
Sickers are not the pet. Okay, I thought I
everything I
heard Sister
have,
Monica going in. She was like, "Hold up now, don't be."
nah. I don't have
Oh
any,
yeah, I be telling them. I be like, don't eat the
nah. Everything I have has
It's
to
for
be
consumption.
functional.
Okay,
It has to be functional, right? So
right,
it has to have a purpose. So like those birds, like so if there's a market, like I plan on breeding those as well, uh,
nice,
personally. But if there's a market, then I plan on satisfying that market. Right now, um, I'm looking to get into the trout game because there is no local trout farms in Florida, and that's what my man in the restaurant telling me, and he telling me paying $25 a pound for trout,
right,
and they got to get it from outside the state, and I'm like, yo, so uh, the brother that so this is how my thinking works, right? So the guy said that I can raise 15,000 catfish on one plot of land, right? So I say, what is one plot of land? Because I don't know. Google says that one plot of land, no, you can get 7 plots of land in 1 acre of land. So
Wow.
I'm saying,
right,
okay, so he said 15,000 catfish on one plot of land, 10 to 12 fish tanks. Huh. I got plenty of space to do this. And it don't have to be catfish. A fish is a fish. A fish
right.
tank is a fish tank. Um, I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing.
Right up my alley. Because I was I was initially wanting to be a part of Dr. Anderson co-op. Remember, he was trying to do that big mega fish farm up in Detroit,
Hmm.
and they unfortunately, ignorant as they were in business, they ran him up out of there. And so he took that project down to close at that time was near out of northern Baltimore area, up there in the Bel Air region. So he took it to Baltimore. And I was always fascinated with it because, again, like he said, he ran the numbers. We eat more seafood than anybody on the planet besides
Hmm.
Asians, in their indigenous land. And so there's always a need for fresh fish. And you hit the nail on the head when you spoke about that, especially being in Central South Florida, because we have our seafood industry and we have our local freshwater fish, but we don't have like, trout, right? Like, brook trout, whatever, rainbow, whatever.
Correct.
And a lot of restaurants I know without doubt, because like I said, I used to be in that industry at some point. They're always looking for that kind of, commodity, right? Fresh trout, something like that, beyond the local catfish, because everybody got catfish, but they don't have trout.
Correct.
So there's a lot of farm raised tilapia. Of course, that's everywhere, especially in Florida. I mean, you go to the ditch and catch tilapia.
Correct.
Literally. So you want to have an exotic species. Of course, in this case, we say exotic just because it's not naturally in Florida. Within that ecosystem. So really, really good idea. And that shows again, you thinking ahead of the ideals of the competition that's in around this. So eventually what's going to happen, I just see it for seeing it happening anyway. You're going to be a major supplier for a lot of industries in around your local area, and it's going to expand. Trout farming, again, those silker chickens alone, you could just get a couple contracts down in Miami and they'll move like hot water, because I know it's a big market for exquisite cooking, having those exquisite animals like that, silker chickens, whatever. But yeah, like I said, I'm a fan, man, and I'm taking notes. I'm a troll your page, right, in a good way, because again, I do realize that what you're putting out is something that's duplicatable, and I'm sure you're doing it for that reason. You want to be able to show people how they can duplicate this.
So for me, I can only see myself as being successful is if enough people are also successful, right? Like, so my original strategy when I started this was I needed I needed to be able to provide for 10 households, right? And my goal was if I can provide for 10 households myself, hopefully one of those households would also do the same thing I'm doing, and they can provide for 10 households, and we can like start doing like that, right? So that was my initial thought process. So I'm always teaching, always building, always. I'm that guy. I go to your house. If you turned your screen on right now and I was able to see your room, I'd be like, yo, you can put something right there in that corner. uh, you can, you
Right.
can, like, so every time somebody say it and it starts sounding like an excuse for why they can't, I'm like, nah, that's not true. You really just got to say you don't want to, right? Um,
Right.
because it's not true, right? Like, speak the truth, be the truth, and then live well. But yeah, you saw that, right, Sister Mo?
I'm gonna eat them up when I see them.
But that's how we're gonna get more birds, though.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Oh, poor little chicken. The rooster done got him.
Yes, I think that's one of my first initial projects I want to do, especially definitely get the sprouting thing going. I've been putting it off for the longest, because I know other people that do it as well. Part of a couple little scenarios, um, and they've been successful at it. And it makes sense for people who are in the move. But like you said, even with some of the smaller, because I had some aquaponic schematics I had done like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, literally. And like as soon as I got to the point, I said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and try to do this. All right, I'm gonna start mapping out what I need, got everything I need, and then my ebook came down on order. So I was like, oh, scratch that. Right, on to the next location, whatever. So and maybe I'll do it there, but it just hasn't materialized. But watching a lot of your setups, of course, I see that again, space saver wise, you made it very efficient by doing the stacking methodology. And
Yep.
I was like, that's how you do it. How you, like you say, how to save space. Um, you don't have to kind of be like from one tank to the next one to the next. You can really just vertically, integrate that thing in a way where you can take advantage of that too. So I'll definitely be hitting you up, after this cold come through from my little area, so I can get started in spring and doing something on the project like that.
Absolutely. Now, anybody interested in like starting aquaponics, really, all you need is a 55-gallon barrel,
Right.
a pump, some hose to get the water from the bottom of the barrel to the top of that mug, um, and some solo cups, and pour some holes in it, put some substrate in it, and you can just start growing. Like, it's literally, I think a pump for that size system might cost like $20 at Home Depot, maybe 30.
Yeah, they're not that bad.
I think a 55-gallon drum is like either $25 or $35. Um, you can have everything that you need and fish, right? Like,
Right.
because like I said, it doesn't have to be fish that you eat. Like, you really just need the fish to do their thing so that the plants will grow.
Better like filter type of feeder, feeder fish that they call it, because some people like, well, you can get like a couple carp, whatever.
Yeah,
That's then I heard you speak about the pleco. A lot of people don't know what plecos are, especially in Florida.
Yeah, you
they
know,
they all over Florida. No play.
all over. Them things get huge.
They do. They do. Prehistoric dinosaur type fishes. But yeah, like I say, they are filter very very well known for their filter value, filter feeders, so to speak. So yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to man pick your brain because I want to do it. I've been wanting to do it. Obviously, I could do it for my little king too, so he can go through that process because I want to get him in tune to things like that. Hands-on projects. So the kids take pride in stuff like that.
Yes,
Seeing things go from a zero to a hero, and they're like, oh, this is great, right?
it definitely does it.
So I'm all for it, man. And again, I love it. And one other question: too far as your aquaponics, do you have any problem with the duckweed? Because I know some people do the duckweed, and some people say it kills all the light from getting in. How do you remedy the duckweed?
So I haven't had any problems with. So I use the duckweed for one
Right.
to feed my chickens. So
Okay.
I don't have the problems that other people have. Like, so it's not just feeding my fish.
Right.
So I scoop the duckweed out, maybe like once every 2 weeks, and I let it build back up, and I use that to feed my fish. I
Feed the
mean, feed my chicken.
chickens. Very smart. Yeah. Good
That's
idea.
why I did it, right? Because I'm all about. I'm trying to leave my job for real, right?
Facts.
I want to be able to take care of myself. I know my number. I know how much money I need to be able to sustain my life, and I'm almost there. Um, and I'm working on that, right? So I'm trying to reduce all my costs and all my need for outside sources, right? So if I can reduce what I need to bring in and I can produce that things for myself, then it just feels like I'm gonna be more successful. It just makes me feel like I'll be able to sleep better at night, knowing that I'm producing my fish feed, my chicken feed, and my food,
Mm.
Facts.
like
Self-sustainment.
myself.
That's it. You literally just hit everything that a lot of us feel like, in the back of our head, we're endeavoring to. When we say self-sustainment, that's literally what we're talking about, right? Uh, not the fact that you just have funds alone, and you can go out and buy these things, but if you can, cultivate them yourselves and maintain them, well, again, that eliminates even a bigger bill, right? Grocery, because that's the most revolving bill that everybody has, believe it or not,
Yes.
right? To being able to feed yourself.
Yeah, yeah. And speaking of
Go ahead.
that real quick, like with chickens, if you're looking to do this for business, you have to know that that whatever you make, half of that goes back to the chickens for feed,
Right.
right? Unless you're growing your own feed. So if you're not taking all the steps to make sure that you're self-sustaining for real, half your money is going back to your feed automatically.
Okay, I can see the concept in it. You ever in the chat? They want to know with the land that you bought, do you plan on putting turkeys?
Absolutely. So I was gonna I found out too late that I have enough space in my backyard now. I can raise 3 turkeys, right? So for next Thanksgiving, I was absolutely going to do that. But on my land, I'm having everything I want. Like I don't have like I'm all about options, right? Like COVID, I bought 2 pieces of property. Um, one absolutely going to be used for farming, and the other I'm hoping to turn it into a taller tissue factory, right? Like I
Wow.
was watching one of these bills, and like a lot of people be on these things, and they just be playing around. It'd
Right.
be a lot of information flying around. The guy said that to open up a taller tissue factory costs $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I looked it up, and it's true. I've been getting emails for the last 4 years. Are you still interested? Are you still interested? We can still buy this equipment. So I got plans. I got ideas. Um,
Mm.
and I'm saying, like, like I said, like Garfield's, 100-man team, like, we need each other. Like, come on board. Like, I ain't trying to do it by myself. It can't work if I'm by myself.
Right. Man, you listen. I knew. Hey, I knew you. Go ahead, Coach. You gonna say something?
Nah, I'm listening, man. Go ahead.
Okay. I knew that. I mean, you had so much to unpack in reference to your business ventures, and like I said, it's not only just you and your side. The missus got business as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, soul stitchings. Like what you need, we stitch it, right? Like we got it covered. Again, COVID, right? The they had the call out for masks, and it was like perfect because because that's what she do. Like she get busy on the machine. Um, we make I say we because our business, but she makes king size quilts, custom queen size, full size, twin size. Um,
Hers is just on Instagram, right?
no, soul stitchings as well on Facebook.
Okay, I get it.
Um,
Go ahead.
yeah, like nah. So it's most of the stuff is to order. Um, any kind of alterations, but a lot of her products are throws, quilts. I can't say blankets because that's politically incorrect.
Oh.
They're quilts, throws. A big thing that we've been doing now is obviously been the mask um, for this COVID thing. But yeah, nah, it's we homeschool. Been doing that since the 11-year-old started school. Since kindergarten. Um, I try to have everything like kind of like business minded, because it got to be valuable, right? So even though we go through Florida virtual school, I named our school Soul Academy, right? I made a deal with my son saying that, hey, I go to work and make money to take care of my responsibilities. You, yes, you are a child, but you are a little human. You have your own responsibilities, right? You too have to be thinking about food, clothing, and shelter and the protection of that. So I tell you what, if you get A's and B's on your report card, on your classwork, your schoolwork, you'll get rewarded. And the kid, I go broke every month,
Mm.
uh, because he's constantly on top of the list, right? Because he wants things, he wants to do things. He's he's an investing, right? Like he's like he a funny dude. He likes buying like stocks and trying to think about his money in the future. I have a lot of things around me that's like she make good work, don't she?
Yes, man. I've gotten me. I'm looking at these new patterns that she got going on. This is
Yeah,
good.
like a lot of that fabric, like those fabrics come from Trinidad.
Mm.
Some of those come from Guyana, and
Yeah, I'm gonna give you one of them quilts.
yeah, and I holler at us. We do our thing.
Yeah, I've been watching her do these for a while. And she gets out and she runs miles and miles and miles.
Oh, nah, she do that. Like we started out Soul Squad, right? Like I try to make everything organization, something powerful, something that we can think. So, Soul Squad was our thing. We had our shirts. She runs marathons. She runs half marathons. She gets busy, right? And she brings all of us with her. We out there cheerleading. I've ridden my bike 2 times alongside of her. Uh, Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah,
Mm.
you guys have the blueprint, and again, what you're doing is just you're showing, especially a lot of the younger individuals out there, that of course, in the event that you can pair up with a business partner or soulmate, right? Again, I love the branding because that's imperative of
Everything
what,
is
what
so.
you stand for, right? And a lot of people may not, well, some people not. Again, I know we're intelligent people on this channel, but the whole idea of what soul means, break down the aspect what soul means, that SOL. A lot of people may not be
Nah,
familiar.
like we children of the sun, right? And we are stardust, right? So I want to emanate, I want to shine. Like when I used to be in church, I remember that song, "This Little Light of Mine," right? I'm gonna let it shine. Like it's one of those things that I embodied, and I always want to shine bright. My wife's middle name is actually Sparkles. It was actually a nickname that was given to her because I guess she lit up the room when she was a kid or whatever. So everything about me just so happens to be about shining and just radiating and just wanting to build and make things grow. So it just fits, right? Um, it also has a little meaning to some Masonic stuff, but it kind of all still fits in, right? So it's just me loving myself and loving that everything is everything. And without the sun, without the soul, like there's no point.
Facts, 100% facts. Now you said something too when you said your son is investing. Right. So I perked up when I heard that. So, yep. Now, yep, here we go.
Yeah, now he liked your shows. He liked the conversations. Um, More so, but he's like me, right? So when y'all say something is hot or something is good, or if he sees something that come across his cash app, and he's, especially if he's using it,
Right.
like his thing is, if he's using it, he wants like stock in that thing,
Invest in it. Oh man, you building the
right?
winner. Oh, nice.
And what did he hit it on the head, did he?
Nah, yeah, dude, like hit me up like a couple years back. He was like, Daddy, like what do I got to do to not be homeless, right?
Wow.
Right.
And like all I can give him was realism. Is I'm like, all right, so tell me what kind of house you want, what kind of car you want to drive. Let's start working this plan. And you need a job that's gonna pay you this, or you need to have a career that's gonna afford you this. You need to have your lifestyle built around how you want to live, right? And you need to start doing that from now. Right? It's easy not to be homeless.
Mm.
Right.
Nah, that boy, he love his money.
That's powerful. I love it. And because that's when of course, I take a lot of pride in being able to share this with you guys, my peers. I always say my intellectual peers at this because we're I live under the same, like you live under the soul banner. I live under the Ubuntu banner, right? I am because we are, one,
Love that.
literally. Despite how things are, and there's a lot of you know confusion from some sects to the next sect, but ultimately I think we're a lot of us are trying to endeavor to have the same thing, to be able to provide, to be able to grow, and to be able to expand in the same breath, especially for our future generations. And so, because I want to be able to do that, where I can some points establish something to really get these young folks involved in investing, because we don't have the infrastructure to teach our children financial literacy like you think we should. They're kind of learning, fly by night, you know, in somewhat, little forums here and there if they know about them. But it should be a mandatory curriculum where all Black children needs to learn
Brother
financial
African
literacy.
Emporium. You
And
teach.
that's I exactly want to be in a position where I can teach these young kids how to get an investment, because at an early age, as I know, they're very well impressionable, right?
Yeah.
They soak up information like a
Facts.
sponge, and if you get them on the right track, that'll feed them that hunger to want to be better at it, because they always love trying to show mom and dad that they can make things happen, right? They
Yeah.
live for that.
Yeah.
So I love it, man. So that's something definitely I'm gonna look into. I've been thinking about it for quite a while, but maybe host some sessions, some workshop settings, and get these young kids invested. I obviously was able to do that a little bit with Dr. Voice when I first hooked up with him a while back when he did the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. But there needs to be more of a concerted effort to get those kids in those kind of things. And of course, you yourself being the master of horticulture, the master of
He said
agriculture,
master.
right? Yeah, you got to go and own that, bro. You just gonna have to go and own it, because that's basically what you've done. You've shown how to take something from scratch, and now you've pretty much mechanized it. Your entire setup is well functioning, and it's only going to expand, right? Because you got somewhat the blueprint now, right? And so again, that's the kind of stuff like I said, I get excited for. So again, shout out to you again, and again, I'm taking notes, like I said. So
I appreciate you, brother.
Mhm. Man, listen, I can go on and on, but I told you only an hour, so I don't want to be holding the brother up. You have so much going on, it is so beneficial to our community, and not just you, your whole entire family, and a blueprint. Like, we have no excuses. I mean, especially when you're willing to share and walk through. I'm definitely going to start my little project for 2021, because I want to grow those seasonings myself.
Absolutely.
Because I spend a lot of money on those things, because I love to cook. I can't cook in the kitchen without them. I have to have all herbs, slice them all up, right? you know, I can't mess with the animals because then I'll be crying because I have to kill them. I don't do it. I can't do it.
You don't have to kill the chickens to get eggs, sis. You can
Oh,
get,
just let them run around and then you know what?
yeah.
I don't know if they don't let me grow them in my backyard in Lexington. They probably be there calling people on me. I have to get another place. I have to get another.
Yo, so let me ask you a question.
Well,
What's the difference between a chicken and a parrot?
obviously nothing really. I mean, they're both birds.
Both birds.
Right.
So,
Okay,
so I
so
think everybody should have at least two birds in their house, right? Like I said, you can keep them in a dog cage. It's so many things you can do.
oh,
And you said you made a good point there. And Sister Marvin's like, yeah, what you mean by that? But I know what you was asking you because parrots are loud.
They're loud.
They're very loud, and you cannot, again, convince someone that they're not as louder than that of a chicken. Of course, the rooster's the only thing that's really making most of the noise,
right. Yeah.
right? The smaller chickens don't make so much, or the female, the hens are not as, I think,
So
boisterous as that of a rooster possibly. But you're right, the parrots are very loud. But again, a lot of that stuff you'd be surprised, Sister Monica. All you do is just check, within the city ordinance and see what the
yeah,
rules are,
Right.
and you probably
especially
can
if it don't,
have
especially if it don't say that you can't do it.
right.
I know that's the part right there. It ain't in the
I'm from Brooklyn.
Yeah, I tell you, yeah, you got to challenge it. And again, I've been in metro areas and I've seen people like you just spoke of. And they got them things right, a couple chickens here, and I'm like, okay, see, people, dogs bark, people, get used to
Yeah,
that. Don't say that, you
right,
know.
right.
It's weird when you think about it, but you really have to say, okay, well, you know, hey, what are my boundaries? And then if it ain't no, issue to keep me from it, then guess what? I'm in there.
worst case scenario, they tell you to get rid of it and you just put them in a pot.
See, see how
No.
that work? See how that work? Or Sister Market, okay, you take them to the flea market, right? When you go do the jewelry, I got a couple of hens over here. Get some jewelry and a chicken today.
Real talk, right? Like got a special.
Chicken bling. Chicken bling.
Chicken bland, that's it.
I like that actually. Chicken bling.
That's it.
Oh man, listen, bro. I'm definitely greatly appreciative of you coming on, and because I've been trying to get you for a
And
while.
I've been ducking you. I'm gonna be very honest. I'm very
Oh, I
transparent, right? Like, I've never liked getting honors, right? Like I've always hated like military awards, um, and being recognized and stuff like that. I never liked people just looking at me.
mm.
It always made me feel
Oh,
strange. So I ducked you for a little while. I did, but
it's
you
been a
called me out.
while.
You called me out last time. I was like, I got you.
4 years. What you talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. But
Because
I really have something now, right? I didn't feel like I really had something before, but like I really feel like it's bulletproof almost, right?
right, because I've been watching you since you got those little structures started and the expansion.
Yeah.
I look again, you got land, and threw some chickens in there, and now you got roosters, and then you got fish. I'm like, oh, he is doing it. And then package it up, and now you getting sales. And I remember the big leaf greens and all of that. So, I was excited about your success. I'm like, man, I gotta tell the world.
I
Y'all sleeping
appreciate
on
that. Thank you.
our folks getting it in. What y'all talking about? Like, what black men y'all hanging around? Because the ones I know.
They not black men, they black males, right? Like everybody, we got to read that book, New Visions by Black Men, Dr. Naeem Akbar. Like he break down that whole manhood, malehood, womanhood, femalehood. A lot of us is out of character
Mm.
and not being our best self, right? We sing that song, living our best life or whatever, but we not being our best selves, and we doing a disservice to everything.
Ooh, look at Coach. You perked up on that, huh? I knew that would get your attention. Don't be hiding. I
You know
see
we
you.
you know we talked about that earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
males and not men. Difference. Big difference.
Big difference, huge difference.
Mm. You got a comment or two since you over here?
No, I told you I'm digesting today. I don't know a whole lot about any of those things, so I know when to listen and be quiet.
Mm. Okay, I see you, Sean. Whatever. So, we got our brother Chris on here. What's up, Chris? In the cut. We got Brandon. What's up, Brandon?
Peace, peace, peace. What up, brother? Ali Dawoud L.
Peace, God.
Why everybody can see that but me?
Right.
Peace. Peace, family. What's going on, everybody?
Peace, God.
Angie, you know
Peace.
I'm
Hi.
gonna that
I
mic.
got my phone died before, but it was so nice to hear y'all talk about the chickens and the aquaponics. I'm very interested in all of that. So cool. Thanks a lot, brother Dawood. What is it? Ali?
You said it right.
Peace.
I'm the
Thank you.
only
Yeah.
person that can't say it right.
That was really nice and refreshing to see something like that. And the few people that we have out here in Brooklyn, they're doing farming now, so it's really growing, and this is exciting. And I'm here trying to grow my avocado plant.
You have avocado, Ali?
Yeah, I have avocado growing. I actually walked into an avocado tree, and because I walked into it, I felt like it was divine, that it was meant for me to take it. so I took two avocados, ate them, and I put two seeds in two separate jars, and I found that it was very interesting that only one actually sprouted and grew out. The other one shriveled up and died, and I thought that was interesting.
So you put it in what size jar and
I used like a regular mason jar, and I used like some long toothpicks to let it to kind of like fall into it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
you said some toothpaste?
Toothpicks.
Pick.
Oh, toothpick. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and just stab them and just let the water just like put it like right at the base of the let the water go right to the base of the seed
Mhm.
and just let it sit there and it'll grow up and reach for that water.
Yeah, I think sometimes if the avocado was force ripened,
Yeah.
the seed is just not ready. Sometimes you can take off the skin, which I don't like to do because it looks like it's bruised when you do that. It's so
Hmm.
funny how to see. But yeah, sometimes you take off the skin and it also helps to let it open up. But yeah, I have this one here. So it's very interesting in watching because the plants are so sensitive to different water sources, you know? Like if you're gonna if you throw spring water or if you throw the tap water, it tells you like I don't like that water.
It's very interesting because these plants are very sensitive to everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even when I put too much stuff, I use my soil from my chicken coop
Mm-hmm.
to add my fertilizer for my plants. If I put too much on certain plants, like
Yeah.
they react, they would definitely show me right away that they didn't like
Mm-hmm.
that,
Mm.
right?
Yes.
So yeah, the different water, all that stuff matters. So I guess so I guess I can answer your question honestly, Sister Mo, and say yes, it does benefit you to talk to your plants.
I'm gonna have to get that. I have to get out there and say something cool with it.
All I'm saying is Dr. George Washington Carver did it, and he was successful. And people right here acting like plants ain't alive. We
They
talking about
absolutely
everything
alive.
like we too big, or we better than anything that's
Yeah.
out there that doesn't, speak English, right? As if it's not alive in a lot of ways. So again, it's
Mm-hmm.
just a part of understanding your environment. That's all. People who are indigenous, who live off the land, you'll see unequivocally, they take advantage and take care of what their eco, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever it's worth, I think by having that kind of respect, right? Things seem to thrive better when you have a respect for it, right? And you treat
Mm-hmm.
it with a level of intent and kindness. Things flourish better, right? Again, energy is something that's real. Whether you look at it as odd or wild, or it's real, and things can sense energy. Like a dog can sense when you in a bad mood, right? Well, he can't speak English, right? So what's the difference, right? But again, I get it. I know how people are like, man, but yeah, that's just a little bit out. I was like, okay, y'all joking and got y'all do. I would tell people, some people who move too far away from some of the basic things like that, they become the spooky ones,
Right.
right?
Hey, nah, brother. Yo, like I said, I'm super pseudo. I'm living in the future in real time. right? Absolutely planning out all my next steps, and I see them. I'm claiming them, and can't nobody tell me they not real,
And I
right?
can sum it up even better. Know what you're doing that they ain't doing?
What's that?
You demonstrating and not conversating.
Oh yeah, I don't have too much conversation. I'm gonna do it.
When you demonstrate and not necessarily do a whole lot of talking, what can they say? Right? You
Yeah.
back them in the corner to what? To prove that what you're doing is not substantial. And so I love it, man. I'm a fan.
Mm.
Yeah, one more thing, like sunlight is like the best food because if you put too much water, the leaves droop, they'll fall, you know. But and like brother said, brother L, what is it? Brother L Ali, brother Ali, I'm sorry about that. If you put the wrong soil, maybe too much fertilizer, you know, there's such a balance, then they won't even grow. But if it's just in a good amount of sun and healthy soil with that amount of water, it'll grow and grow fast. Just keep budding.
Yeah,
Mhm.
to add on, like even with that, like everything about this is a learning process. Everybody's area is different. And with some plants, too much sun is a problem, right? Like it'll make your plant grow too fast, to where I forget the name of it, the condition, but it'll make it grow real tall and fast, but everything will be bitter,
Mm.
right? It's like
Oh,
it's just too much, right? So you really got to know what the plant you're growing and what it needs, right? Everybody can get the app. Well, I don't want to call out no apps because I ain't getting paid. But I'm saying there's a lot of tools out there that can help you identify plants and tell you what's wrong with them, and um, tell you exactly what they need, right? So
So,
some plants you can't give them too much sun, right? Like
right. Indirect sunlight.
yeah, some need indirect sunlight. Like some plants grow better on the west side of my house than they do on the east side.
mm,
Um, yeah, like it just all depends, right? And like I said, there's nothing that I can say to anybody, even if the person lives here in Florida. Um, everybody's yard is different. Everybody's sprinkler system comes on at a different time, or however they water their plants. Um, everybody do it for a different amount of time, so everybody's productivity is going to be measured differently, and you can really only measure it by your standards, right? Like, because what works for me may not work for you,
right.
and vice versa.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a task for me.
Nah, it makes like once you start growing stuff, it makes you a scientist. I don't care what nobody say. Right? Like,
Listen, they told me I was in Germany, and they told me if I wanted to know how I was going to take care of my husband, I needed to get a plant or a pet. And
Facts. Facts.
well, I'm gonna tell you right now, this ain't gonna-
well, you about to you
And
about
I
to
say
get you about to
plants because
start farming.
I grew up with a lot of plants in my household, especially in Florida. My mom had plants everywhere. Again, we talking about the whole basic science of what? Removing a lot of the carbon dioxide and replacing with fresh oxygen.
yeah,
Plants give you that out the gate. You cannot dispute that. That's science in work. Again, photosynthesis, phototropism, all that,
Yeah, all that stuff is real.
it's real. It's very real. So, but again, it just shows you some of the basic elements of being able to take care of something that's, uh, living, right, in terms of a plant. And I got that from the same with my mom. So it's weird too. 'Cause when I went in the military, when I got to my first duty station, in my so-called little barracks, I had like the best room that everybody wanted to hang out in all day, right? Because I had plants everywhere. I made it like home, right? We talking about a brick and mortar, dusty brick, barracks. Y'all know this, like my military family. I
mhm.
had plants in there, fish in there. And so people like, man, we finna go up and hang out there with Addison, man. We finna go hang out with. And so everybody's like, hang out in my room all the time, and like, but like you said, Sister Monica, it attracted the opposite sex. The women like, yeah, you must got some good,
Yeah, good, good.
good skills, right? From mom was taught you right. So yeah, I had no problem with the ladies hanging out. But that's it, But seriously, on the serious side, it's just a part of growth and nurturing, right? And
Yeah,
especially women. So you guys know as well as we know, you know, you guys are the purveyor, of all these things. So Yeah, it's awesome to see it. It's happening now. So, brothers, take advantage, take notes, brothers. You guys out there living so hard with your Timberlands kicked up and your big cans all over your house, and you living like a bastard, man. Throw some plants in there, man. Throw some plants in there.
This is good.
Yeah, start with like an aloe so it won't die right away. Just like,
Look, they gave me a well, I don't even know what I started with, but anyway, I know at one point they was like, you know what, we're gonna give you a cactus. They gave me this beautiful little cactus, right? Huh, honey, you know what happened. And then I got a pit. I had a pit, right? And I was doing really well with my little pit. It was growing everything. I look again one day, I was like, oh Lord, I done killed the dog too.
Oh my goodness. What?
In trouble.
no,
I ain't gonna make it.
he didn't die. He died?
He died.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Parvo.
He didn't die. He died. No, I didn't kill it. I think somebody poisoned it. I had the garage up one day and I had gone back to work. I worked like 10 minutes away. I had the garage up. Some people was at my house, and when I came back, I had just messed with her, and then when I came back, you know, she was just laid in the garage. I was like, oh, what happened? So of course, you know, everybody blaming on me, but I wasn't even home. I'm gonna start again. I think I've matured. I've grown up. So I'm gonna get me some. I'm gonna start my little project for 2021. You can coach me through, Ali. And
Now, I got you. My 2021 is all about preservation, right? So
I need to be there.
like we putting things in jars, like we planning for in case we lose electricity. So I'm telling everybody to start looking into canning. That whole processing, that whole process, right?
Right.
Because you can have a bunch of stuff. So check it out. Possession is 9/10 of the law, right? But that 1% is serious, right? So you can have a bunch of food, but if you can't store it, you really don't have it. You can have a bunch of stuff. If you can't protect it or keep somebody from taking it, you really don't have it,
That's a t-shirt,
right? I saw something that said that if you basically if you can't provide for yourself, you're basically a pet, right? And
So interesting.
and I'm anti any thoughts like that. Somebody else got so much control over me. I want to have control over everything that I can control, and everything that I can't control, I just accept that as is. But if there's a way for me to control it, then I want that.
Facts. We share that same sentiment. Worst thing ever is to be tethered to somebody else for your own, ability to kind of exist, so to speak. And of course, we do it in our own little way. We try to do it through the financial side, teach people how to make money and funds and have a revolving door, how to always go back and learn how to tap into those things, so you'll never be dependent upon a system or government, whatever, to kind of take care of you or tell you when you can, go to the bathroom on the job or something. And in your case, of course, like you said, self-sustainment, farming, horticulture, agriculture, the whole nine, ecosystem in itself. Of course, if you left Florida tomorrow and they drop you off in the middle of, the Amazon, you right back to pumping. If they give you all your essentials, you right back to pumping the next day, right? So those skills stay with you, and that's the part where I know exactly what you're saying. We need those type of skills and the discipline to make sure that we can not transfer and make sure we don't have to worry about depending upon others. So real good lesson in that. You said something there.
Yes, indeed. So I appreciate you, Ali, for coming on, embracing us with your presence, sharing your wisdom, and willing to, to offer more. You guys make sure you subscribe to BK Solar Farms on Facebook. Subscribe to his Facebook page, Instagram. I posted his website in the chat. Hit him up if you're in the Florida area or any area you're interested in learning. The 100 Men and Women team. It's all about, connecting with our brothers and sisters. You heard it first. 2021 self-preservation. Let's get it, man. Let's not allow natural disasters, pandemic, things of that nature, and having to rely on the government for at a minimum food. Okay, so that's something that we can actually do. We can start from what we already have in our cabinets and our refrigerators. getting it going. So, Ali, I'll let you go ahead and close out your interview session. I apologize for keeping you an extra hour, but you're just so impactful. I mean, you have so much knowledge, and we didn't even really dig into that business aspect of it. But I definitely wanted to make sure you shared the food, your wife's business, the solo stitching, and those things, because I wanted people to see and know that there's some us's out there who are doing it. They're doing it together. I love the fact that, duality. I pride myself in talking about that a lot, because too often people speak about the husband and wife, or the man and woman not working together. And so the last two brothers that I brought on were married, and they're doing things together. And you guys are very successful at it. And so I love it. So go ahead and, give us your last words, close out your interview session. I'm going to break up the interviews that I do with the brothers separately, so you guys can take there and post them on your websites and do whatever you want to do with them, separate from the rest, because we're gonna get it in the investments in a minute. And mainly, when we talk about investments, we talk about putting your money in things that's going to give you a return. And so you're putting yours in the agriculture world, which is phenomenal. And so your return is just as great as the monetary side. So I mean, you're getting both, the best of both worlds. You're getting the nutrition side and the monetary side.
Absolutely. Now, I want to say thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity, Sister Mo, for just to share, right? Like, so I'm real simple. I just want to build and make money, right? I don't want nothing else. I just want to win, right? And I'm really looking for folks that want to do the same things and to just do that. I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't need any more books. I don't need to learn anything else. I don't need to take any more lectures. I'm at a different point in my process, right, to where it's only about application, right? So I apologize to everybody in the future when you talk to me if I come off a little short, but I really just want to I just want to do stuff, right? I just want to do things that's going to work and it's going to benefit us, and I don't want to talk too much more. All right, so thank you for your time and attention. BK Soul Farm on everything, social media, Soul Stitchings on everything. We also got a Grizz Canal Kennel Club. We have a little dog breeding thing that we do.
Oh, I never seen that. Is that on your website?
No, that's something that's in hiatus right now. Like, cause I got a bunch of ideas, sis, right? So I got a bunch of things running in concurrent. I've been breeding dogs since about 94, 95, right? So now I have an idea of a dog that I'm trying to breed, that I'm putting together. So just look out for us. Keep us in your thoughts, right? Because we got some ideas and we're trying to shape our own reality.
Hey, hey, hey.
I say.
I'm trying to
Great.
see
Enough for you.
before I get off, but hey, listen, let me show y'all these beautiful eggs again.
Hmm.
The little
The
people.
Easter eggs.
Oh, I didn't find those. You don't have a picture of those, do you, Ali?
So I don't know, sis. I be taking so much pictures and posting stuff.
You really do.
The
I don't know.
chickens are so beautiful. It's like they look so nice, healthy, and happy. Like,
Thank
that's
you.
so cool. You're welcome.
Look at the I just seen let me see, maybe if I can stroll it real quick. Look at that. Look at those peppers.
Natural colors.
Yes, natural curry. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's curry in that picture right below the peppers. Yeah, we do our own curry.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh, right
No,
here.
that right there. That's curry.
I was trying to figure that out when I was looking at the picture. I was like, I wonder what that is. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
I
So,
have turmeric and ginger because some of them you can't propagate because they spray them so that it doesn't root. But a couple of times, if you buy and you see the buds on it, then you can take it and you can
So
root
yeah,
it.
I got turmeric going around my whole house. I got ginger going around everywhere. Um,
Nice.
Yeah, like I try everything. Like I don't believe in failure, right? Like if it's possible, let's do
You're a true scientist. You saying like you feeding the
it.
dog too? That
Yes.
that that takes very, a lot of focus, and you have to pay attention. You really have to love them to get that, to make those small changes. Because a lot of people hybridize the dogs, and then it makes them more sick, right?
Correct.
But I've seen some very successful kennels, so I know that those that really care about the dogs, they have healthy breeds and
Yeah.
strong.
A friend of mine breed got a kennel, whatever. But yeah, but thank you.
Mm.
Appreciate you.
All
Don't
right,
be a
sis. Thank you.
stranger. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, y'all got me now. So this
You did
is
well.
your fault. This is your fault now.
I know, right? You did well though. I look forward to seeing you. Not now. Coach want to take a trip. We're not driving in the cold. So maybe when it get hot, spring, summertime, I'll rule him down there since he won't leave me alone.
Awesome.
Um,
Stop
Great.
complaining, man.
yeah, we'll come down there and see you. Do some live.
Great.
So we here. So all right, sis. Thank you again.
Peace,
All
bro.
right.
All right.
Peace, brother.
All right. Peace. Talk to you
Thank
later.
you so much.
Family, please.
Peace, power, and profit. Definitely. That's all up in there, brother African important. I knew that made you proud.
Oh, very much. Again, these nights where I just like, man, I be sitting there so excited. I be sitting there like, man, you just realize again, this is what we supposed to be doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
When people say, if you got kids, you're supposed to take care, so we, looking for pats on the back. Well, you're supposed to be doing some of the same stuff that Brother Ali is doing.
Yeah.
We become too, I like to say, we became too homogenized.
Yes.
Just to be honest, and a lot of us out there, like he spoke about that. There's a lot of black males, but there ain't many black men out there,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's a lot of females out there, but there ain't no many, ain't that a lot of black women. So that's the difference right there. Those who demonstrate as opposed to just compensate. All right. So again, shout out to him again, and everybody that has come on, since we, been doing these successful, black male segments here. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, you guys know these are people who right near you, right on your social medias, whatever the case, and you see them, but you don't really understand a lot of ways until you allow them to display what they got, what's going on. So this is good because you need moments to where these moments, and I kind of know exactly, in my opinion, the importance of why these shows are very much needed.
Yes.
Because you need black men, not
Yes.
males, black men to start stepping up,
Yes.
right? There's no excuses because you're showing people who, from, as we've seen here, from all walks of life, all situations in life, how their scenario has, turned them from where they were at some point to where they are today. You can't dispute that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, it's the oldest scenario again. Demonstration beats conversations, and as long as people demonstrating, what can you say?
Well,
You can be in your feelings. You can try to call them pseudo. You can do whatever you can, but it's still not going to stop that next day. Sun coming up and think what business being handled. You still sitting there mad and in your feelings and trying to nitpick and critique everybody. Ain't nothing growing in your neck of the wood, right? It's like your plants in their house dying, right? they,
yes.
they too busy trying to be analysts and not necessarily doers. And the plants in their house dying. Everybody else is thriving. So again, I love it, man. I'm a fan. I'm a
Yes.
fan of my brothers and sisters.
I I get those so excited because there's so many, and I had a conversation before. I'm like, man, with some people, and I was like, well, I don't know what black men you around, because man, I know some people boots on the ground, right there, right with you, and they're doing great things. And another thing he highlighted, a lot of people, I think maybe a year or two ago, they wanted to get into homeschooling or whatnot. The pandemic gave you that perfect opportunity for you to start educating your own babies or whatnot. How many people really, really about that life. You really want to be self-sufficient, and you really want to, take those steps to educating your own and ensuring that they understand all facets of transfer knowledge, growing well, making sure that they stand on the shoulders of, that they know practical knowledge to be able to maneuver, whether it's from the agriculture, tech. There's a lot of companies who offered free classes. Then you have everything's on YouTube and Google. You have no excuse. You can't even say you don't know. That's why you get ignored because, all this information is accessible. I was super excited today. I finally caught my first run stock all the way up. I was so excited. I didn't even know what was going on. I was like, well, I got so much money in my Robinhood.
You did it.
Yeah, I was like, what is this? Because I was in the country and I didn't have a signal. And so when I came back in, I was like, I looked down, I was like, wait a minute, something ain't right. I know I didn't sell nothing. Where did it come from? I was super excited, boy. Hey, listen, I've never caught a stock that did this right here. I was like, wow. I was excited by myself. Y'all should have seen me in the car. And I only had two, so but I was excited because we had just talked about last night. Brother African Porter had just said, "What if?" I think he had told Sonny, "What if you 2010, you got in Tesla at the $10, $20, you got two, and it was $20 a share, and then I was like, whoa, $3, $4, $5, okay, all the way up to what 100 and what's the high on this thing?" 106, 158, I think it went to. I think it went to 158 or 159. Who else? I know Brother African Emporium made him some bread off of it. I ain't even going there.
You know what? This rare occasion where I don't catch these little snares like this. This was one. And this goes back to what we said also last night. There's so many opportunities surrounding what we do. You can't even catch them all, even when they seem so obvious, right? And y'all know I'm a big proponent. Sometimes I do a lot of these scenarios like this and I share them with the group because what we're really doing is showing people how, small things turn into big things, right? Through knowing, what to do and how to do it, being in the right place at the right time. Well, these stocks, these financial vehicles, these runners become heir and apparent in terms of what they can do, right? And if given the right scenario. And so this is just one of many. So we, before this, it was SPI.
Yep.
Right? This one here went up as high as like 2,000, 2,500%. I think the peak of this one was like near 2,500%.
Yes.
And so when people, again, it goes back to what we've been saying. When you tell people, yeah, man, we've been in stocks that ran up, this, that, and the third, and from 3,000% running a day.
Uh-oh.
And they kind of look at you like, yeah, but no, we're like, seriously, it went up this much in a day. And so same thing with that, again, with GLSI, all you had to do was just utilize the free scanner that Webull offers you.
Yep.
Understanding what you're doing to a degree, of course, is for people who have a little bit more knowledge, but not just, complete person out the gate. But all you had to do saw that it was breaking out, right? Yep. And after that, you spend a couple dollars on it, right? In case what you did here, 5 or 10 shares, whatever, set your stop loss and go handle your business.
Yeah. It was, and the reason I bought it, I'll buy just one share because I'm like, okay, it'll go up a couple dollars. I can take that and go. But I bought two because I seen that it was, I was looking through the little chats and talking about it, and it was like, oh, this might be like the cure to breast cancer. I say, ooh. And then I look at it, 100% buy. I was like, oh, snap, wait a minute. Let me get two. Instead of getting 10 or 20. I'm just cheap. I just make them bad decisions sometimes. But I was just like, oh, snap. Okay. Then I read up on more and I was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to keep it for like a long term because it might be a good company. Then I went and look at the FinViz, do a little backwards research because I didn't do forward. And I was just super excited. And I was just like, oh, I finally, paid attention to something. But
that's literally it. We spoke about that, right? That that other side of the coin, of course, is the fundamentals, right? There's technical side to one coin, Then there's the fundamentals on the other side of the coin, and then the holder of the coin is what? The investor sentiment, the price action, right? The investor, so to speak, at that point. So again, that's what we're talking about when we're saying you got to canvas, these stocks, these opportunities, these vehicles, so to speak, when they present themselves, and you realize something of that magnitude. Of course, even when you got to the news late, it was just more of an incentive, right? To say, well, I'll give it time to kind of unfold because this is good news. It really was, I mean, it still is. I'm not like it's done.
Yeah,
That's good news. Think about that.
Yeah, because their trial is they're getting a real good let's look, they're getting a real good positive readings from their trials, and I was like, okay, so they're not even done yet. They still
right.
have some.
And it was just a phase 2 trial, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if the phase 3 is successful. Of course, if it holds its gains anywhere at least above, I would say at least above $10 to $20 a share.
Yeah,
that's going to be phenomenal for that value, because again, we know that breast cancer is one of the most high dollar pharmaceutical endeavored industries out there in terms of money that's coming out of that goes into the market that's beneficial, right? Everybody's trying to find a cure for what? Cancer.
Right.
Even more importantly, breast cancer, right? How many foundations out there that are nonprofit that donate money for the the cure of breast cancer? So again, really big business overall. You can pull up the breast cancer market cap and you'll see in itself. So those are very unique lanes to be in. But in case in this point, the stock had its day. It got its ticket point, so to speak. Right? It got called up from the chitlin circuit, and it lights out. So again, you guys witnessed it. A lot of people new to this. Again, this stock went up over 2,500%.
Yep.
Right? Again, bring me your bank account
Right
that you
there.
bought over, that you all excited about, and we're gonna bring you our broker accounts, right? It's gonna be an unfair fight, I guarantee you.
Oh yeah.
Very unfair fight. So that's why it's important to get invested and again find those opportunities out there that can provide you such an opportunity like that of sort, just by being ready. That way you don't have to worry about what. Get ready.
Right. So I've learned how to keep money in my buying power, or to have, or put it in one of the little stocks I know is making money, then sell some of it, take some of the profits, and get something I want, so I won't have to be in that day trade, caught up in that pattern day trade.
And the purpose of having multiple accounts, because y'all know a lot of people used to push back at me. I was like, man, you need to have about 5 or 6 accounts. I don't need all them accounts, man, because people think it's gonna mess your credit. Just a lot of misconceptions and stuff like that. They just didn't know, and that's why I'm patient, because when we walk people through that stuff and we tell people this is the incentive for this, and you got 2 or 3 bank accounts, right? Well, you should have more broker accounts than you have bank accounts. That's facts.
Yes.
But those are opportunities that now you get to leverage to grow your capital within. Right? Your bank account is like a snail's pace, right, in relation to that of a broker account. You can't, ordinarily go to your bank to being able to be in a position to have caught what? GLSI, right?
Right.
Unless you had access to the investment side within that. A lot of people not think about that. They got a bank account that actually has investment incentive and don't even tap into that aspect of the bank account. So I say, what's the use? Right? But nonetheless, you need to have multiple accounts at your disposal. It costs you nothing, right? Literally. At most $1 a month, like some of these accounts like Stash, that's $1. Okay, don't cry about $1. Ain't gonna kill you, right?
They give you 20.
And they're gonna give you 20. See, that's why I say that didn't pay for what? 20 months already.
Yeah.
So you just got to get people out of that framework of thought to always try to what? Again, they are naturally pessimistic because of situations surrounding a lot of things. We ain't got to go into the deep dive of the psychological aspect. But nonetheless, once they begin to see you guys demonstrate, that's all you need to do, just keep demonstrating. Because eventually it's going to, somebody going to ask a question, I guarantee you. Right? You post them gains today, them $200 some a day, and you only spent what, $7, $8, $10 at most?
I spent 30. I bought 2 at $15.90. I spent $30.
Well, $30. So 30 turned into 200 plus.
200. Yep.
When you post that kind of stuff, see, that stuff is finite. I mean, those numbers are already then tallied. Right? It ain't no, well, yeah, but no, ain't no well, no nothing.
Yep.
Right? This is a done deal.
I ain't make it up. It showed. Would you say the proof is in the pudding?
Proof is in the pudding.
There's the receipts. I was excited. I said, "Well, I done made up all the days I didn't trade."
Yeah, and I saw it. I saw it. But these one of the ones I was just like stumped. Right? Because I was up late. Then, of course, I had other things to do. I just watched it. I said, "Yep." Saw it at 7. Saw it. I was stretching out around 8, 9, 10. Got up near the 15. Saw it stretching out in the 20, 26 area. Kind of stalled out around 26. I'm serious. I sat there and watched it. It stalled out. Then it climbed up like 26, 28, and then it began to stretch out. Basically the same, almost like SPI did. So I'm used to these. I've been in a lot of parabolic moves. Like I said, the biggest one I was in was a stock that ran 14,000% in a day. And so that convinced me a long time ago. I was like, you ain't got to say no more, right? I lived to be in a scenario like that again, So it's like, man, this stuff is awesome because it does really provide you such an opportunity that you can get nowhere else. Be honest, seriously.
Yes, nowhere.
Can't.
Nowhere. And I was when not this one per se. Well, and then of course, you talked about DoorDash. DoorDash, DoorDash came in like a flood. Like, whoa. Did I go to the right one? Yep, that's it. It came in the market at 163. It went all the way up to 195. Even if you had just did some fractional shares, you made some money. And I think that sometimes people, a lot of times it's almost as if they think that some people they just want to put the funding in their accounts and then let it do what it do, which is more investing. But then to take the time to learn, how to identify use case or growth stocks, blue chip stocks or stocks with dividends, so that you can understand how it actually works. That's the piece. If they can conquer the time side of things and training and learning, taking the time to learn, which means you got to block off some time. You got to clear out your mind because it's something totally new. You haven't been exposed to it. And then you have to build up a tolerance for getting excited about it. But that particular stock was something cheap. Like you couldn't even, you could have skipped lunch and made a couple bucks and got excited. So DoorDash came in on the IPO today.
Yeah. Go to that let's say do the 30-minute window chart. 30 minute.
30 minute? Okay.
30 minute like.
Oh yeah, so we can see the candles.
And then again, just kind of seeing how it kind of, when it came in, like anything, of course, you're gonna have initial profit take when it spiked up with the wick. We don't understand what's going on with those wicks. And so once all that liquidity got flushed out there, you kind of round it out. You establish that support, as you can see there clearly around about $1.74, 174. We said dollar, 174 bucks and change.
Right here.
And after that, it rounded that curve.
Rounded that curve like whoa.
You know what I'm saying, went right on back up there. So of course, kind of like the snowflake scenario, they priced a lot of people out purposely. A lot of that had to do with SoftBank, the mega conglomerate VC of the world, so to speak. They're known for all their big innovative tech venture capitalist funding projects. If you guys not familiar with SoftBank, I say do a soft research on them. They are the driver behind a lot of these tech companies that that are big behemoths of today. They were the early seed investors. So matter of fact, they were the one true hedge house that carried the entire market literally throughout a lot of the summer. Right, they bought a lot of the tech stocks that just kept running during the COVID scenario, and they turned they made like billions of dollars from like maybe a couple $100 million, something like that.
Yeah.
And they turned around and did it today with DoorDash. Right, they spent about $60 million, something right there, and they turned that into like 11 billion in one day. So this is how rich people get richer. Right? When you think about stuff like that, you say to yourself, man, okay, well, I ain't got 60 billion, but guess what? You got 100.
You got 100.
I got 50. Well, you did. Well, you got 20. Well,
Exactly.
guess what? If you ain't got that, you got 10. right? Because guess what? GLSI started at what? Around about
Yeah,
what? $3, $4,
$3.
$5,
It
somewhere
was
around there.
$3 and some
And
change.
it went to 158 today.
Yes. Let's see. Yes.
So no matter how much you try to prove that you can't, there's going to be a reason why you should. All right. The
Yes.
process of elimination has to take its course at some point. You have to stop trying to be the biggest excuse maker and start being the bearer of receipts and contracts.
Yeah. So
Right? So that's all, that's the thing again about this stuff that I love. And of course, along the way, you're gonna take some L's. Get excited for that.
yeah.
It's gonna tighten down your discipline. Don't get mad at failure. Right? Get excited when you run into a small aspect. It should sharpen your game up a little bit more. So you really have to start looking at life from that perspective. And you're not gonna have a gravy wheels and biscuit biscuit value all the time. At some point, you're gonna have to what? Trial and error. Brother Ali spoke about it. His trial and error, once that thing began to click, lights out. You see what I'm saying? So just stuff I get excited for, as always. Y'all know me.
Yes, definitely. So I was, and then there's another IPO AI, I think it was that C3 AI.
It was another gap up. It
Yeah.
benefited off that same,
Yep.
investor sentiment. And if I want to share this with y'all. We going into the within the fourth quarter now.
Yes.
Tax implications on stocks obviously they have to be in by the 26th, I think the 26th or 30th, right? So a lot of times what's happening at the end of the year, this is when big investment firms or investment houses, they start looking for anything they can to make them one big lump sum on the way out the door, right? There was no reason why AI was up today where it was, right? It got priced at what? $7, $8, $9, $10 somewhere right there.
Right.
And it was up here at what?
Right here. Yep. Look, $3.40.
And it was up here at 92.
And it's a good God.
DoorDash priced at 100, even though that was still expensive, right? And that's at a 16 billion scenario. They got a pre-valve around about 30 billion. The stock ended up being worth $75 billion. The CEO became an instant billionaire today. Instant billionaire. Instant. They doubled their valuation up near 75 billion right now. We just looked at this last night. We looked at the numbers, right? We're going over this stuff. 16 billion. Now that comes worth 75 billion in less than 12 hours.
Ooh, that's what I was trying to go to.
Those kind of opportunity, right? The same way if Monica, let's say she threw $100 on GLSI when it was at $10.
I know, I was so crazy.
$10 now. It went to 158. Let's say she sold at what? 140. How much did she just knock down with that $10? And she spent 100. So that means she bought 10 shares. 10 shares went from what? 10 to what? To 140. Yep. That's $140 per share.
Yeah.
That's $1,400 from 10.
I'm so shocked.
That kind of scenario. I was gonna be from 100. 100 brought you 1,400.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was in my buying power. Just sit there. I could have done it.
It was like Merry Christmas.
I know, but I lost the signal. I was in the country. I was trying to go to see my trainer. I was in the country. I took some back roads like a knucklehead. No, I should have took the highway.
That's just a part of how this stuff is. You still got a life, but within that, guess what you're able to do? Still make moves. What? Mobily.
Yeah.
From a mobile perspective, right? We used to say that we do other stuff from what? Cell phone, laptop, tablet, computer. That my whole little spiel. I kept saying that for a reason. I want people to see that we harness this stuff in the power of our little cell phone, and we out there still making moves and still getting it in. There's been many times I've done that, and I've been in plays and I stop, pull side the road, and just trade. And when I'm done, I politely get back on the road and go handle my business. So again, man, look, this stuff is exciting. I tell people, catch a couple of these runners like this. I guarantee you ain't gotta look. Catch a couple of these right here. I already know what it is.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out because I seen a couple on at least it was this morning at 4 a.m. there was a couple of them that went from like less than $10 to 15.
XBIO was another one. It was somewhat intended to somewhat the same news to a degree. That stock was up near 400% today. It seemed like it was dwarfed to that what GLSI did, but that's a 400% runner in itself. XBIO.
XP or
B,
D?
B as in
D as in
Bravo.
boy?
Sorry, X-ray Bravo, India,
Like
October.
yep, yep.
Genetic biosciences.
Look at
Look
it.
where that stock
Oh,
came from.
yes,
It was
from
like a dollar
Bravo.
99 cents, a dollar five, and went all the way up
Bravo.
to peak up there to what? Five and change. That thing was up over 500%. Over 500% by what time? What time is that? That 10:30.
At 10:30. They can't say you ain't got that because you can go through your car, through your seats, through your couch.
Yesterday after hours into this morning pre-market at the peak of the day, all or the high, it was up $5. Even if you got in above, let's say around $3 and $3 and change, you still was able to pick up, a good little bag. 80, 90, 80, 75, 80%, somewhere around there, give or take. That's good money.
Yeah,
80% on $100 is what? That's $80. That's partial. Some of you guys cell phone or whatever the case, you got to start, literally thinking about it from that perspective. Of course, that's just half the battle. You still got to have the preparation, the skill sets to get you there.
right.
But ultimately, what you're doing, you're seeing people who walked into this with, limited knowledge, and now they're demonstrating.
Yes.
See, that's what should really get you to start thinking like, okay, well, what am I not seeing or getting that they're starting to now what? Demonstrate.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, open book, Sister Monica, Sister Angie, open book. You've seen these people break down, where they came from, where they are today. Over Chris, right? Again, Brother Brandon, everything that we're speaking about. You got new people that finally came on board. Brother Stacy, a lot of people in the back chat were just listening a lot of time. Now they in the game. Brother Snotball, those guys following, they starting to see this stuff now.
They getting in too.
We got Coach. Coach came on, right? Coach getting ready to get popping, right? If he already been doing small stuff, Brother Mathis, right? We go on and on and on and on. Sister Camille, Sister Dramette in the chat, and so again, I tell you, it's a family environment, it's a coalition. It's people saying, okay, well, if they can do it, then I know I can do it. That's how it should be, because there's no competition, there's no stress. You ain't gotta worry about us calling you pseudo, right? Because what we doing ain't pseudo. What we doing is not pseudo. I guarantee you. We turn over some dollars and Joker turning pages and books. That's fine and dandy. But yeah, we got that stuff that fold and not just turn. And so I'm just saying. So get excited for that, guys. And again, we endeavor for more of our brothers and sisters who are on that side as well to start coming over here and hanging out with us more. Right? Yep. It's good, but with power behind it that can lead to profit, then it's just knowledge.
Bam.
Yeah. Monica, can you pull up?
You broke up, sis. Which one we pull up?
Can you pull up Johnson & Johnson?
J&J is back?
No, today I bought a put last week. I bought a put.
Okay.
And today, after remote learning, I came in and saw it change like 1,300%.
What?
Yep. But it wasn't high enough for me to break even, so I couldn't. But I saw that earlier this morning. It was close to it. It was about 97. It reached about 97. It didn't go over 100%. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, I gotta hold on to that. But as the GLSI stocks and the other IPOs were going up, Johnson & Johnson took this dip.
Mm-hmm. How they doing with the vaccine?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so
I bet you Oba knows.
That's not so.
I already know. Y'all know I'm missing that. But I always tell people, it's a method to my madness, and it's a method to you guys' madness as well. It's the reason why you guys are the vanguards of this, and of course you build and get better with time. You'll keep up with those little scenarios when news pop. Of course, in this case, you saw the chart right there. Tell you what's happening right there. Right, that chart ain't lying, of course. In terms of Johnson, we getting close to the vaccine now. If I could veg it back on that point and say this too, because tomorrow's supposed to be what?
Yeah,
a big day.
Look on the date.
What do we have tomorrow? Over Brandon, over Chris. All right. What do we have going on tomorrow that's important?
This what the stimulus thing?
You see, I'm asking the brothers.
He said he asked the brothers.
Right? Because the sisters kicking butt, taking names. So I need some of my brothers to start getting excited about this. And stop,
Excited, Brandon, Chris, where you at?
Right? They probably busy somewhere right now. But
they ain't busy.
Tomorrow's a big day, all right? A big news day. It's a big probability news day, right? Because we already talked about December 11th, man. We had that conversation, last week. Make sure you mark your calendar for December 11th, right?
Yep, I got my little stuff ready.
Right. Now, tomorrow is a precursor, right? This is the day before the day, right? So to speak. And technically tonight, they already kind of started it. Some of the motion of what's supposed to come down December 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So are you, again,
they started
getting ahead of the news, right? Front running news, right? Forward thinking, right? So what's going on tomorrow that may also be somewhat of a headliner for tomorrow's markets?
Funding the government for a week.
Remember, that's December 11th, remember?
Oh, that too.
But they already started the vote count. They start the vote count tonight. But that's also another big news leading up until Friday. But tomorrow is another big news reel. Anybody familiar with that? What we got coming down the pipeline tomorrow?
Oh, do we get the vax? We're not getting the vax. They just blah, blah, blah. Okay, what else is going on in this news?
Take a stab at it. The reason why I said it because again, when you stay, when you stay sourced up, so to speak, it gives you more opportunity, right?
Yeah.
It provides you more, resourceful values to kind of move with, right? Brother, there you go. Brother Mathis in the chat, right? Brother Mathis in the chat.
Mathis say.
He working, he grinding.
the approval for Pfizer. So the FDA is going to make the decision. I mean,
tomorrow. They convene tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp. Yeah, it's supposed to go all the way to 6 p.m. if it's necessary.
Right.
They can call it early in the market hours. They can do it, wait to 6 p.m. after the markets and do it then, right? Nonetheless, everybody's going to be waiting on that, right? Because Canada obviously took a more a deal to the office to get some of those vaccines today as well from the Pfizer camp. And other, people obviously been submitting their bids as well. They also today relinquished the price of what they're going to charge for their COVID vaccine.
Okay.
Right? $19. Right? For that vaccine, right? I guess it's a two-shot series, whatever. But on a medicinal side, that's really good compared to what they typically would charge people. Now, we get it free in America, of course. But those people like Canada, Israel, Europe, UK, they're going to be paying, obviously, which that's going to bring profit to the company. But again, I'm just saying all that to say, if that news comes down during market orders tomorrow, is that going to be a bullish signal for the markets or a bearish or a neutral? Anybody?
Bullish. I say boo.
Right.
I vote boo. I should have got me an option today. It's so cheap. Watch in the morning.
They were dirt cheap.
In the morning, it's gonna be about $20.
They were dirt cheap.
Oh my God. Let me pull it up. Let's see.
Oh, I want to take and Pfizer. Pfizer was the cheapest one. Right. So those contracts, for a couple dollars out, even $1 out, were $100 or less.
Yeah.
For those contracts. Right?
Yeah. $1 out, $98. $1. So,
that's how we front load information, right? That's what we do, right? So whether you trade or you don't, whether you see it as a viable entity or don't fall, you don't have to be a user of the product or the service. But that's what makes us unique. We are investors, right? That's what we're designed and trained to do. We're there searching for opportunities, like any entrepreneur will be doing every single day when he's out there or she's out there.
These calls. Oh my God. How did
I rest my case.
Oh my God. They gonna make a killing tomorrow.
Potentially. It's still, part of the game what the market has to produce and not necessarily, present.
Yeah.
It still got to be produced.
I done took that chance on $40.
But my point is just that, because again, we're in the business of what? Understanding the probability factor. See how that works?
Wow.
So those contracts there, you see $30, $32 a contract. Some of y'all got $32 right now, right? 20, 40 bucks right now.
And you know it's gonna go past that.
Well, again, eventually, if the news,
possibly
comes out, that's why we got speaking probability, because the day still has to unfold. But that's what we do when you're strategically putting a plan together, right? you're going through all the pros and cons and seeing if it makes sense. Dollars and cents, right? When you're putting forward the government contract or procurement, you're going through all the variables, do you not? Right?
Yep, you do. Yep.
Same reality. And you say, well, this give me the highest probability case to win this contract because I done this, that, and the third. That's all it is. Black people good at this stuff. We just we're too busy trying to fight against the idea of why we should not, be a part of it to a degree or take a chance on it, and so we just miss out. And we like, okay, well, we'll like, I'll wait to the next one. Then you be waiting for the next one. Then you be waiting for the next one. Right?
We do it. We just do it with sports.
Go open. Say again.
Nah, I said we do that. The probability we just do it with sports and other foolishness.
There you go. That's where I was going with it. I didn't want to say it outright because I don't understand how people are. We get sensitive about our little sports.
Not lying. We debate about Jordan,
religiosities
LeBron, and Kobe all day long, but something like this, nah.
Yeah, they run from that opportunity, right? So you would take your chance again, like I say, on a player and put 100 on him though. You're gonna put 100 on whoever your favorite player is, but again,
but to speak to your point though, African Emporium, I was like a couple of years ago, I was doing the same thing, like gambling online with football games and parlays and stuff like this, same thing. And I could have been very well doing exactly what you guys are talking about right now.
Yeah, and it's weird too because now they've legalized it. Yep. Online gambling, pretty much in most of the real hardline states out there, they've same way they do with marijuana now. For this so many years, they kept it under the table. You had kind of on the table, or you had to go to Vegas. Right now they got DraftKings, they got Penn. All right, Penn. What's the other one? The online betting site. Now you can again take it to the next level. But in that case, now you also have something to even with specific skill sets that you learn from online betting, you can now take that into a more strategic approach and get into investing. Right. That same energy and knowledge in terms of how you did your research and your methodology behind it and finding out certain things, right? Whether it's going to be a good one or not, it's the same thing when you move over to the investment world. The only difference is you have a bigger pool resource to pull from. So in the betting world, or even the black market betting world, you made a couple $100 million here, maybe $1 billion here if you're in a bigger pool, right? But you got to pay a lot to get in those pools. But in investing, guess what? Our pools are vast and wide, right? We deal with $5.7 trillion every single day, right? Let me repeat that. Our pool that we pull from is about 5.7 trillion every day. It's a no-brainer. If I bring $10 to the market and I'm fortunate to catch a stock like GLSI, I cash out above 100. Again, you talking about taking $10 or $100 and turn that into 1,400. In a scenario like that on any given day when you can have such a scenario that comes in presents itself. Or like Sister Andrew was saying, how she, a put that turned over to 130% or whatever, in terms of how she was breaking it down. Those percentage gains that you would never be able to get, of course, outside of such an opportunity like this. So, and you ain't working for it the way that a lot of people are working for what they're trying to achieve, punching the clock, this, that, and the third. So again, that's all we're doing. We're just using these financial vehicles. We're using the same knowledge we had when we were, again, pro bono sports, fanatics and analysts in our own right. And we just translate that energy to this. The sisters might have done it when they was watching some of their favorite shows, how they, broke down the characters and how certain ones. It's the same thing when you break down this information and data when it comes to these stocks. Forex, yeah.
Power. What is that? Power. What's that other one that be watching? They be going in. Ghost.
Power and all the other ones. I just admit them out there now. People watching Game of Thrones and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, yeah, entertainment is for what it is. It has its place. But guess what? Hey, being in a position where you can get you a bag, hey, it's priceless, right? Because if you ain't procuring it through the investment, then you got to be what? Establishing it through the the infrastructure of it. Of course, Brother Ali, he's an infrastructure builder, right? Yep. Non-negotiable. He's 100% infrastructure builder. And his model can be duplicated. See what I'm saying? What we do can obviously be duplicated, right? Stand up, Sister Mo. You better show them.
Hey, let me show y'all. Hey.
2021 been a good year for her. 2021 been a good year for Sister Angie, over Chris, over Brandon. Coach, you getting in the game, right? You've been watching and seeing this stuff move in terms of this.
Right.
So just again, we're not speaking about nothing that we're not being able to kind of what, you know, pretty much show, right? Demonstrate, I should say.
It is practical stuff.
It's very practical.
Yeah.
When you go into a store, buy a bottle of syrup, what are you doing?
Yeah,
you're investing in that company.
Yeah,
no doubt.
You're investing in the company.
Yes.
Right? You turn around, okay, well, I've been buying this syrup for so many years. Now it's time. Let me see if the company publicly traded. Who the company is?
You already know.
They're on the Hackney or not Hackney. Oh, this Nestle. Oh, let me. You just start from there. Right? Establishing this use case. So again, I get excited. I tell you, this it's Christmas every day for us. Even though if you follow, you don't follow, but to us, it's just that kind of a environment.
Yes, it's and you know what? After a while, you set yourself a goal. Some you could attain. Everybody, you can't get mad at someone else's success and how big they're gaining because their knowledge base is probably much more. They probably been doing it for a while. They invest in the time, and so that's why I made that post. It's like my 6 hours, my 12 hours a week we putting in on this Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It paid off for me. So for most people, you may not be able to put that many hours in, but you got to put something in if you want to benefit. Otherwise, you're gonna always try to be under the table. And it's legit. We be right there in public. We talk about what we're doing because it's legal.
100%. And for what you just said too, because again, we in the business of eliminating excuses, right? We spoke about that several times. Brother Ali just he affirmed it again when he came on and spoke about it, right? At some point, you're gonna have to stop trying to run from the reality of things, right? That separates again men from males. That separates what? Females from women, right? So there ain't no excuse to that. There ain't no way we can make an excuse for somebody that want to make an excuse.
I be ignoring them. I ain't even gonna take no field.
Because again, all you need is a very small cachet of what? Instruments, right? Wi-Fi signal, cell phone, right? Laptop, computer, right? Broadband connection, some knowledge and some capital. You can go to work literally tomorrow. Literally tomorrow, you can go to work. In that perspective, in terms of being able to access, so that should instantly, make you realize, okay, well, if that's, the most ubiquitous kind of, lane or instruments, things that I have to use to get in this, then what would be the reason why I would convince myself that I should not at least also now tap into this? Well, you know what? I ain't got time because I work a lot. Then when I come home, I got to watch my favorite shows. I got to deal with the family. And then after that, I'm too tired to do anything else. Okay. When the weekend hits, I ain't got time. I got to watch this football game, this basketball game, whatever the case. I just got to get me some me time in. And all the while, when you're doing all that me time, most people are sedentary. They sedentary. I mean, they sitting in one spot. They could be scrolling with their phone, reading over information about investment and trading and whatever the case and whatever, right? They could be listening to an audio book with the same thing, even watching their favorite little games. It's just about how you compartmentalize your time. How valuable is your time to you? You mean to tell me you ain't well equipped to be a multitasker? Black people are the most multitasking people on the planet by default. By default, we multitaskers. Look what we got to deal with day to day. As Black people.
You be sticking and moving.
Man, every day. You got the psychology built for this. What you done been through? Fake hell and back, right? What can they throw at you that you ain't already been through?
Yeah.
You feel me? We built for this. The separation is that now we have ability to do what? Move on our own accord now. They can't stop you here. They can block you over there, on the job or wherever you at. They can, sabotage you. They can do all this stuff. They can make your life, beautiful or miserable. Nonetheless, here they have no control over you. My brother's out there on the grind. Think about it. So again, I just want to reiterate that because going into 2021, we saw what 2020 did, right? To some people, it was pure D hell for them.
Yes.
Granted, we know why. For a lot of us, this was Gravy Valley biscuit wheels.
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell no.
To be honest.
I ain't even gonna take no feels.
Right. This been Gravy Valley biscuit wheels for a lot of us. And we've been like, man, look, you know,
They
people,
be doing the pandemic and everybody else in the negative.
I know several peers of mine that ain't cleared millionaire status. I know several peers of mine that cleared the 100,000 status. I know several peers of mine that cleared the tens of thousands status. In that little bit of time, basically from February, March lows until where we are today. I'm not finna sit here and be trying to make excuses why I feel like me giving whoever, 2-3 hours of my time from emotional high is not worthy of me figuring out how to get my bag. Like, because they got theirs, right? Your favorite actor, celebrity, whomever, they got theirs, right? It's time you get yours. As simple as that. As simple as that. So, roll that beautiful bean footage, Sister Monica. Bring out that bring them charts, bring that information. Sister Andy, y'all know what to do. Because y'all been doing it. Sister
Only thing I
Camille.
can really say is I definitely love what you guys are putting down. And I mean, there probably are other things in other shows and other groups doing stuff like this. But as far as I've seen, I haven't seen it. And this is the best thing I've seen, period. Like, it helped me out a lot. Like, even though I haven't made tens of thousands and all that kind of crazy stuff like everybody else has, just in my life in general, dealing with Sister Monica and dealing with everybody else, especially you, Emporia. But it just made it where I have a base to try to build. Whereas before I was actually lost and just hustling, just doing whatever, it's like a base to build. And you already, I mean, well, I don't know if you know, but everybody know I'm not into the negative thing. So it's kind of like hard to build with people I actually know because everybody out here negative or on some other stuff, you know? So it's kind of hard. And I really appreciate y'all.
But no, you're right, Oba, because we were all at some point kind of caught up in those circles, right? Either indirectly or directly, right? Not that we just wanted to, just that, our black people are. We just, we got that kind of energy. We love a lot of times we love our people. Right? Of course, for scenarios where you're just saying, okay, well, if we can't come together and utilize this think tank session, right? Meaning, you got a group of brothers together. Okay, if we hang out for at least an hour, right, on the block, on the corner, just anywhere in the house, watch again. Within that hour, how much of what we discussed led to any kind of really true tangible benefit?
Mostly none.
And that's how we got to start looking at it, especially as black men, right? Because the women are watching, right?
Yep.
And if they watching, they say, okay, well, hey, y'all ain't quite. And so what the women gonna do? They gonna go out there and do it. You see what I'm saying? And if they do it and you watching, then it's like, okay, you're gonna feel some kind of way about it when they kind of throw it in your face, right? Now you're gonna have your little, Ike Turner moment. Hold up, anime, right? Be honest. So it's conducive for us to have scenarios like these type of forums, these type of environments, where guess what? We got something that we can share amongst each other. And you ain't gotta lower your testosterone level. You ain't gotta, all you gotta do is just be an information seeker like the rest of us. And let's benefit and work together best we can to help each other get a bag. The very nature that if someone posts a stock, if it's running, if they post it in its preliminary status or actually after it's already starting to run, by proxy of that environment, whether you know enough or not, but you got that account, you got your couple dollars in it, you still got the ability to take advantage of the opportunity just by being in the circles alone. I think the earliest person posted about GLSI was at what price? What was the early price that came through the Facebook group, if I'm mistaken? What time was somebody that posted the first? We were about $9, $10 a share, $15 a share, somewhere around there in the group.
I don't know about the GLSI, but I know when the Pfizer, like when you was talking about the Pfizer, when that first hit, it was cheap, like really, really cheap. And the way it is now, next year, I think I'm guessing it's gonna be about 100 a share.
Well, again, we talked about it the other night, right? Over Sunny, the use case, right? Does it has a thorough use case, right? How important is this vaccine to the world right now? Not just America, but the world.
Because the stock that's over here, like say for instance, Pfizer has stock over here, but Pfizer, is it the same stock that's all over just because it's the same company, or do they have
Well, they
a
have what they call
separate
ADRs, right?
they have a separate stock?
Yeah, that means another company, another exchange can also list that company as well. It's kind of like a
Oh, okay.
DBA of a business. When you have a business, you can DBA your business, right, off your LLC, have another extension of of a business, and they have these different liaison, so to speak, in other countries, UK, whatever. They also may list it on the Shanghai Exchange, right, over there in Hong Kong, right. So of course that's still what exposure, right. But the very nature, of course, in that point, the fact that this is a global pandemic, the use case for any particular person who could come to market first with a vaccine that can be approved under some kind of regulatory agency and then get administered. Well, that we're talking about people getting back to a way of life that they what that they dying to get back to. Especially y'all know the white folk very impatient. Black people used to this. We live like we in the pandemic anyway. Poverty pandemic, police racial profiling pandemic. We ain't new to pandemics, bro. Right? So we know how to sit still, but everybody else can't, right? So regardless, they're gonna pay or do whatever they can to get back to that point of normalcy, right? So those type of institutions or stocks or investment vehicles that are like that, those are the ones that have been booming because people have been trying to figure out how to what? Still survive underneath it. You take a company like Zoom. Zoom was at 50, $60 before the pandemic kicked off, and the stock went to 500 plus.
Mm.
I mean, we got plenty of stocks like that. We just go down the list and show you how they went from peanuts to what? To peanut butter with honey in it, right? The next, literally in 7-8 months.
GLSI was 541, 514.
$5.41, and this stock just came to market.
Wow.
Yeah.
This stock just came to market. Look on the
maybe.
chart. This company came to market on what date? What was the first date this stock started trading at, Sister Monica? This stock was trading literally what?
Yeah.
October last year?
Yeah, right.
October this year? Excuse me.
September 20th.
September 20th this year?
Yep.
Wow.
$3.
This year.
$3. Yep. So 2020.
And what is it at right now? What does that say? 100 and something?
It went to 158 today. 158
Well,
bucks today.
yep, that's where I was. And so is that
Wow.
72 right now.
Stupid killer. That would have been stupid killer right there.
See,
we posted.
But even within that, I'm saying that too because this is why we are unique and we do what we do. Meaning, we're not necessarily kind of trying to convince ourselves that we can't. Right? The playing field has already been set. Have it not? These stocks have already been put in motion. We come in like we shopping, right? It's like you going to the mall. Every day when I come into the market, I liken myself to going shopping. I look around, I see what's looking nice, what's on sale, what's not on sale, what's catching a lot of attention. I see if a long line over here. Okay, what's everybody over here so excited about? That's how I literally come into the markets every single day.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you why I did this. I was like, ooh, cure for breast cancer? Okay, let me get two.
Right. This line over here.
Let me get two.
Because you know what, Cindy? The other night you talking about, I don't know why nobody would just buy one share. I wouldn't do that. I was like, shoot, I buy one share. I don't care what Sonny talking about. Let me get two now. Since Sonny talking about I can't.
No, I had got it. I got it when he said it. I just when my homeboy was telling me about his and how he been winning, I was just like, I don't want to be buying one and trying to wait on that shit. Like, so I'm thinking that like that's how it works. But when Emporium explained it, I kind of get it. And when you had brought up about the retirement, it's like I get that too. It's like if I invest in a stock like Ford or something like that, and then I just let it keep bubbling. I get it.
Yeah, but again, you're doing like anybody else over Sunny. You're going through the natural progression to learn the lay of the land. It don't make sense until you can actually make it make what sense, right?
Yeah.
To understand the aperture, the aspects of the application, whether the use case when you hear speak about those kind of things. Again, you heard Coach speak about how if he betting on something and like Okay, then he's thought about, okay, man, I could have did that through investment. That same value, right? It's supposed to have been a one-off event. I could have, parked it and sat on it for a couple of years and let the aspect of that, scenario continue to what? Turn over and grow and make more. You see what I'm saying? So it's a revolving paycheck. Look at it from that perspective. It's like a revolving paycheck when you long-term investment or theme value investment, meaning dividends or quarterly and whatever. And then there's day-to-day operation that you can partake in as well. And then of course, and you also got options, right? Option trade. There's so many different avenues.
Oh
You just
yeah,
kind of
I'm just thinking in my mind right now. I was actually just thinking about how many people that have a cell phone don't look at this stuff. Even if you really wanted to just learn it on your own, like you really don't know anything. They literally don't look at none of this stuff. But then, like I remember stories where before we even had it popping like this on the internet, I was hearing stories about, yeah, I put in five, like my pops told me, like I put in 5,000 in the stock market and lost it all. And I'm like, how? Like, you know what I'm saying? But
right.
it's because it's based on us not having the information that we have now today at hand. And on top of that, like everybody's out here hustling. I think I had said that in the chat before. Like all these people is out here doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's just like whatever you can learn from, just take that and keep running with it.
That's it. We're information led, institution. We are data harvesters, data collectors, data hounds, whatever you want to call it. We get paid to filter information. So again, ain't nothing to really talk about. We just show up and just show what we do, how we do it, and we just continue to keep doing it. Eventually, it's going to reach somebody. So we're patient. I'm super patient. I know it was like when I first was looking for opportunity, to really branch out in such an opportunity like this, and again, it just began to click.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I'm gonna be. I have no choice to be patient, but I think like full fledged, I'll be ready come probably the end of next month. I'll be definitely like ready where I could be at, where people can ask me questions. I'll be able to talk about it and everything. I think I have it down packed by the end of next month.
Well, keep in mind, this is an ongoing learning experience. You'll never know it all. You're going to be learning
No,
from
I'm
here.
talking about down pat like the basics. Like right now, there's certain things that you can ask me, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you about it unless I'm saying it on some nigga shit. Like, yeah, you gotta look at this and you know what I'm saying, and it don't work like that. So to
I
better
see.
myself, I feel like by the end of next month, I'll be able to get good at it. Like I ain't gonna say I get good, I'll be better at it.
But you got the right energy. So the rest is just again time, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint. Like I was saying last night, your grandkids and great grandkids, you know, you know, they're gonna be coming to you, right, for this kind of value of information. Like everybody that's on here right now, at some point, if you have kids or whatever, your grandkids and great grandkids are gonna be coming to you for this kind of level of information, right?
Yeah.
Because you're making a sacrifice now for them to have the knowledge, albeit much later. You know what I'm saying? So, you want information about investing? Oh, that's Grandma Angie, right? Oh, you want to learn about stocks? Oh, you need to go see Granddaddy Brandon. He got you on that.
Go ahead, kid.
You know what I'm saying? And don't tell your grandma, don't tell your other sibling, but I'm finna show you how to make this money real quick. I'm gonna make you a quick $100. Yeah, he gonna come back every weekend. Can we go to Granddaddy house? What do you know, Granddaddy? Show them how to get a bag. Right? That's the kind of stuff I live look forward to.
Me too.
I'm not lying when I say that. I'm 1,000% serious. I look forward to that. You can't force them. You gotta allow the information of what you're doing to what intrigue them enough. From there, when they start being curious and inquisitive, okay, let Granddaddy show you. Let Grandmama show you what this all about. Rest is history. So give thanks for that.
Yeah, it's so much better when the kids could overhear you talk about these things than be arguing. It's so nice. They like, they just stay relaxed, they're quiet, they hear you working. It's much more positive.
Yeah. Best thing gonna be when they walk up there and see the lines on chart the Sister Monica got up here, and they're gonna ask, what are those? Like, my little over, oh yeah, those the candles. And then he'll say, like, oh, I see the patterns. This is like a pattern. I was like, you're right. Inadvertently, whether he know or not, but he's like, that's a pattern. Yeah, that's a pattern. I see red, red, green, green, red, red, and yeah, that's a pattern. And that's all it takes to start there, and the rest will be history.
There's no lie. My son does the same. He's 8 years old. I say, so what do you think it's gonna do? You think it's gonna go up or you think it's gonna go down? So, and they pick up because they're not. There's no, a whole bunch of. There's not a whole bunch of emotions, and they don't have any commitment to any one company or any, bias. So they look at it and they see it, and they'll say they're good predictors.
100%. So again, it's exciting. So yeah. So again, if y'all got a question in the back chat, let's get at it. Again, I know Sister Monica time is valuable. I know everybody else that's on the panel, their time is valuable. So anywhere we can help or learn something, please come on, guys. Let's get it. Well, we got this time on our hand.
Well, you know me, I always got questions. They might not be the greatest questions, but I always got questions.
Ain't no such thing as a dumb question when you're trying to figure out how to get money, brother.
Right.
We won't
Okay,
even move
is
on
there
that
such
over here.
thing
You know
as
how we move, Sonny. We don't ain't no such thing as a crazy question over here. You trying to figure out how to get money.
Yeah, that's what that's why I love questions, But is there such thing as a reverse heel?
Say that again. Sorry.
Okay. Remember the other day that when you made the triangle, right? It was called a heel, right?
Hold on. Can you you got to go back and try to share. I don't know if you can. You said say it one more time. Say it. Sorry, say it again. I might have missed it.
I said when you made the triangle, is it called a heel?
The triangle.
You know when we're okay,
the pattern.
you made the pattern right to show the bullish point.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Now I'm asking, is there a such thing as that same pattern? Is there a such thing as a reverse?
A reverse.
When you're looking for that pattern, can you look for that pattern in a reverse way?
Well, yeah, everything has a yin and a yang, right? If there's a green candle, there's a what? Red candle.
Red candle.
If it's a bullish flag, there's also a what? Bearish flag, right? So the value of how the markets react to certain things, or I don't know, patterns, whatever, there's always going to be a inverse to that perspective. Even certain stocks, right? There's inverse correlated stocks or inverse values of stocks that are different, than their so-called counterparts, right? Like if we speak about how, right, if the dollar is up, right, if the USD dollar is up, right, typically equity stocks themselves are what? Kind of coming down, because if the dollar is up, that means the price of things are a little bit more what? Expensive, right? The lower you deflate the dollar, the more, the cheaper all of the assets become. Of course, people want to be in equities at that point. Gold, right? Gold is the inverse to what? Equity stock, so to speak. It's a hedge against what? The equity market. If gold is up, most of the time equities are coming down. Sometimes they do trade in what? In parallel to in some cases too. So it's the same thing about a pattern on a chart. If it goes up in a certain manner, hits a point or apex or a zenith, at some point it's going to what? Come down to a degree. Not necessarily kind of all the way back down. Some cases it comes all the way back down, right? But nonetheless, that's that inverse to that what? That position, right? Or in this case, we spoke about that, and I think it was the rising wedge and a falling wedge pattern, right? So patterns, right? So the importance of patterns is like golden, right? To know the different types of patterns out there is like golden. I don't know if you can, Sister Monica. You can pull up the pattern chart. As a matter of fact, I'll show you how easy it is. Go to Google, if you don't mind, Sister Monica, and just type in, investing charting patterns, right? Or just charting patterns. Just show you how we query this stuff, right? We ain't doing nothing magical. You can just start playing with Google. You run right into what? All this information, right? Now go to images up there where it says images. I rest my case, Your Honor. Click that second one right there. We'll just start with that second one right there.
My bad, I'm getting some mail real quick.
It's all right. All right. So
it's running late. That COVID got it running late out here.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Click and see if we can expand that one right there. It's gonna probably want you to sign on. It's Pinterest, right? But no worries, right? Pinterest loaded with this stuff too, of course. But yeah, so you can just see that, and not you can go back and find another that you can pull up. But just to show you what we're talking about, how we query when we're querying these different things, right? This is how you become familiar with what's going on. Now, of course, I can look at those patterns and see what's going on, and I can tell you what they are. But descriptively wise, if you want to be in a position where you can, look at them and, off of all that, Google, just like brother said, I think our coach said that, and somebody said that about, again, if you just Google, got everything you need right there. I mean, clear as day, right? So, of course, in this case, when Brother Sonny spoke about those patterns, the triangle patterns, we were speaking about that night, we talked about a falling wedge, and we talked about a rising wedge, right? The importance of those two patterns, what they signify. A falling wedge signifies what? A bullish signal, right? They're continuation patterns, right? A rising wedge is more of a what? Like the question he asked, it's a what? Reversal pattern. And those are some of the more founded reversal patterns up here. Double tops, head and shoulders, rising wedge, double bottoms, inverse head and shoulders, and a falling what? A falling wedge in this perspective, right? Reversal patterns, right? Kids can learn this, right? It's just the optics. When you see this unfolding in the essence on a chart, whether you know anything about investing or not, you can say, okay, they spoke about this. I see this happening right on the chart. So this might happen with this stock. There's a high probability that, what's going to happen after the fact is this. When you see a head and shoulders like this here, there's a high probability, at least 90+%, that it's going to what? Drop. Not only are you watching it, but Wall Street was watching it as well, right? So again, it's that herd immunity scenario. Investor sentiment is what they call it. It's called investor sentiment. Meaning if everybody kind of thinking and moving in the same light based on some basic rules and criteria, well, chances are the outcome of what they're going to do is going to affect the market if everybody kind of lean towards one side, right? Like during the whole COVID scenario, everybody ran to what? Tech stocks, Apple, Netflix and Google and Tesla and all the stuff like that, right? Well, those became crowded trades, but they were the only trades that provided some kind of form of what? Security in their mind, right? And a lot of other companies suffer, like AMC movie theaters and stuff like that, they suffered, right? So that's how this stuff works. You're just trying to follow the money. Again, it's a basic algorithm, a basic thesis. Follow the money. These patterns are just signals to kind of show you buying opportunities, sell opportunities, etc. Right? So
yeah, I was gonna tell you. I'm glad you said wedge. I don't even remember, what did I say? Heel. That's the type of stuff that I was talking about as far as like getting the terminology down pat. By by January, the end of January, I plan on being a whole lot better with this.
You're gonna be a lot better. But guess what? Remember, I told you I think a couple shows ago. This is why I got it. We got to get you going to the basics, because you were asking some good questions, but you were asking more questions that were kind of even outside of where you were, right? You'll learn. So guess what? You need to have all these pattern charts up near you or saved. There's no way you can get around it. You need to have all the information about candles up, right? And what they signify before you go any further. You need to learn all of this, right? That ground game. Get your ground game right, right? So when you start taking the flight, they can't what? They can't come at you crazy. So that's the part of the game where you can't skip it, right? When we said, you got to go through that kind of university, right? Moment of it. You're going to school right now, literally. You're teaching yourself, independently how to what? Read the markets. Autodidact, right?
Mm-hmm.
All these applications here that we're showing you are things that we had to go through. We could not skip because you want to know what they mean, right? So you say, okay, you built that triangle that night. What was it, right? Now you know, okay, bam. Oh, that's a continuation pattern, right? Well, it's not hard to put two and two together. What's continuation? What a continuation pattern? That means there's something going to happen after this pattern unfolds. It's going to be some kind of movement that's going to come, after this thing kind of unfolds. A falling wedge offers what? A bullish pattern, right? It's going to pull back, downtrend, and then what? Pop and go higher. Most times enough. A rising wedge is going to be extension, extreme ism kind of aspect to that. It's going to kind of reach a tipping point. It can't really go any higher. Buyers or whatever drop, and it's going to what? Pull back. Reversal, right? So these patterns and things that we're pulling up here, guys, we did that through Google. Did you have to pay for this subscription, Sister Monica? Did you have to sign up for anything to get this on your chart right now, on your screen? Free, right? Free 99. You got to know where to look and what to look for, right? Again, Google is your best, man. Google, the best thing popping. And then if not, YouTube, right? Because they got the video version of what you're seeing here in the stationary form.
Right. And so you could get the word in, and then you could go to YouTube. Once you see the word, and you can put it in YouTube and get you a nice little video. You got attention span, you got 15 minutes, you got an hour, you got 2 hours, whatever suits your fit. And then you free PDFs. That's why I put, and then you got free PDFs, and you can really make it do what it do.
Free 99. Again, we ain't spending no money. We just over here. We just knowing where to look, right? We plugging in and looking at places where that provides what the opportunity.
Yep.
Knowing where to look, and then learning, knowing what you're looking at,
right,
to be able to understand it and comprehend, or have that level of comprehension. That's the part of the game where we all endeavor to be.
And that's why you paper trade, so you could practice, seeing these and working with them, or even you start with one bull and one bear until you start getting them down, and you look again, you seeing those, and you're like, oh snap, okay, all right, I see this.
Yeah.
Because your naked eye, sometimes when you look at the chart, you like ever since I watched the video that Contrarian showed us, I'm like, okay, mushroom, or here, oh, I guess I should have been using the, wait a minute, where's it at? Let me use the little thing you taught us. So like, bam.
Would that still be considered a mushroom, even though that part is like smaller? I'm talking about from
what time period? So you think if I do the year?
The November 4th to November 9th, November 10th.
Oh, because they use
that still would be considered a mushroom?
They use the wider time period, so then I suspect not, but it looked like when I was with it. Now I know one of the things I did today with one of my stocks, I can't remember which one, but anyways, I remember Brother African Emporium had last night, he said that, if the second candle closes above the 200-day moving average, it indicates it could be an indication of a bearish, or the price trending up, right? And so I was looking at my stocks today. I was able to make a move on one because I can't remember which one because I got excited over GLSI, But I was looking at that 200-day moving average and watching where it closed to decide where I wanted to make a move at. Looking at that second that candle when it was trading close to it, and then seeing where I thought the breakout was going to happen, or if it was going to break out, was it going to trend up or was it going to pull back? I think it could have been on Qualcomm. But yeah, I don't know. Does that rules apply with the other moving averages as well, or just the 200?
On a
Or
shorter time frame.
okay, that's
Keep in
right.
mind, you're doing it's like excuse me, you're doing a deductive what? Forensic science kind of operation, right?
Right.
You're trying to uncover the most fresh clues that you have available to you first, and then you move to the more what macro aspect of all the things surrounding that particular what crime, right?
Right.
So as they say, the first 48 hours is what is golden.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? That window of opportunity,
Really?
you got to be on it, right? And in the market, the first 48 hours is condensed to like the first first 4 minutes.
Right.
Right? First 40 minutes, right? And GLSI, the first 4 minutes of that start breaking out were instantly golden moments to do all your what? Quick short-term forensic science evidence. Short-term moving averages 9 MA, 20 MA, 200 MA after the fact. Relegate aspect of any kind of news that that happening in that time to cause start to break out. Right, you do your quick little scouting report. Okay, I see what's going on. This breast cancer. Oh, this is this. The stock just IPO recent. Okay, the stock is sitting at this point right now. What's the typical volume? What's the float look like? Okay, you see what I'm saying? That's what you're doing. You just hitting all these check downs, and then it began to be what and apparent what's about to happen.
Because when it went, that second one went over. And I was like, I don't know if that applies to the shorter periods or not. But
right,
I was like, it closed over the moving average. I think it's gonna go. But
that's much later in the run. So now I'm going to show you how to use your short term moving average a bit more thorough.
Okay.
Put me a 9 moving average up on your chart right now.
9. All right.
No, leave those ones up there too. Make an all new one. Make an all new one. For sure how all these things work in tandem, right?
Okay, let me get rid of one.
And several different time frame charting aspects will show you certain things on a chart on a daily basis, right? So, like if I'm I have a 9 EMA. If I had a 20, I may have a 50 up.
Change the
rarely do I have a 200 up unless I'm seeing a stock that's crossed over there and just kind of crossed an alert, and it's a long-term investment. For day trading, I'm strictly on a shorter time frame, right? Because those are the most adamant time frames you're gonna be looking at for what short-term movement, VWAP, 9 EMA, 20 EMA, whatever, right? So if you put in like I said, a 9 or something like that, then you'll be able to say, okay, I see what's going on here, because it's gonna be moving in and out side of those short-term lanes, right?
Right.
So if you go back to the very beginning of this chart, like when it first IPO.
So the orange one is my 9.
It's your 9, okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay, when it first IPO, okay.
Yeah, so just scroll back a little bit here. All right, see right there. Right when it IPO, of course, it IPO, way back there. Of course, let's say when it broke out right there, right when you had that breakout moment. Yep, right at that apex moment where it broke out, right? That first little point right there, right? Right. And so at that point, the stock was trading at what?
Let's see. So like 15
cents. So that was today, right?
Oh, this is 7.
The 7. So that was actually what? A couple days ago.
$6.19, and then it went to it did a little breakout right here.
That's pre-market. That's pre-market and post-market there. So the actual trading.
Yeah. This this pre-market right here. This little light
pre-market, post-market. All right. So because you're on the 5-minute chart right now, right? So all right. So scroll over to your right. And just drag the chart along a little bit here. Okay. This GLSI. Okay. So there. Okay. That's today, right? The 9th, right?
Yeah.
Now expand that area right there. Expand that area of the 9th.
Okay.
Right. Blow it up much as you can, and then stretch it out. Go to your chart, to the price column area on your chart, the price column area or your chart, and stretch it out. Yep. Click the button and stretch it out. There you go. Like that. All right. And now pull it up. Now pull the chart up in that area. See, now you can see more defined. Stretch it out a little bit more.
Oh, okay. I see the line.
You're going to stretch out even more. I want you to stretch out very thoroughly because we're on the 5-minute chart here, right? So now come back to that area, down to that apex point, right? To the actual beginning of the market at that point. So what time was so 9:30? Hit 9:30 on the find 9:30 on the 9th today
Over here.
when the market opened up.
Right here.
Okay, so right there. So okay, so instantly we know that you got your 9 EMA up. You have what? The 20, and you have what? What is the other EMA you have up?
The 50.
And the 50. All right, so 9, 20, and 50. All right. So instantly right out the gate, the stock opened up above the what? The short term, which is the 9, right? Of course it did, because it's it's shorter time frame, right? So day traders are playing in around that 9 to kind of see whether or not it's gonna build up some volume to kind of break out, right? Separate.
Right.
Yep, you see right there, it's above the 9. It went on, as you can see, it went over a little bit. And then you had a point where the 9 and the 20 almost. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there, that little point there when the 9 and the 20 came to the point where they almost converged, right? After so forth at that point, you saw that obviously when the stock fell below or got back above the 9, came back below it again, and you had that. Yep, and then it kind of crossed back over again, which kind of signified, of course, we at a point now we need to kind of take out the old high, right? So the intraday high at that point was what? That candle right there, bam. So that becomes the benchmark of confirmation, right?
Yep.
If we cross over that, because at that point it was already up near 26, and that's where it kind of, played in around that area for quite a while before it actually broke out. I remember I said I spoke about it, I saw it around about 25, 26, and it kept kind of going back and forth within that area. It was just building up momentum. But above all, it kind of stayed at or above the 9 moving average. And only one time it came down and tested the 20, right? At that point, that red candle, there, but it closed back above it, right? If you click on top of that, on that candle, it'll show you where it closed at, even though it came down to touch that candle. Excuse me, that moving average, right? And so long as it closed above that moving average, that means it's still what? It's still bullish.
Bullish average.
You stay in the trade because the trend is what? The stock is flagging to the upside. It don't look like it initially when you enter stock. Sometimes it's like, man, this thing ain't moving. Why don't it move? But you got to go back and look at that overall picture in the beginning where it came from and still realize what the overall macro picture starting to shape out to be. That way you don't get unnerved and get shaken out the trade too soon, right? And so those short-term moving averages becomes gold in this moment. When they came down and converged one more time, right there when the 20 and the 9 came and touched that last time, that was definitely go signal. Because at that point, you had divergence after they converge. Anytime you have short-term moving average converge with a data of a much longer time period, right? Or meaning that longer time period catches up to the short term, you want that to happen. That means it's going to be a big pop getting ready to happen. A big pop finna happen when that happens, right? It's kind of like, we talked about it before in treasury, when short-term debt overtakes long-term debt, right? You have all the yield inversion, right? But in this case, this is positive. And so right after that, what happened?
Gone.
You had converged, then diverged. A big pop happened. And it took off. So everything from that point on was just, now you can condense it down a little bit on your chart. And now you're going to see how this thing just kind of rose and rose. Drag it down. You're going to see how it just rose and rose and rose. All right, now let's scroll back up, pull it down some. And see, y'all know, like I said, when things go parabolic, in this case it went parabolic, right? It got separated farther away from its what?
From its moving average, it's gonna come back.
And typically when we see things of this nature that breaks out like this in the parabolic, I somewhat start looking at the 9, but I start resorting back to the 20 at that point. Because the 20-day moving average at that point is the one true benchmark moving average that kind of confirmed the breakout, and it's going to be the moving average to kind of confirm the kind of pullback scenario, so to speak. And so the further it got away from that moving average, it became apparent that it was going to snap back at some point.
Pullback.
So go to the very top of that candle, up at the very top, the all-time high up there at 158. That red candle up there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right here. Because it's in my Bollinger Band. This one?
Yep. And so if you just do that, obviously that degrees of separation from the top of that candle down to the, if not the 9 moving average, the 20, you can see clearly that point of the separation you can start kind of planning at that point when it got, let's say the last two candles that before they ran up to the all-time high, the last two green candles right there. All I'm doing is just watching those at that point, right? Because I see it's expanding. Right, that candle then go to the next one that's near the red at the top one. The next candle, that green one beside the green one beside it, that one right there. That's the only one I'm looking at this point for us getting ready to kind of set me a what?
Yep.
Potential stop loss.
Yep. So stop loss because this is no demand right here.
Right. You see the volume dissipated right there?
Yep. Dissipated.
That was that pullback. That's that wedge kind of scenario, right?
I'm learning.
There you go. That last falling wedge in terms of the volume when it dries up and it had that last little squeeze. So right there on that candle alone, because I had to be patient sit through all that, I'm setting my trailing stop right there. That means I'm gonna trail my money from that point on. Anything I might do percentage or I may do a notional value. I'll say I want to trail my money now by what? $1 or $2. Right? So I'll put a $2 trailing limit on my money. So that means the stock goes up $2 or $3 extra dollars. And if it pulls back anything above $2 or $3 at that point, it's gonna instantly trigger and what? Sell it for me.
Sell it off. I
locked in my gains. Now, if it goes up and make 20, 30 extra dollars, I ain't mad about it because the bird in hand beat one in the bush.
Yep.
You can't time the exact top, and you can't time the exact bottom. You're in the business of making money, right? And that's how they work. Because right after that, it went up there, hit, got up there to the next count and hit what? Got suspended. Yep. It kept getting suspended all day, but it was airing apparent at that point. It just really became what? Topic, because it separated the furthest it could from what? The moving averages.
Right.
Not rocket science. So short-term time frames are more relegated to day traders and not necessarily, long-term traders, but that's how you look at certain time frames to distinguish certain aspects of a stock in terms of how you're going to trade it. Did that make sense?
Yep.
Right. So that becomes another part of your repertoire now, right? Especially if you day trade. So you don't get unnerved and get shaken out of trade and you get all kind of, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. How do I read when to get out, right? Because that's the biggest question everybody asks. When do I get out? Right? You got to learn how to know when your money is ripe, right? When that fruit ripe, when to pick it. Right? When to pick it. That's a skill set that it takes a lot of patience and discipline to learn how to be able to do that. Because the one thing that's gonna kick in is greed. That's natural, right? Everybody want more, right? More equals more. You want more. Oh, it's gonna keep going. It can go to 200. You start saying stuff like that, right? But then you say, okay, hold up. It ran this far, this fast. It's really separated from the moving average. I sit there and been watching it. Let me set my trailing stop right here, right? And that's how you just kind of, make those kind of executive decisions based upon the moving averages, though. So that means it's not gambling. That means you're doing a strategic what? Assessment of what? The movement of price in this stock. The price action began to dry up. Look at the volume down below you, right? Clear as day. It began to dry up. And then it went to what? Pullback and consolidation zone, and that's where you're at now. Of course, that's after hours, but it don't matter at that point because the damage was done.
Yep.
Right. And you what? You collect that bag, swing your purse over your shoulder, and high heel click yourself on out the door. Right? Sugar like, what you made some money, huh? Yeah. Mama done made some money. And that's that. So that's the significance of a short-term time frame.
Boom. Okay. Yeah. I'm picking up.
Yeah. So, that's next level. Again, that's, for day trading. But again, you learning how to know when to, right? As we say, where and when, that's the technical side, right? Where and when. Where to pull the trigger, when to do it. Right? Where it's been established because we're looking at what? The moving averages as to what? The magnets. The degrees of separation here becomes apparent at this 5-minute time interval frame. It looks very what? Obvious. Put it on the 1 minute chart real fast. Hit that 1 minute tab. It's gonna really look crazy on the 1 minute. See right there, because the way it's kind of trending right at that 9 moving average on the 1 minute, and then it really separate to it kind of after that point there, then BNC. So now it looks even more what?
I know.
More vivid in a lot of ways, right? Because you can see it stretching, and then when it stretches up. Remember that same green candle right there before the went parabolic? That's why I say that, the one up next to the brick, at the top, that guy right there. See how it look right now on the 1 minute and on the 5 minute, almost kind of like it like that's that benchmark one.
Damn.
It's clear as day there. That's your degree of separation. That's your moving average. That's that magnet starting to get ready to kick in. Hey, I'm trailing stopping right here. I'm putting the stop loss right here. Because that one that preceded it, that was a gap up off of suspension. It gap eventually, right on up to the next area. And then it moved a little bit, then it got halted again. Right? And then it opened up again, and that's when it had a blow off top. 158, pull back, rest was history.
I'm good. That's probably was good. I was in the country. I ain't get to see. I ain't see none of that. All I seen was when I came out, it was up. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Walk right into a nice little bag.
Mm-hmm. Nice little birthday present.
See how that work?
Hey, that paid the gas money to Louisiana and back. Shoot, that's a plane ticket.
See how the markets and gave you that bag? See how that worked?
Damn.
Being in the right place at the right time. Staying ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yeah, I learned how to keep some couple of dollars in my little buying power.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Camille, you there? I see you done popped down.
So Sister Camille done popped in the building?
Popped in. I sent the leak earlier. She might have been busy handling business. But yeah, she remember these days here.
Hey.
These days. What's going on, Camille?
What's happening, family?
Yeah, we're going over these breakout moments, right? These first and second pullbacks, establish a new high. Right?
Uh-huh.
You remember these days?
Oh, do I? What?
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. Eventually, when it began to set in, you can say, okay, this is what the momentum trading, right? This is what momentum trading is all about. It's a totally different breed, right? You have to be following this stuff, very turnkey style.
Absolutely.
A lot of us
your support and resistance, so you know what a first and second pullback is, because you need the price point of where price could pull back to.
Yep.
So
that was that support. If it's gonna hold, that's your entry. If you waited, to kind of get that confirmation, once it happens, you ride it until they tell you to what, until the moving average tell you to what, get out of there.
Right.
Or to the level 2. If they flipping the shares through level 2, when you start to see it drop a little bit, when it kind of fold and when or to hold and keep riding.
Yeah, those are all skills. I mean,
that's where we came. Me and your brother Stockguard. This is where we came up through the Chitlin circuit. This was, this is how we used to do back in the old days. Over Brandon, you familiar with this too? How we used to get. Everybody wanted to be warrior traders, right?
I think we used to be up at like 7:30 in the
morning.
Yeah,
getting the trade.
Open it up.
And then be still in the chat 10, 11 o'clock.
After we made that morning bag, right? That rush hour traffic or traded at 9:30 to 10:30. A lot of us been done. Right? We called us a victim, and we done.
I was still learning.
Like 1 minute.
I was blowing up.
Yeah.
I was blowing up back then.
It's all process.
But yeah, I mean, it was such a great learning environment, so yeah, just once you get them fundamentals down, I mean, once you put that chart time in too, is looking at charts, a lot of looking at charts and figuring out, the price action, why it went up, why it pulled back, why it's consolidating. You just have to be able to see these things, and that's from putting in that chart time. Right. Be on charts all day. If also back testing, so like in Thinkorswim, and you can also you can back test in TradingView as well. So you just pick a ticker, put it on any date in the past, and trade it.
You mean show how it work right here? Oh no, this one maybe. Probably on another stop. Didn't we do this on this screen, right? On TradingView, right?
Yeah, we did it before. When I first we did a little seminar on it.
Okay. Give me
Yeah, so with
what
some history.
let me find another stop. So when we go to okay, show me where tell me where to go again.
See
Oh,
up
we
at the
gotta pick a
top.
date, right? We gotta pick a date.
Yeah, you want to go
Back some more.
Yeah.
Year out.
Yeah, that's good. Pick anything, where is that? March, April, between March and April.
March. Let's pick this one.
Yeah, that's like COVID.
April 30th.
Okay. And then up at the top next to the clock, you see where it says get that, yeah. Bar replay. Hit that.
Sister Monica.
Huh? Yes, sir.
Give us a date when the stock was moving. I want to see some movement. Give me a date.
Oh.
I want to see some movement. I don't want to see no sideways. I want to see some breaking out.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's going. We're going the speed. We ain't gonna be going slow. You can choose the speed.
Yeah, you can. But when them days when Tesla acting a donkey,
and that's
go back slow.
the daily.
In the summer.
And you on the daily, so you want to go down to like 15 minutes, like something you would trade
like right
on.
Here? Oh, you want me to go to the 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
You see them candles there? Now we got.
Yeah, go back. You gotta go back, because it's gonna be. I mean, you set the speed. I mean, that's Tesla. They got a lot of, years of trading.
Big green candle days when it's moving all over the place.
Right here.
That's a good one there. Yeah.
November 16th.
I can't. Well, you have to zoom in there to make sure that's the exact time frame because you got to stretch out a little bit.
Yeah, well, go back where you can't see that it's gonna be going up.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because you're trying to trade it, because you're not supposed to know what's happening.
Like right here.
Yeah.
Over here somewhere.
Right.
Let's go right here.
It's gonna start back there, so don't.
Right here.
Yeah, whatever you put the thing at.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Now click that.
May 21st.
Yeah, click that.
Okay.
Rewind liquor button, and then click the arrow.
I clicked it.
Next to it, yeah. Okay, there you go. So you put that where you. You might want to slow it down a little bit.
Oh, it went so fast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Slow it down.
I gotta do it again.
Yeah, and you got to squint your chart down too, because you got the chart to expand it.
Okay.
Bring it in the
I was getting ready to say
field of view where we can all see inside of that box. You got it stretched out too much on
to the far right over
not
here.
To the far right. Your price.
Oh, here.
Yeah, you
price,
squint that. Yeah, there. You squint it down. Pull it down. Pull it down. No, squint it down.
This way.
No. Get inside that box. Go back to the price box. Yeah, just pull that down. There.
Right. Now. Right.
Field of view. There you go.
Squint it some more.
Squint you some more.
Yeah.
You want to be able to see all of it happening inside that window.
Right. And now go down at the bottom. We got the negative and plus button. Right. So now you can, yeah.
So, yes. Okay, so click here, and it says, okay, this is speed. Where should I have it? Right now?
Yeah, that's about good.
Oh.
Whoa, what happened to your chart?
Oh, so I should go this way.
Oh, wait.
Frame. You got 2 hour time frame up. You got to take out that.
The time frame moved on.
What minute? 15 minutes, you say? 30
What
minutes.
do you trade on? What do you trade on?
Oh, you just ask. I'm learning. I don't have a particular.
All right, so for
I look at the 15-minute chart. I look at the 1 minute chart. Those are the 2 charts I look at. Okay. Unless I bring it further out for the year and I'm looking at trying to determine some price action and it'll go on to 1 hour or 1 day.
Okay, so before we hit the play button, slide the speed back again because it moved. when we
To the right or
change
left?
time. To the left.
So kind of what we just discussed earlier, Sister Monkey. This is a good moment, a good learn moment. If you're trading momentum trades or day intraday trades, the best time frames to look at are what?
The 1 hour?
Keep in mind, you day trading the stock in real time, right?
Oh, 1 minute.
You got 1 minute, 5 minute windows, right?
It's
You can have
15.
another chart up over the 15, but most
Yep.
important gonna be the what? The shorter time frame, because you're
1
trying to
minute.
see everything everybody's doing, right? And the
Mhm.
importance of those moving averages of the 9 moving average and the 20 are gonna be signifiers of what? What's happening inside that moment. Or if you got the VWAP up, you see what I'm saying? So that's a good moment for you to know. Not that you got to be out there day trading like you're some warrior, right? But you get it, right? Because if you're gonna be looking at that, not that you have to, but it's good to have all those different windows of perspective: 1 minute, 5 minute, and 15. And so you can have multiple screens up with what? Those multiple time frames. So we got to show you how to also have multiple screens when you're on your desktop, of course, or your laptop. Cell phone, you can barely do it in there, but you can. But it's good to have those other screens up too to see what's happening on bigger time frames, all the way down to that smaller time frame. Just tidbit of information.
Right, and I have that option, but I couldn't. I couldn't for the life of me figure out like why would I need. I was like, do I put one chart up that many times, or do I?
Yeah,
I just put back and forth on the time frames.
Yeah, and so that's why Thinkorswim at some point, we're gonna start migrating you over to Thinkorswim too, right? Because over there
And
you
I have it.
put multiple screens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being able to do that from a different, a lot of, and you can work with it on TradingView too, of course, but getting used to being able to see that in terms of training your eyes for it. That's my point. Your eyes got to get trained at being able to do that.
Yeah, you want to set your screens up. I mean, you got the paid version, right, Mo?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you should be able to set up 4 charts.
I forgot how to do it.
I'll show you again.
Okay.
So we're on the 1 minute, so you're gonna have to go back because this is we at like 2 p.m. So you got to go back.
Some more.
Yeah, go on back. Don't be scared to go back in time. It's a time machine.
I know. So this March.
All right, let's go for March.
Okay. So I need to just click on it on the candle.
Yeah, why does it keep going back to the? Oh, you know why it keeps going to the daily? Oh, let's trade it on the daily.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we'll trade it on the daily.
Put it back.
No, leave it at the daily and click that the rewind button first. I think the speed is cool.
Okay.
And then you click on the chart.
Uh-oh, it went away.
Right.
There we go.
Okay.
It went fast.
Dang.
So should I make the speed come this way?
Oh, how fast is that? That should be slower.
Obviously, that's pretty fast. It says 1 update every 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Go forward. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's going faster.
Oh, yeah.
Take it all the way back then to the end.
Maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah, I knew I was like, okay,
Then
let's see what happens.
You have a setting.
Hit the play button.
Okay.
So Simone, you got it on the daily chart again. That's why you got to change your day chart.
Yeah, it flips back.
It flipped back?
Okay, it says we don't have historical data for this resolution. This for back in time.
What?
Oh, that's what the message came back and said.
I saw it. I don't know what they mean by that.
Oh, because you're on December the 9th. That's why. You look at the bottom. You're at December 9th. That happened today. They don't have this admin cache aid. You got to go back.
Because it moved again.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I change the time on the bottom, then change back up here. And this so I just need to move it like this.
Right. Or you can hit those arrow buttons at the bottom.
Here.
Let me look at mine.
Just like that. Get amounts. I know what y'all saying in y'all little mind. Get them out, Mo.
Nah.
I can hear Brandon. I can hear his thoughts.
Hey, just do your thing.
Yeah, it's going. It's coming. Oh, price drop. Must be getting in the. Still, okay, so that's November.
Yeah, I think the farther you go back, then the time frame goes down.
Yeah.
Well, it was at 30 before, right? Oh, you put it to 30.
Yeah, I put it to 30 and it's gonna move the chart. It moved the chart to November. I
Okay.
suspect that's the furthest it'll go in reference to the historical data that message that keeps popping up on that.
That's
Hmm.
okay. Um, so you want to hit that?
Okay.
You got to set to real slow speed, but okay. Well, let's see what happens.
Okay. Put it right on.
Yep. Dang.
Went fast again. We're gonna use another ticker. Another apple.
Hold on here. Let me get my thing up. Get my trading view up here.
Okay, so November, 2 months seems like what I can do. Oh, that's right. We need this right here. 5 seconds.
Whew. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Let me look at mine.
It's my fault. It's the user.
I ain't say nothing like that.
User. Anybody else want to share and try it?
I'll share. Well, let me see. Let's see. I got mine. Let me see. If I can get this right here. Share screen. Hold on. Let me find. Let me get back to my thing here. Share screen. Okay. Share. Yeah, you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. I think I'll check out gold. And take some of these notes off. Okay, where are we? November 20th. All right, let's see if I can get this popping here. All right, let me take off some of this stuff. So how I used to do it if I was looking when I'm training for certain things, I make my notes on the chart as well. So let me get this thing going on here. And so let's go here. Did you want me like that too? What am I doing wrong? Do you want to exit this mode? No.
Someone said that it's only gonna let you back test on the daily.
Let's go to the daily. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Let's stay on the daily before. I forgot they only let you.
But what about the speed though?
Okay, so we back here. Let me check this out real quick. You are in chart replay mode. No. All right, so we can get this going. Oh, okay. Play. Da, 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 da. Should be playing. Where's my line? Come on, trade and view. I don't know. What is that? To real time.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah, I did it right the last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, let me see. Speed.
Yeah, the speed. I mean, it went slow, so I don't know if they.
All right.
Who that cracking over that can? I heard it. Who cracking that?
Somebody got some old English over there.
Yeah, it sounded real crisp. Pa!
Some cold. I got some cold 45.
Cold too.
Hey, what you drinking on? Some Colt 45? Old Billy D. Williams.
It's my ginger ale.
Oh, man. She was like, shoot, I need something bubbly here. All right, let me see what am I doing wrong here with the speed. Come on here.
So something with our speed is okay. Boom.
Okay, the pause is play.
Don't be scared.
This sucker should be playing. Let me pick up the speed. I don't see the chart moving. Come on, sucker. Hold on, it's doing something.
It's doing something?
Yeah, I see those numbers on the right. Okay, hold. Come on, chart.
Yeah, I see the numbers at the top moving.
So you know what?
Where did this start from?
Well, the market is live too. That's the thing.
Oh, that's why the gold not doing it. You gotta do it equities.
It shouldn't matter, because Forex. I mean, let's do equity. What ticker? Let's go back to who we want to deal with.
You want a ticker? You want a ticker?
Let's do Apple.
FC. Oh, okay. Apple is good.
What you want to do? FC?
No, that's fine. Go ahead. Apple's good. AAPL. I remember Brother African Poor used to throw out those tickers. I'd be proud of myself because I could throw out a ticker.
Yeah, I tried to pick a big one with some.
You say a company here, throw out the ticker. I'd be like, what? How you know that? He's like, yeah, I trade that. Yeah, I remember I used to trade that. Yeah, back in the day, I hit a few licks on that too.
Yeah, well, we used to be trading some tickets, boy. Woo! Day in and day out, you get that list and go, pick out what was going to be the movies or who, had taken a loss, who were down on the day. Oh, man. Percentage-wise, all right. I'm just going to go from here. Bar replay. Woo. All right. Dad, why is it going so daggone fast? What in the world?
Know. Is there like a settings on that right there?
Jump to.
What's the jump to thingy?
I don't remember using jump to.
Me either.
I'm trying to figure out why it's going so daggone fast, man. What you doing here?
Do it before, so I know it.
I ain't never had this problem. Hold on.
Did they do some?
Sheesh.
Traded in there. That's
looking crazy here.
They said, Tiba said, try the play button at the far right. We talking about publish? Is he talking about
what? This one?
No, I don't know. He said at the far right. Do you mean tool? With the speed.
I'm gonna have to go look at the freaking directions. Oh man. So that's the play. This is the forward, and that's the play button.
The play. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. It's bringing me out.
Obviously, they made some kind of upgrade changes. I don't know. Anybody else on the panel use the back trace?
Okay, you see the I see the numbers moving. I see the
yeah, I see the high and low and the open and close moving. And on the right at the top.
It's supposed to be sliding over.
Yeah. So it's like you can.
Okay, it's doing something.
Yeah, they moving, but we can't see the chart.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I got it too far over.
I don't know what date it's on. See it's moving up and down. We can see it.
Yeah, like it's supposed to be going across, not up and down.
Where's it going? Well, it's probably following the candles, but to the left. Can you go to the left? Can you move the chart? I won't let you move the chart.
Is it all the way back there?
Yes, I don't know. This must be way in the beginning somewhere because it's real low. $18.54. Yeah. They said cancel the back test and start up. We did. And play button to the right.
Cancel. Okay. What play button to the right? This one?
Cancel it. It said cancel it. Cancel the back test and start over. Play button to the right.
This button here, it says to real time?
Real time, I suspect. Okay, it said that you canceled the play. Okay, there it is. Bam.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the candlesticks happening here.
They ran off.
Where are you?
In the $78 mode. 71. They way up there.
Shit. Right. Yeah, let's come out of this. Let me find what price action went to.
Somebody see something in the chat.
There you go. Sheesh. Better get back on my back testing. Shoot.
Yep, your back testing game.
I just be studying so much. All right, let's where are we now? Woo, child. All right.
Okay. We found the candles.
All right, we at 2017.
2017.
All right, so I hit the replay button.
Okay. Set the stick. And then, oh.
Okay, so where's the
where your candles go?
Yo.
At the top.
Candles left. They left. They're like, we're getting out of here.
Yeah. That was it. That went that fast.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
My trading view gonna look like the one y'all using. Well, what you probably because your colors for the Mathis is yours white background maybe. X. What X? Full mode. Okay, so we're in the full mode. But you can't see the tool to back test, or you already got it up.
Oh, wait, hold on. You got that right. Back to regular mode.
Yeah, regular mode.
Regular. This is wild. We didn't have this problem before.
No, you just went on, put the time frame, and boom, it started moving. Slow motion. I don't never remember us going through this much havoc.
Yeah, what the hell? It's time to make me cuss. Get the cussing.
Cuss words.
Dad, did I get kicked off?
I don't know. You got.
He was like, "Yo, girl, get out of here."
You know, I did you like that. I just pulled it up real quick. I said, I don't know if I could do it at the same time as you. So, as soon as you're gonna come out yours, I'm gonna show this one. I ain't know if it kick you out. No.
Oh, he kicked you off?
No, he just was like,
he booted you
out of here with that trash.
Oh no, dog. Well, I ain't done nothing like that. Now hold up, hold up, Miss C. Y'all know I ain't done. No such a thing. No such a thing, Miss C. No such a thing.
Like, move over, baby.
Get out of here.
No such a thing. No such a thing. No reason I go because I was gonna show mine, and then when you came out of yours, I was thinking they were gonna show mine, but apparently must eliminate it. But
all right,
really quick,
show yours, and I'm gonna go
can y'all
check out why I'm not.
I can see it.
That's why I say on demand, unparalleled. You ain't gonna beat Think or Swim.
Oh, he don't think it's swim.
Man,
see,
that's why I see how he did me, Mo.
No, y'all know dog ain't done nothing like that. Hold up, no such a thing. No such a thing.
Man, we just saw it. We just don't believe your lying eyes.
All right, no such a thing. No such a thing.
I thought that was you. I was like, whoa, she high speed. Look what she did.
So we good at the trading view obviously does it pretty well, but again, it has been glitchy lately.
Oh,
I've been messing up. Let me go look it up.
It's been glitching lately because I was moving some stuff earlier. So, of course, like I was speaking about the other night, so with Think and Swim, of course, it's over a founded GUI. Um, so, of course, as you guys are seeing this one here play out, this is SPI in particular, when it made its parabolic move, right? Kind of like how we speak about the GLSI move. Now, what makes interesting about this because I'm on the 133 tick chart. Of course, this is how I came up in the game. I used to trade the tick chart, right? And so being able to see every move unfold in real time gives you some kind of inclination of what's happening, especially if you had a lot of the moving averages up. Of course, this one is only the 20. I don't have the 9 EMA up, but for this rendition, of course, you see the VWAP down there underneath, and then up top, that's the linear regression line. It's the same thing as the band, but it's just a line, right? It's a metric of a lot of moving averages compound into one exponential line, kind of movement pattern value. But like Sister Camille was showing you, obviously was trying to show y'all through that, when the ideal of being able to back test these certain assets or these assets, so to speak, and going back and replaying them. Of course, this is the on-demand feature, whatever. Kind of same scenario, but you can really get a good bird's eye view of what's happening. When things happen, when the volume turn, when the price turn, whatever the case, you'll get a good understanding of what's going on. Of course, and that's in real time, right? And it's interesting when you go back and watch these stocks like this here, when they're kind of battling between the bulls and the bears. It just gives you a whole new different perspective, right, in terms of the value of how stocks are, making moves or whatever the case. And this, of course, this is only 4 minutes in, and this on this stock right here, it didn't make its move until like much later. I think around 11, somewhere around there. SPI that day, and I mean it was just crazy. When you watch how the volume is going through this pattern scenario like it is right now, it's kind of you're having peaks, then you're having kind of pullback. When the volume kind of thinned out, and then it kind of took off again, and then that same aspect of what we're looking at when we're trading stocks and we're trying to establish those patterns, right? U-shaped patterns or whatever the case, fry pan bottoms, cup and handles, if you want to call that, J-hook patterns, where that continuation or breakout is somewhat, right around the corner, right? It was synonymous with what's getting ready to come around the corner, right? So, as you guys can see there, of course, it was kind of in that, at that point, establishing a support around about 360 until it had to be proven wrong. You got the 20 moving average converging down at that point of support, kind of forcing the stock down here to that point to kind of make it barbecue or mildew. So you have a pressure cooker effect going on right here. So this would be considered the pattern that Brother Sonny spoke about earlier was like a falling what? Kind of like a falling wedge.
Falling wedge.
Right. And of course that's not the accurate drawing, but y'all get what I'm trying. It's kind of tightening itself down. And if it hadn't broke out yet, you kind of, and then it began to kind of make that little pop right there, right? But right after that, it dumped. So that could have been considerably, people that were just, waiting to get out as soon as they kind of make that move, right? They kind of day trading it. So, very timely. It's killing the kind of killing the breakouts before they actually happen. But nonetheless, it came out of that falling wedge pattern. And now it's starting to kind of cement itself outside of it. Now it's trading at the 20-day moving average, right? At or above is what you want to get out of that, right? And so being this is the tick chart, it's going to look like, like how do I keep up with all this movement? But that's basically what you're doing. Though. You're trying to establish that supremacy of confirmation based upon that moving average. At or above it, right? At or above it is bullish, right? At and below it, trending below it, that's in a bearish stance. And of course, I say, you can't really get a true accurate reading on a tick chart because it's moving like an equalizer. But if this is the 1 minute chart or the 5 minute, you'll see it more thoroughly from the point when it broke out, from this falling wedge pattern here. Clear as day, this is a falling wedge, right? Clear as day there. And so now you got it kind of trending, like you see here, kind of up and to the right. Right. Of course, you got the time and sales here over to the right. So you're seeing everything, all the shares and the buys coming in, and all the what shares going out for all people who selling and who buying over here. Right. Clearly, the green is buyers and the red are what people selling. Uh, your level 2 down here underneath, as the orders are coming in, right? The size of that, if the bids are bigger than that of the what, the ask, the sellers, typically that's a bullish signal. You know, because you have constant people feeding the tape, and the size of those trades are very universal in terms of um, people trying to now establish the breakout. Once you broke out, if the buyers don't show up afterwards, then what you're going to have is a scenario where the stock going to eventually eventually try to roll back over. So those buyers need to stay consistent. So right now, you're looking down here to level 2, those buyers are staying what? Very consistent, right? They're very consistent here, and coming into the tape at this point. Fives and fives, you can see there clearly. All right. And the sellers over here are, I mean, they're still in there too, right? But they're forcing those buyers to kind of keep up that keep up their you their regimen in terms of keeping the stock from falling below that 20-day moving average, so to speak. Right. So just another scenario again. So utilize your thinkorswims if you don't have it. I think TradingView might, like I said, it might be glitchy because I was trying to learn earlier too while y'all was doing that. I was like, why is this thing acting crazy? So let me go see if it's just the browser or something. So obviously on demand seemed to be working all right. But again, you still got two of them. You can use TradingView or you can use uh, uh,
Thinkorswim.
Thinkorswim, excuse me, Thinkorswim. All right, so but that's that. So
I gotta find out, see who do it.
So let me close out here. Again, Thinkorswim is free, guys, for anybody in the back chat that don't have it. Go utilize your Thinkorswims. Utilize it's just another source. It's just another source.
I want to transfer my Robinhood to Thinkorswim. I got Thinkorswim. I just want to move the money.
Oh, you just add money to your Thinkorswim, right? Or take money out of Robinhood that you ain't gonna use and fund your Thinkorswim account with it.
Mm-hmm. I got a couple dollars in it. I want to. Ooh, Robinhood just made me mad.
Yeah, it's clunky. It's cumbersome. We all had to grind through Robinhood in the early days. And it's like, now there's so many other platforms out there. It's like, okay, you don't necessarily have to
put up with them.
Yeah, deal with it if you don't have to, so to speak. So yeah, but that's it. So again, guys, just know that you have those abilities to do exactly what Sister Camille was talking about. Sister Mon was sitting there talking about looking at stocks in terms of being able to replay your test or your trade, or as it's known when you're back testing, right, your thesis of the strategy that you put forth for that trade, and you go back and watch it and you see what happened, when was the best entry, where you got in, where you got out, whatever entries, exits, the certain patterns that are unfolding. When you see it unfolding, what's actually happening in that moment, and how do you trade that? Of course, in this point, again, we talked about that earlier with the falling wedge there at 360, and it went up in the high, somewhere around there. So roughly near around about 390-ish, somewhere around there. So you picked up like 30 cents in that little move, of course. Not a whole lot, but it's a lot to people who obviously got bigger money, right? And so that's basically all they're doing. They're just in there, playing those moving averages. They're playing peak to trough channels. When they break, they break. Of course, in this case, you see how it broke here. So it established itself and broke below that support at 360. Now you move down to the next potential hold on level that's bouncing off of, which is 340. Right? Stocks love whole number of marks. Marks. If it don't hold, of course, you're gonna, you got to go down to the next level. Right? So it's interesting when you watch these stocks in terms of how they're fluctuating. Again, from one moment to the next, in terms of how you're plating or trading those particular patterns. Because this clearly is a bear flag here. Right? At this point, it's just flagging to the downside until the selling either have subsided or the short sellers have finished shorting it. Once that subsides, you'll have a scenario where you're just trying to see if it's going to rebound or it's just going to die out for the day. But this was a very, very, it was a bad day for the Bears because for those who were still stuck in it that didn't close or cover their short, when it began to actually make its move and break out, obviously a lot later, it began to be like, oh, this is brutal. So they began to revenge trade it. So let's see. If I go to just the tick chart, let's go to that let's see the 5 minute, that 5 minute chart. Then it begins to be a little bit more air and apparent, within the 5 minute window, basically what's going on here. So that's the importance of those different time frames too, Sister Monica. When you're looking at short-term time frames, 1 minute to 5 minute, see how it looks now on the 5 minute. It looks more in control. Even though it's a big bearish engulfing candle, you don't feel so much like, okay, because look where it came from. It took off from down at $1.
Right.
And all it is now is getting right back to some old points of support, right? Right here, this candle here. See that line right there? You draw that line across there, right? That becomes very air and apparent, right? What's going on within that, that little area right there, right? So we'll do so I don't know if it'll let me do it right now. So we draw in there. Right. And that's how you start to kind of, set it up your bars, actually doing the actual trade itself. So when you're doing an
trail going.
So you know exactly where you're, let me straighten this line out. All right. Oh, come on, thing. Yeah. So again, there's just many ways how you're charting, in real time while you're trading. Officer Camille does that a lot. Y'all saw when she posted her charts, when she's drawing her boxes, order block boxes, showing her trades, so her top to support, her support resistance points. All those are things that are happening during the trade, not after the trade, but during the trade, right? Pre the trade and also during the trade, which is important because again, if you don't have a way to gauge when to get out of the trade, right? Then how can you, from a significant aspect, detail what the trade is worth. All you know is just breaking out. Okay, it's breaking out is good because your P&L looking good, it's fattening up. But when does it, the buying stops? When is the time for it to start looking at the stock where it's getting, starting to kind of die out, so to speak. So when those signals present themselves, of course, that's when you want to be, focused on your next move in that case, right? Or an exit strategy. Now, clearly, anything at this point, if you're buying down here in this stock, I was at that point, at or around that point of support right here. The goal is to take out the take out the high, in this case, the intraday high. Right? So that would be a target goal. If it is not breaking really, really hard below that line, then you stay in the trade. At that point, you say, well, okay, what am I willing to risk? If that's the point of 340, and you're going to move an average sitting there at the 313 level, which is the 20 moving average, you may want to set a stop loss there if you're willing to risk 30 cents. Some people might be a little stingy. I'm only going to risk 10, right? All right, or 20. Right? Depends however you come up with that idea of what you're willing to lose. You set that as your point of reference, and that becomes your stop. Right. Everything above that, you do what? You stay in the trade until it what?
Until it gets that stop, to your point.
Right, until it forces you out. Right. So this is what you call real time, tactical trade, right? This is the part of the game where, right? They don't teach this in school. Right? They don't teach this. Ms. Melba don't teach this here. She don't teach you how to day trade in third grade. Like, right? But ultimately, of course, these are moments where you learn a lot about chart patterns, behavior of traders, how they're operating in or around the stock, at certain time points or intervals or whatever the case, and you're trying to see whether or not this is a worthy trade at that moment. Of course, I said the word trade, not investment. This is strictly real time price action. happening. And the lot sizes, of course, that would be like the lot size in Forex. It would be the same in terms of the time it sells, in terms of the trades that are coming through that blotter at that point. The size of those trades, right? Obviously, when it's more fair green coming down this far right side over here, the stock is typically in a bullish stance. When when it get bloody over here, when it's real red, then it's more trying to what? More people dumping in that time frame for that interval of time.
Support around my 360.
Yeah. So again, just a lot of things here that you can take out of it, but that's why this stuff is important. So go back and do your trades. If you day traded the stock, and you really want to figure out what was going on, what was your good entries exit, go back and do that thing on demand. Go back and do the back test or the replay on TradingView when it's acting right, obviously over there. But you can go back and do it pretty much.
Okay.
And get your desired result, what you're trying to see come out of that. So it's really interesting. So man, same way if you just do the 30-minute chart or 1 hourly chart, any of that stuff, of course, it's gonna look very interesting.
Yeah, I got it rocking right now. I figured out what happened.
So just boot Oberot.
Yeah, boot me back out. I just say, because I'm gonna stop by and I'll let you come back in there.
Yeah, you booted.
Yeah, you got to. You got to go and kick me out. But look at that money right there. Before we get out, look at that money. See that money right there?
Yeah, that's nice.
That's nice.
It is.
They even like, "Ooh, this is nice." That's a can't wait.
Right.
Right before you get ready to try to break out, when the stock start looking like that, you be get on the edge of your seat, like, man, this thing gonna break out, and then break and it pop. Man, after that, you be like, God, dog, boy, this it's on now. But yeah, go ahead and share your screen. But yeah, on demand. So to get in your on demand on Thinkorswim, you have to sign into your actual account, not the paper trading one, but the actual account.
Mm-hmm.
And then come over to the far right. It's gonna be the thing. You're gonna see it clearly. They're gonna say on demand at the far right hand side there. You click on that. You plug in the date. Plug in your stock. Whatever you're gonna trade. You can set it even down to the seconds on Thinkorswim. That's why I like they're on demand obviously better than TradingView. But of course it's Thinkorswim. It's T2Mad trade. But you can set it even down to the second. So you get a really good accurate description of what's going on in that stock at that point when it's moving. So just word of the wise. And if you want to do a video, I'm saying this for my YouTube content creators. So Sister Monica, Ober Chris, some of you guys, I know at some point you got to start your YouTube channel in terms of your trading stuff. Sister Camille, you got your profession, but then you got your other profession, right? You need to be doing your replays of some of your positions for your YouTube content creator for your trading as well, Sister Camille, if you will, to build up,
Absolutely.
Build up your following.
Yeah, I've already been doing some recording. I haven't posted them, but I've been just doing it for my own recording, like while I'm in a live trade.
Right, and so like this is good for that. Like whether you on demand or trading, it doesn't matter. But you sit here and just come record this entire session, like do a Zoom, whatever, and record a window, just this box only, and then overlay it with your still shots. Right? Okay, here's where I got my entry point at. Still shot it. And then run the video again, and you can really put together good quality excerpt of what your trade was like, And so that stuff is, man, look, I'm lazy. I hadn't done it yet, so I'm preaching to the choir. But that's it. That's how you be able to do that stuff. So let me stop this here.
Yeah, beautiful. See, where's my bag?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you my
it's coming
thing?
Not yet.
You don't see my screen?
Not yet.
Yeah, you sharing it, but you got us on there. You got us.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, she's sharing it. It's just you got to
share your desktop.
Yeah, share your desktop or the screen that you're looking to share.
All right, let me do it again.
Right now.
Let me do it one more time. Because you keep saying I'm viewing your screen. Let me see. Come on here. You keep saying I'm viewing your screen.
So
Oh, I
close.
see it. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Got okay. I was
I
saying.
got it.
Sorry.
I got it. Finally. Okay, here we go. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
can see it.
All right. So over here,
What'd you have to do?
you want me to start it again?
No. Mm-mm.
Just run down exactly your quick steps and what you performed to make it right.
I hit this button here, bar replay. Then I went here to jump to.
Oh.
Click on that. The red line shows up. You click on the area where you want the chart to where you want to start trading from.
Okay.
And then you hit play.
Okay.
Because what was throwing me, I forgot that what they do with this too, they take away the information that's in front. So that's why we was tripping. We was like, why were you at the front? But we wasn't at the front. We were just at the beginning of that day because there's no information going forward until it starts trading.
Oh.
You see what's happening here?
Yeah, I see it.
Because there's no information going forward. So typically, what I like to do is see, like now I can, move around the chart. So and I like to, I can make notes. Let's see. So we got these tops here I might be looking at. Draw that across. And I'm thinking I want to go short here. I'm gonna write that and say, I'm going to enter the trade short. So I kind of like make my notes and see if I'm right. Put that there. Obviously, I was right because it hit that area there. And I'll let it play out. I think I'll take profits down here. If I'm right. And so, we'll watch it play out. I'm going to put a take profit here. And, I just write out a whole thing, like what my mindset is, what I'm seeing. We have some consolidation going on there. Are the candles big enough? Can everybody see it? I'll make it bigger.
Yes, it's clear. But yeah, if you want, you can stretch it too.
I also see another area of equal highs here. and we have our area of, and there it is. That's why I take profit. Bam. Like clockwork. So that's how I practice.
Stellar. No, I mean, first one to say stellar because
Thank you.
literally this is how you perfect your craft. This is how you become one and become intimate with what these, not just the assets alone, but just any kind of form of, uh, liquidity that's when it's unfolding, when you kind of establish a certain point, peaks to troughs, uh, breakouts, breakdowns, whatever the case, equilibrium aspects, consolidation before it makes a move. Well, you can do this pretty much with any asset if it's
Okay.
giving you those kind of signals, right? Uh, and so it's important, literally, to be able to do just that and being able to plot somewhat like it's like you plotting coordinates, right? And if
Yes.
everything goes well, what the drop, right? When they get ready to make the drop, everything on point, right? In this case, or when it's going up, whatever the case, however make the exact example you use, but clearly, right? That's why it's important to be able to do that. And of course, this is like she said, it's called what? What is it called, Sister Camille?
Oh, what I'm back testing.
Back testing, right? Clear as day, right? Letting this is the strategy side of the house, right? This is strictly based upon what we've been able to see from previous chart play out, right? We always say look to the left, right? What happened over to the left
Yep.
is going to be confirmation of what's going to come to the right
Exactly.
in most cases. So being students of that is how well your charting game will be, or it'll lead through, lead by example, more or less, by how well you be able to kind of ascertain what was happening prior to that, that asset began to make its move. So right there, where she took profit at, that's that bird in hand beat one in the bush. Of course, it dropped and went even lower, right? She could have made more, but you don't think about that when you have a target, right? The goal is to make money.
Yeah, because this is it's a lot of pips actually.
Yeah, it had one of them days. Yeah.
Yeah, I entered up here. I mean, that's at least 100 pips.
That in itself. Yeah,
Yeah, let me see. I can tell you exactly. So from here to here, that's 580 pips. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
500.
On $1,000. Yeah, on
Yeah.
$1,000. That look, when we talk about percentages over here in terms of the trade, equity, but in the forex market, explain to them what that would be on $1,000.
Woo! We're talking about on $1,000. That's about 15 grand, something like that. A pip is $1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, like that trade I took today, gold that I was holding out for, I traded that at 25 cents. I made $300.
All right.
And I could have made more, but there wasn't a lot of catalysts in the market, so the price was meandering around. I hate when it does that, because usually when it hits those fair value gaps or those large engulfing candles, it just rolls over. So you always know that they're holding it up when it keeps like they milking the trade. It's like, come on, you're supposed to fall over right here. But and then I had got I was at like 200 and they pulled it back to 100. I was back to 100. Then it started dropping again. But then when it got to 300, it started acting weird. But it started, kind of meandering around. So I said, you know what? Because I had been holding it since yesterday. So, I said, let me take this bag, bird in hand. But I probably could have made it. I probably could have made about 7, 8 because it went exactly to where I said it was going to go. Exactly. Right. But, that's all part of the game too. just being able
Trying to
to.
be proficient at what? Getting on base.
Yeah, you can't make every price point because sometimes it just goes. Like sometimes it hit that area and it's just like bam, instantly. You ain't even in the trade 5 minutes.
Right.
But like yesterday I was in the thing like a whole day, but I had confidence in that trade because there was no way they wasn't going to take all that liquidity out. That was just like a clear like hello. So they and they probably figured people was had their eye on it. So that's why they kept trading it in that range so that they would get people in it. And people will when the candles start to fall, then people will tighten up their stop loss. And when they get in profit, then they'll take it back up and take those people out. So I knew that's what they were doing. So I just held because it was like creeping down real slow. Like when you see that creeping down move, just a matter of time before they just let it go. To take out, especially when it's like, because those candles don't offer any resistance as far as them balancing their books. It's them holding it up for whatever reason. They're holding it up. So like when they do let it go, it just falls. And and if I had waited a half an hour, because I was like, okay, it was 9:30 when I got out of the trade, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But at 10 a.m., they let it drop the rest of the way. So yeah, I was like, okay. But I feel like it's good that I was able to see that type of trade, because you don't always make can't always make every top and every bottom, but as long as you're in the trade when the market makers are moving it, that's what you want to be when they're moving the trade. When the banks are in there, you start getting those big candles as opposed to little choppy candles. That's what I'm training my eye for, to always be in the trade, right at that moment. So, and using this back testing helps me a lot. I had it going kind of fast. Usually I slow it down a little bit so I have time to, look at the chart a little bit more, but not that slow because you don't want to be sitting there like and the thing move one bar every 5 minutes. So you want to kind of have it moving, so you can kind of you're going through time at that point. You're not actually trading. And I was trading on the hourly too. So yeah, but you can adjust the speed. Once you get it going. Like again, what we were doing wrong. I forgot that once you hit the play button. Can you see my pointer?
Those candles.
Yeah, once you hit the play button, the chart is going to
move.
Yeah, because you don't have any information going forward here. So every time, and we kept saying, "Oh man, it's jumping."
Jumping, yeah.
It was jumping so that you would, because you were further back in time, but now you had to go forward, which is what I forgot. Okay, so yeah, I would have. Let me annotate that's why I drew that line there. And I put that box.
Okay, so you see where you were.
Yeah, so that would have. The reason I put that box there because I'm looking for. Price went down here and took out the stops. So when price came back to the order block, it took off. So I would have, if I hadn't been talking, I would have annotated that, my entry. And so I should just do this all day, just like sit for like hours or two, a couple of hours, and trade a ticker. It doesn't matter which one, just pick one. This would have been my entry.
So when you back testing it and you put those notes as it go forward, you would see that same pattern. You would see those notes show up in those
Oh, that
patterns.
uh, if I'm back testing,
Yeah, so when you back testing, you putting the notes in when you back testing, or you had the notes when you actually took your trades.
no, I did this while I'm back testing.
Right. So in real time, so the day of or going forward in the future, you would be able to see those notes at those price points, or those or the or it would
Well,
recognize those
what
patterns.
happens is it's going to go back, like when you come out of replay mode, it's going to go back to real time.
Right.
So that stuff wasn't in the chart during real time.
Oh, okay. All right.
But you can record yourself. You can take, screenshots.
Right.
That's one way. You could record yourself doing
Oh,
this.
then you'd be able to recognize the pattern.
Yeah, because
Gotcha.
what I'm doing is like looking for things. I'm looking for what uh for the reason that I want to take a trade.
Got you.
So I'm looking for my setups,
I got you.
order blocks, uh, the FVGs, or the which is fair value gap, which is usually price wants to balance uh, any imbalance in price. So I just train my eye to be able to see those things, and then I write where uh, I would have entered the trade, short or long, and see if it plays out right in real time. In real time. And if I'm wrong, I write loss or whatever, and go on to the next spot where I might take a trade.
Right. Okay.
So that's all my yeah, that's just how that was my way of practicing the market, getting your eyes together, looking, see chart time, putting in chart time. You can do this on a Saturday or any day after the market for an hour. We used to a lot of our friends, and myself, we would after the market paper trade or back test, pick a ticker and back test. At that time, I had Thinkorswim, so I was doing it in Thinkorswim. But if you're on like on Zoom, yeah, you can annotate, but you can't annotate in Thinkorswim. So that was one of the reasons I liked about trading. You could write on the chart while you're back testing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a great tool, great learning tool. So for any of the new people out there, not like there was yesterday, but this is one of the ways to hone your skills.
Yeah.
Without losing money. And you can just actually look at it, just watch it. If you start to learn how to, if you're moving, using like moving averages or your RSI or whatever, Bollinger Bands, just put in that chart time, you see how price is moving against those things. What's happening as far as like the 9, some people, I know people used to, if price came and hit the 9, that was their entry into the trade, things like that. So those it helps you sharpen your skills.
They want to know, just the community want to know, how did you get started in Forex?
Oh, how did I get started in Forex? Our brother, SG, back in the day, he was known as Stock God. Now he's just known as SG. But because of him, and because we were kind of man, I had and I love trading stocks still. I mean, I was planning on. I thought about opening up Webull and messing with some options, but I need to really learn it better. But Yeah, I had like blown up account. I had blown up my stock account. You know, sad story, boy. There's nothing worse than blowing up your account. So I blew up. I think I blew up my last account where I had the money to get a new one. So you know, I was like, dang. So, but I was just kind of like paper trading, and then there's a trader, Bull Bear. This kid, he was like 20 or whatever, and he turned us on to forex, and so I just started paper trading it. I was still getting up every morning like we used to do. We were still in the chat. Actually, after, well, what really happened was we had this strategy that was killing, and that's the thing with some of these brokers. If you're killing so much too, you know, they started doing stuff to us in the room, like opening up the spread, uh, and so people couldn't get in trades. They put them on equities. So stuff like that was happening. So of course people, you know, start, you know, losing their accounts and whatnot. So
What was that strategy?
oh, the strategy. Oh,
On and say it.
the 1 cent spread, boy.
1 cent spread.
Yo, we was killing them hard. How I lost my account was I got caught in a spike, $1.50 spike at 3,000 shares.
Now, interesting about that because again, this is a learning moment, right? It's a teaching moment. This is when it was momentum trading, the way that we've been speaking about how day trading is a whole new different beast. In shorter time frames, the rapid movement of stocks that are moving, of course, you know, in you know, literally nanoseconds, how reversing is happening, and you doing that with bigger shares, of course, 10 cents to you is like you know, like losing like $300 to $400, as opposed to for some people who have less shares that might be like what, you know, 10, 20, $30 to them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we moving, we losing, we down $300-400 in like 1 minute candle. And sometimes
Right.
we ain't panicking. We like, okay, yeah, that's just, you know, how this, you know, we gotta let it, you know, play out, right? That's a threshold of pain because eventually it's gonna turn over, right? So you had to be willing to kind of go through that. Not that you had to, but to sit through that when the markets are just, you know, having those abnormal moments like that, and say this, okay, this is just a part of the, you know, they're trying to shake traders out, or it might have been a big buyer came through try to, you know, dust the bears. In this case, try to turn the stock, right? Turn it around from continuously falling. But again, in doing so, when you trade stocks with a 1 cent spread, you it's better to trade it from that perspective because you're getting tick for tick the value of what's happening, and you don't have to deal with having an issue getting out or getting in where you're coming in already down or leaving out, and they're still, you know, them taking away more of your profit than you already just made, right? So, you know, it's better to, you know, again, find those scenarios. So basically, we used to trade them up very thoroughly, right? Momentum trading, basically what we're talking about, momentum trading, stocks that, you know, had good volume, tight spread, and we would hit it with a whole lot of shares. Yeah, you know, 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares, you know,
Woo.
and
Them
get
cats
it.
was killing. I mean, I remember they was in there making like 16 grand. That's
Yep.
when they started shutting us down. They was like, they was like,
Willie Bear, he used to go heavy because I had learned early on. I did mine early in the game, so I was like, no, I do like 1,000, 2,000 shares. You know, he'll go like 16,000 shares, right, or something like that. You know, and he'll make like, you know, 16 grand. You know, I'll make like 2 or 3,000. I'm good. You know, or 7, 8, 900. I'm good. 1,000 plus. I'm good. And but that was it. You know, so we went through a period where we were just dusting. You know, trading it at that time, of course.
it was like enough of
And
this.
so the payouts were so big, they were having to pay out these small group of people so much, you know. So with the amount, they kind of like, man, what's going on? You know, why do people keep making this kind of money like that? You know, but that's what it was. So they're like, okay, we got to change the game. So what it was taking away a lot of the liquidity in terms of the CFDs or, you know, contract for difference, the shares that they had to offer to their other clients. We were eating up a lot of those those contracts ourselves. A small little group of people in a little Discord room. And
Yo,
yeah, so
we was we set them on fire.
we blazed up. So those were some of my gravy days. You know, a lot of people did well under those moments too, and so
Yeah,
but nothing to make.
so I learned from that too. That, you know, if you're doing two, you gotta, you know, if you get really good at picking tops and bottoms, and you're really killing the broker, they're gonna kick you out. So you know, you got to be aware of that, because then they're not in the market for you to be making money. They want to be taking
and that
your
was a
money.
unique situation because that platform is a platform, right? It wasn't like if it was just us doing that on TD Ameritrade, ain't nothing they could do about that, right?
Like, yeah, but we wouldn't have, we exploited a hole that they had in their system, because we
Right.
would have never been able to trade like that on TV, because you
Oh,
can't get
man.
in, yeah, you can't get in the trade fast, and like, you know what I'm saying, even if the spread falls to 1 cent on TD Ameritrade, you got to wait for them to let you in. The
Yep.
whole secret with that thing was when that joint went to 1 cent, we had the spread at 1 cent.
Right. The execution that they had was just immaculate. So you can
Yeah,
really
that's the thing with the
order in.
CFDs.
Yeah, you can market order in literally at 1 cent, a 1 cent spread,
Yep,
and you get filled, right? You didn't have to worry about a lot of slippage. And
right.
so,
It was
Wow.
instant.
right, we get filled with like 5,000 shares short at, like say, a whole dollar mark at a dollar.
Yep.
Soon, instantly, if it drops like 5 or 6 cents, 7 cents, well, that's 7 cents on 5,000 shares. Do the math on that. Do that in your head, that math in your head real quick. So we'll be like, we get out, and right, we'll wait to get back in because there was no PDT as well, right? So we just wait for the next setup and get back in, hit it again. So we go up like $3,500. You know, if the next trade was kind of, you know, shaky, we maybe might give back like $300-400. Okay, that's all right. Next one come along and set up again. Boom, there's another good one. You make about 2,000 on that one, you know. And so we did that until we got content. We just, oh, I'm done for the day, right?
Yep.
Joke get done and go whatever, right? So I, you know what I mean? I hit my
By noon, it
go
was
fishing.
over.
Going fishing.
You know what I
Going
mean?
fishing.
I go get on the kayak or the boat and I go fishing. You know, that was it. You know, so that, I mean, seriously, that. But like what she's speaking about and what I'm just describing earlier before, you know, we even got this conversation, it's synonymous because we're talking about what short-term time frames. So, Monica, when you're talking about how we're looking at that GLSI and
Right.
how we would trade that in a real-time scenario when you intraday trading, how significant those shorter time frames are, or the moving averages, right, in relation to where the stock is at. Because now level 2 comes into the game. You got, you know, that's a part of the game we hadn't really got to that point of really teaching yet. But I got to go into that. I got to go into level 2, teach y'all about level 2. I got to break down time and sales. That's very important, especially if you're going to be, you know, hitting some of these small trades like this, little cheap ones in, you know, intraday scenario, because those are kind of what, you know, windows of what people are doing, who the buyers and sellers are, right? How to read the bid and the ask, right? How to read that spread, right?
Yep, and that's how
Very important.
how we were traded off the level 2.
Yeah, you know, so that was like everything, and we would just max out. We would use, you know, Thinkorswim, maybe level 2, and trade off of TradeNet, you know, ticker order box, you know, and we would just mash out, you know. And so Joker end up, you know, $5,000-6,000 a day. Some Joker be up near $12,000 a day, you know.
I mean, that time Bully hit 26 grand.
Yeah, 26,000, right? And a day trade. That was a day trade.
Oh, yeah.
That was you know, that was less than a little time. That wasn't like a whole day. That was, you know, like I tell people, you know, that was nothing, you know, for those scenarios to happen.
Yeah.
It's all right when you look back at it, like, man, okay, well, and then the first thing people ask, well, why you ain't doing that now? Well, you got to realize here, see, there's growth in this too.
Right.
The goal is to be consistent. Well, we ran that till the wheels ran dry, right? And let us right?
We broke trade, man.
That's how it was. So
get these bugs up out of here.
Right. And I showed y'all a couple of my little old trades, yo. Like, you know, that was it. So, you know, whether it was a Momo trade or even a long-term fade, because we used to fade, you know, I used to do them all-day faders, right? That was my thing. Like, cause they had, remember, I knew about it early on, right? I was like, yo, early on when I began to hit my big bags like that, I began to see how this, like, man, okay, yeah. You know, I would come in with big, heavy shares, like in a tight spread, bam, you know, make a big bag. I said, okay, this is crazy. Ain't no slippage, and I get right in. And then a lot of us started hitting it, you know, got used to what was going on, and just like, okay, they kind of switched up the game. And so you say, well, what do I do here? I got to adjust. So I started adjusting. I said, you know what? If they're going to, you know, try to hit us like that, I'll all day fade a Joker then, right? Long or short. So, you know, they would hit theirs and, you know, commit them and hit theirs and get out. I'll stay in and just fade it. I'll take some off and let the rest of it just ride, right? That way they come at me. I just slowly add, you know, 500 shares here, 1,000 here, just I do it methodically and just let it bleed out. If it's a stock that's falling, of course, or if it's going up, of course, it'd be the inverse. But that was it. So, that was the only thing that allowed me to kind of stay around a little bit longer, because they began to kind of shut a lot of our people off, right? Shut down their accounts, right? And put them on they put like a limit on them on what they can do in terms of that kind of scenario. And it just wasn't worth it at that point, so people left.
Yeah, you couldn't get into trades no more.
Yeah, it came with that 3 cent. They hit you with that 3 cent window. You came in, you was already down 3 cents if you was anything above 500 shares.
I remember one time I took a trade, I was down 20 cents. I was pissed.
Yep.
That almost blew up my account.
But you know what? We learned how to adjust. We were the only ones that learned how to adjust first, right? So we knew anything above 500 shares, right? You would be getting in above 3 cents to 5 cents. Anything under 500, like we used to do like 200 shares at a time. We just like wrap it in 200 shares at a time. That way we got in under that, 1 cent to 2 cents. Remember, we learned that early on.
Right.
And after that, it was like, okay, we got it, right? So it was kind of back to the same, but it came with a little bit more extra steps that we had to perform underneath. But I sit down and say, because we learned how to adjust. That's the lesson. Right. You got to learn how to adjust. There's no way you can stick with the same strategy forever. At some point, the market going to throw you something different and new. You're going to have to what? Strategize and readjust.
Yeah, and at that time I didn't. I was just starting. Maybe I was.
You were still, you were still going through the progressions. And of course, you had your success early, and it was kind of like, it messed you up, right? So
that messed me up, boy. That
I remember like yesterday that trade too. I was like, yep, you can get paid today, and that was on an intro account. So that just went from $14,000 to $22,000, literally overnight in that one trade. I said, take that money out the account. Don't even mess around, because I knew better. I said, take it out. Or pay yourself.
Yeah, that was a beautiful day.
That was a beautiful day.
For a newbie, I was like $8,000, boy. Woo.
In a day trade, that kind of stuff will spoil you. But once you get used to it, guess what? It becomes like what? Everyday action. So that's the greatest thing I want to put forth to people, let them know. Of course, the money's there. The goal is to learn how to be consistent at learning how to get it, to the point where you're not emotionally affected one way or the other. So 8,000 to you may seem like a lot to somebody else. Of course, it's a good amount of money, but you want to be indifferent to it, right? That's why I listened to Anton Crew and I shared that. Like, the money don't care what you think about it. It does not. It's just it's a tool, right? That's all it is. So you learn how to, trade in or around having money with using money. It'd be like, okay, yeah, $8 just same as like $8, like no big deal. Well, I just can buy more other stuff with it if I choose.
And be able to do that consistently.
At a consistent level.
Yeah. So even if you don't make $8,000, you can make $8,000 in a month. Once you're consistent and once your skills up, where you can trade in any market.
Facts.
Yeah, that's the thing. The market changes on you, but when you understand the market, when you can read that price action, it don't matter what they do. Because when I started, we was in a bull market, so everything that you got in went up automatically.
2017 was that year.
Yep. So anything you touch went up. So me being a newbie, I thought because I was winning, I knew what I was doing, man. When the market got all weird, I could have made 10 cents. Well, then I started trading a 1 cent spread. But then after that, after they messed it, after they made it so we couldn't trade that way anymore, then that's when I realized what I didn't know. So I had to go back to hitting the books, and I lost my account. I got caught in a spike. Because I hadn't got my stop loss in quick enough. I got caught in a $1.50 spike. And that blew up my account. And I was like, man, talk about being hard. I was in tears in this. I was like, I was sitting there looking at the screen in disbelief. Like, I almost fell on the floor. Now,
stuff back there,
now, if I would have had the correct presence of mind, I would have known that when you get a spike that run up like that, hold a trade No, but no, I couldn't hold the trade because it blew my account off and they shut me off. But anytime you get
it was the stop loss. It was the stop loss aspect.
Yeah, they went up there and took everybody out.
Yeah, we were kind of, because at that time, and again, it was this environment. A lot of it was high level trading, but it was confusing because a lot of people was like, we're like in a Discord room on the mic, everybody talking. You trying to focus, you know. Of course,
Screaming and talking.
Ain't the same size, so you got big account because you know, me and Bullet, we just sit in the trade, right? We just sit through that little pain, and then the turnover. Stock guard, he already out. He like, I ain't playing around, right? Right, he be out.
I gotta be out.
Be still sitting in there like, oh wait, it's gonna turn over in a minute. Just give it a minute.
He lost his account that day too.
Stock guard.
Yeah, on that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Man,
right.
He was like,
that was when he had upgraded too. He had got that student account.
Yeah, man. Yep. That $3,000 account, I was like heartbroken, man.
Yeah. So again, it's a part of the learning, but within that, you just learn how to be better understanding your limitations, right? What was your limitations? How you need to strategize to make sure that don't become an issue, right? Again, of course, right. Being able to sit through a lot of that stuff, you learn, right? It's a learning process, right? But again, shucks. For what it's worth, look, those some very valuable lessons, very valuable lessons.
You're gonna go through something.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not plug and play, especially if you're trying to day trade. So,
which is the hardest form of trading is day trading.
Yep.
Right.
But so that's what got me into Forex. I blew up my account. And I started trading demo Forex, just learning the lay of the land and that kind of thing. Learn how to work the platform. And I liked it. And I just I just stayed. Once I started getting consistent, learning different various plus the stuff I knew from stocks, we're dealing with supply and demand. But really was like with what I was dealing with now, which is this killing trader, ICT.
I'm about to share my screen real quick, sister.
Okay.
So just let you know on G.
So so I kept I just started learning
ICT.
And I just started learning the ICT method, and that just woo.
Wow.
That's my biggest loss of the day right there.
I remember that one.
Remember that one? Yep. Y'all remember? So
I was crying to you. He was like, man, you know what? And he was salty too that day. He was like, I just lost $70,000. For you, little.
Yeah. And this was a person, again, y'all know how I am. I'm very meticulous. Y'all know how I trade. Y'all know me, right? I try to, deal in a very disciplined way. And sometimes, again, within my growth, and like anybody, like Sister Camille telling you about hers, it's the same thing that any trader going through. Warren Buffett ain't going through it. Warrior Trade. Y'all saw Warrior Trade. He posted his stuff when he be taking them L's. He be like, man, I had my worst day today. I had a bad day today. The voice changed. Everything changed. Right? You like, oh, man. But that's a part. Again, it's and not to convince people like this is okay. Well, that's just gambling. No, it's not. A lot of times you do have a strategic. Your strategy is in play. Markets don't care about your strategy though.
So
day trading. That's the key, man. This is day trading stuff. This ain't long-term investment. So don't get it confused, right?
Right.
And so the same way I took that 17,000 L because again it was an issue. It was not just most my fault. It was also the server glitch at that time. At that time, trading that had a lot of issues at some point in terms of glitchiness, right? I was up in this same trade about 3,000-4,000, and I got caught. They server crashed. I didn't have my stop loss set, and the trade kept running, right? Because the stock still was moving. That means my money was still on the table while trading that issue was still glitching and messing up.
Yeah.
By the time it came back, it was just like shucks. The reverse had happened. And then so I was like, okay, I can still salvage this trade. I did the worst thing ever. I tried to add to that position to double down to kind of lessen the blow, right? And the stock, it didn't turn. right?
Right.
Not
It kept
significant, just a
going.
little bit. It brought hope. And as soon as it brought that little hope, what did it do? It
Mm.
killed back over, right? Or go up in this case, I was short selling the stock. It went up and went high. It just began to kind of surge. So, but just to show people, it's real. It's real out there. Right? But
Yeah.
in the same way, I could lose the 17 racks. Where there's been times I done made, 20,000. Of course, y'all know my biggest trade was a fade trade, but a day trade, it was around about 17, something like that. And that was a matter, again, in a hard day trade scenario. I've had all-time faders. My all-time faders was that one when I hit, what's it?
36.
Say again?
36,000.
Yeah, well, 36. And I had one bigger after that one too. I broke that record eventually. But that was, that was the one you definitely familiar with that one. That was that one. And because at that time it was just great because like everybody was getting money in a way where it was consistent, and again, people around our little circle began to kind of stretch out a little bit. Bullet came out of nowhere. That's why I was so excited because I used to DM Bullet like, hey man, you getting? He used to ask me like, man, what you really doing? What is you really doing? And that joker upgraded that account. He got that one. He went for the $500,000 account first.
Yeah.
I think then he ended up trying to get the $1 million trading power account.
He did get it, and
he ended up getting
that's when they jerked him.
Yeah, because then he was like, his day trades at that point were around like 12,000, 16,000 a day. It wasn't nothing for him to make like $8,000 in a day.
Yep.
They kind of got wind of what we were doing, how we were, once it spread, daggering they behind. They
was like, they sent us all an email talking about we trading in a group. Who said you can't trade in a group? What are you talking about?
But that's basically what they were doing. The whole trading thing was, you come trade with us, or what?
Yeah, they trading in a group.
Yeah,
and we wasn't trading no different than Mir. He did the one set spread. That's what people got it from.
He was doing this, and I used to be in them because y'all know I used to be in the chat, and I'd be like, hey, this is how y'all do it, and they be all happy. They'd be like, yeah, that's right, yeah, African for you right. And so he was just doing the same thing we were already doing in our own little group. So I was like, okay, all right. But that stuff, y'all know how this stuff go. They changed the game when we get
it. Yeah, they didn't expect us to be able to rock out on that joint like that because nobody else was.
Right.
They were like, so that's when
we've been doing this for a minute, It seemed like just yesterday, but like one day in the market in terms of what we're doing is really the equivalency about a week or a month in a lot of cases because there's so much happening, so many things being learned in that moment, right? So your time exponentially is fast forwarded in terms of your growth, and a lot of things that you'll learn even inside of doing this stuff. If you really think about it, right? And so the amount of money that you make, I mean, it's just like, man, it's crazy. But ultimately, all that was just leading us to where we are today and learning how to be what? Consistent.
Yep.
Those base hits, right? Ain't nothing better than being able to get on base consistently, right? So, Sister Monica, that's something that you out the gate, you kind of came in like I did. I was doing a little bit harder, but you learning how to be, consistent in that. And I'm pretty sure Sister Angie, she been trading longer than a lot of us, and don't people know, but her consistency, she could probably go back and show you exactly what it was like when it began to make sense to her. The light bulb went off, as we like to call it, right? The light bulb goes off, you start making less mistakes, and your trades began to what? Click, right? Same thing what Sister Camille going through right now. She's starting to see that now, the fruit of that. A lot of stuff I was telling her in the very beginning, I said, just don't worry. You're going to have them ups and downs, but the goal is to be consistent, to get on base. Eventually that's going to work out because you get better with what? With time in this. Time is your best friend in this. Ain't nobody can stop that from becoming a reality. Nobody. Right? And so that's the part of the game where, you got to understand that. You just got to stay humble, stay hungry. And again, they can probably shut you off a platform like a trade net, but they can't shut you off your opportunity to keep trading, right? So that's the part of the game, right? That part of the game. So I'm like, man, look, let's go, right? So, ain't nothing, I don't know, you remember when trading used to look like this? That's old school there. You don't even remember them days here, Sister Camille. That thing used to look like that. Had the white background. That's old trade net.
Yeah, they had the ugliest platform. I used to be like, man, they ain't no after, especially when you was dealing with like Think or Swim, and they had like, it was like, man, this thing is ugly.
Yeah, you know, even that grind.
But hey, I'm grateful. I'm
Yeah,
grateful.
at them old days there. So again, them trades like that wasn't nothing. People like we tell people, man, they thought we like, man, how y'all just talking, man? Like, nah, bro, we made about 14, 15,000. That was the day I made like 17,000. It ain't showing all of it. That was just beginning. Yeah, that was that day, that 17 racks. So I was like, yeah, for the ancestors. The CHFS trade, that joker that went parabolic. It went up and it came back down just as hard. So we made money going up, and you trade this stock going up. So I don't know if you remember it. We was all in the room. We traded it going up. We were hitting it on Robinhood too. We traded it going up, and then it reversed and came back down. And so I traded it going up in my Robinhood account, my account and my EOP account. And then I got out of that. We got into trading it. I shorted it. I went short around like $22, and I kept adding to it. As you see, I ended up with like 2,000 shares short at $18.75 was my average, and I just bled it. It just began to drop. I was like, yeah, it went down like from 22 to 18, 18, 17, 16 down. I got out quick. That's when Connor, you remember Connor in the old group?
Yeah.
Connor like, yeah, right here, Africa Boy. Connor used to hit them big trades too.
He did.
He's the one that got us turned on to trading it.
Yeah, there were so many bad cats in that room.
Yeah, some bad. I tell people, man, look, man, we had an all-star chance of Joker that one. Brandon, like I say,
and I was a newbie. I was the baby. I didn't know nothing.
Yeah, so between me, Connor, Stockguard, Bully. Cause Bully actually came late. He didn't get really fired up until a lot later. Keep in mind, Bully came in a little bit late in the game, but when he came in, he really got, because all you do is just study all up. You just sit there and watch the study and ask questions. But when the light bulb went off a Bullet, it was game over. He just went and murked everybody. That joker upgraded the account, and then Bullet was doing again. They ain't there 5 figures every day, almost at one point.
Yeah.
Hey.
He was killing. Yeah, I mean, he didn't. Even when he went to Forex, because he was so pissed at what trading that did to him.
I mean, he walked out good. Cause I mean, all in all, in that little time,
he made a killing.
Yeah, when he made it
up, on him.
So we'll say about 3 months. 3 months, he had took maybe like $130,000 from out of trading there.
Yep.
About 3 months. So that was like, okay, it ain't nothing to talk about, right? Worst thing about it, at that point he had quit his job, right? He had quit his job of being a nurse, and kind of, say I'm gonna get into trading full time, because we didn't know trading was gonna pull what they did, of course, but that's all right.
Right.
Don't stop a show.
Yeah, man. ATL Trader.
Yep, ATL, Q-Tech, Cali Girl, Rob, remember old Rob from Cali? Rob come dragging in late, be like, yeah, his favorite trade was the iron condors, right, on the option trades. Mr. Lord, of course, we always talk about Mr. Lord. Y'all probably even know. Yep. So.
Oh man, yeah, he used to lose so much money. It's just to be like, why?
I mean, I was telling people that the other night. Yeah, man, Mr. Lord be up like $7,000-8,000, and like, it ain't enough. It ain't enough.
Give it all back. That's being
like, no. We like, sell it, man, sell it. He like, no, it ain't enough. That's how he was. I'm not lying. People think we probably making it up, but he be up like that, and no big thing to him. It ain't enough. I need to, the trade telling me to do this. They're telling me to stay in the trade, blah, 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 blah. Like, all right.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters in there.
Mag, remember old Mag?
Oh, yeah.
Peter, he worked for Apple. That joker was an engineer for Apple.
Dang.
Mag was an engineer for Apple. Be right in there, man. We had people from all walks of life, and we be in there just grinding. And joker like they had to go to work the next day. That joker worked for Apple, seriously. And we be in doing on demand after we have the live show. We do a live show every night with Sal. That end around 11, 12 sometime. We leave there, go back to the Discord room. Everybody. Like, people ain't got kids, husband, wives, and jobs the next day.
Yeah, training put a strain on your relationships if they don't understand. They be like,
yeah.
Especially when you learn it and you ain't making
my ego was patient with me, because that was it. So I would go down to my study. I had a study area behind, around the French door. I get in there, I just be in there all night. We just be getting it. right? We just go parts and go over trades, and it was a crash course. Literally, that was our university. We went to college in a speed training scenario, like pro training in the military. Sister Monica, you know about pro training as opposed to regular. We had pro training investment learning curve overnight.
Yeah. I know
That's
it put
what it
me on the
was.
fast track. I would, I don't think I would definitely be where I'm at without y'all, for real.
Say it again.
That every day, like bam, bam, like your head, in it like that every day.
Right. So, and it's a good moment to segue into this lesson moment here, right? The reality of trading, right? Y'all know I always say it's the best online business ever. Do I have any naysayers to that?
Nope.
It's the best online business ever, right? You ain't got to deal with no customers. You don't worry about no staff, right? You got to make sure you keep your environment conducive to where you can focus, right? No distractions. Outside that, it's phenomenal. You're geographically untied. What do we mean by geographically untied?
You can go anywhere and do it.
As long as you got what?
As long as you got the internet.
Wi-Fi, signal, broadband connection, laptop, cell phone, computer, tablet.
Device.
Some cash and some what? Some knowledge. Let's go.
Yep.
That's it. Low startup costs. What it costs you to get started?
Good. Your time.
Literally, whatever you got in your pocket.
And then that's for you to work with.
Got that work? Flexible working hours. You could do it part-time or full-time. Well, what's a day trade, momentum day trade? That's a what? Part-time job. If I'm trading the first 30 minutes of the market, that means within that window, I'm looking to capitalize what I can get out of the market. And after that, I'm done. I don't have to double dip. I don't have to get FOMO and come back in. I can say, well, I'm good. I'm out. That's what a lot of us used to do. We used to trade that first 30 minutes, right? Or until a good setup sets up. And when that happens, we all get on cue. Like, oh, yep, we got us one. And we'd all kind of bum rush it at the same time. Everybody eat off of it, and then we gone. We out of there. Right? You could go do something, go plant a garden, go fishing, go whatever. You go practice your music, Sister Camille. That's how we were operating. So it's the same thing with you, Sister Mo. You come in and hit you one, and you go handle your business, right? You go handle your business.
Yeah, I learned how to do that.
Right. So what I told you in the very beginning, y'all gonna learn how to be really good at multitasking. Remember that? It sharpens your multitasking skills.
Yep. Really?
Yeah, and you also don't want to just stay in the market because that's when you get your profits back.
Yeah.
Right. You learn how to get it and move on.
I'll be ready to go fishing too.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
I learned
that's that line. Right? And so it's liberating a lifetime of financial skill, right? Liberating a lifetime financial skill. I always tell y'all this thing stays with you it's gonna stay with you for life. You're gonna get better with what?
Time.
With time. You don't have to get recertified. You don't have to go sit before a review board. You don't have to have people critiquing you. This is strictly you. Because once you learn one ticker, you'll learn 2 or 3. 3 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 100. That's how I'm able to call for a lot of those tickers, Sister Monica, over time. I've seen so many of them, right? You get familiar with them. You know how they trade, what's their behavior, how they give back their gains, some of them whole gains. You learn a lot about the personality of a stock. That comes with time.
Exactly.
Right?
And about yourself.
Right, and about yourself, right? You learning how to operate in and around these different environments. Right? And lastly, it has what? Unrivaled returns. Am I lying on that one? Unrivaled returns.
Yeah, when you understand it, once you got your thing, yeah, all it's gotta be is one thing that you do over and over every time you see that setup. That's all I do. And I got a few, but I started out with one.
Right.
And just built on it from that. Once I see order blocks, that was a wrap. I was like, oh. But then I learned that there's some other things that need to be, happening in conjunction for the trade to for you to have a high probability rate.
Right.
So like you need some things on the, you need to be able to see the same thing on a higher time frame as well, which solidifies it.
Exactly. Like I said, it's learning the lay of the land, right? Learning your actors, who all them, what's the field of play here, what's the rules of engagement, right? Once you establish that, these are just criteria, or people call them strategies here and there, right? But there's so many different scenarios that the market will present to you. You have to be ready for all of it, right? Literally, if you're trading it in a real time moment, see what I'm saying? Which is obviously different than investing. But the strength that you get through learning how to day trade makes your long-term investment thesis even more solid, because you went through all the rigmarole, right?
Yeah, especially
When stocks get ready to
with that.
pull back on a long-term investment, you say, "Oh, that's just here come getting ready to be a buying opportunity. I'm getting ready to add my position. That's all for long-term, to add more power to it."
Right, because once you see the area,
Yep.
once you can map out where the price is going, woo.
That's magic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, those kind of scenarios, right? And so again, moving into the summer, right? So summer, right? So trading is a business like any other. Anybody disagree with that?
Nope.
Right? Again, you do this from the comfort of your home, park, on the boat, at practice, right? On a lunch date, whatever, right? If markets are moving, you getting alerts, you got opportunity afforded to you at that moment. If you choose to do not, at least you are what? Afforded the opportunity. Can't nobody stop you from taking advantage of that scenario. Nobody. Unless your date like, hey, put the phone down and focus on me. Right, hold on, I'm trying to pay for this. I'm trying to pay for this lunch. Give me a minute.
That would be terrible.
Right? Or you want filet mignon, or you want to eat, these beans and weenies? Like, let's go. Let me get this money real quick. Right? No, but seriously.
And weenies.
Yeah, again, but that's the greatness about this, because it puts you in a position where you're in control. Y'all know a lot of our people out there that are needing, that kind of level of power or position of control.
Right.
Trading, obviously, investing or investing gives you that. At least you got something to add. If you do got a job, well, at least you got something alongside of that that's unrivaled, literally, in terms of what you can get out of it if you put in the time to get what you need from it. So Mr. Charlie becomes like, Mr. Charlie actually works for you. Let's keep it real. Once you learn how to make that kind of money, Mr. Charlie works for you. He got one day to mess up, and he'll be getting his pink slip. Because you spend more time making more money if you had your time to yourself anyway. So you doing, him a favor. He ain't doing you no favors. That's the mindset you want to be in. Because if you got opportunities at your fingertip, you solid. Right? You're solid. Right? So it says what? It is still a challenge to make work, but right? It's still a challenge to make it work, but understand, as long as you stick with it, be patient, learn. Don't go out there and get FOMO'd in. Don't feel like you missing out because somebody making money and posting it. Look, it took that person a little bit to get to where they're at. Your time coming. Be patient. Yep. Right? All you gotta just remember, just be patient. Because when we start out like that day trading, we used to make like $200-300, and we'd be happy. Mr. Lord, them coming in and post their game, they'd be up like 7,000-8,000. Connor come in and post, he made like 13,000. He's like, God, bruh. Like, bruh, save some for us. We used to be like that. We just made $200-300 in, an hour. We still be doing good. Cause how many people y'all know make $300 an hour? I'll wait. See what I'm saying? So it wasn't no small chain, but it felt like that. The people that came in that were more, skillful, they come in with a little 10,000 in a day, 8,000. Like, oh man, all right. But no, you stay in your lane.
Yep.
Stay in your lane.
Take your time.
Take your time. Right? So it's important. So the startup risks are much lower than most other businesses. What's the startup? What you got in your pocket?
Yeah.
We trade stocks at 30 cents. We trade stocks at 50 cents. We trade stocks at $1. We trade stocks at $5. The market is cheap, literally. So there's no really barometer of what you probably feel like is necessary to get in the game. You have to have the skills to understand how to utilize, those different assets at those different prices. They're just as much as what able to make it happen than any other. Again, SPI was at what 97 cents. It went from 97 cents to what $50 and change in one day. I mean, talking about 5,000% in a day. Seriously, that kind of scenario. So just keep that in mind. So it's not gambling. It's not high risk. It's not going to leave you flat on your back. Understand with a strategy and evolution of understanding how to evolve those strategies to a lot of other different factors, scenarios that you will deal with in the markets. That's what's going to separate you. That's what makes it definitely not gambling. Because if you're studying the way that we have to study, then you ain't finna convince yourself you gambling. No, I'm putting in some work. It's like I'm studying for a test, right?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
studying to turn in the term paper, right? Or this dissertation. I'm getting to write me a thesis here, right? Or whatever, quantum physics trading, right? No, this is look, this is high level training. But it's ubiquitous because these are everyday things that we use. Products and services. It's understanding the company, how they do business. Who are their competitors? It's the same on the forex market, right? When you pair up these different these currencies, the British pound up against the USD dollar, or the Mexican peso up against the Turkish lira, right? The Indian rupee up against the what? The yen.
Yeah.
Right? It ain't no different. Right? No different. Right? So it says with persistence, the right support and time, you can succeed as a trader. True story.
Yeah.
Persistence, support, and time. Those are three key things I took out of that. You got to have the persistence. What is persistence? Interest. I'm always saying there's such thing as permanent friends. Permanent this is only permanent interest. If you don't have an interest in something, you're not going to be persistent and want to learn it.
Right.
Or to overcome it, I should say.
Yeah, overcome what happens, what, ups and downs,
The
hills
ups and
and
downs.
valleys.
People run from one thing to the next because they haven't realized how to overcome variables of the obstacles. So they're like, no, I ain't gonna deal with that. And they just run. But you don't never learn nothing in life if you're afraid to face those somewhat, those kinks, so to speak, those variables. Learn how to get around that stuff, if necessary. Support. Well, guess what? What we're doing right now, this is what? Support. Get you a team. Get you a circle. Expand it. There's no competition because it's us against the market. You know what I'm saying? So we look, I got to see Monica be successful. I got to see Brandon be successful. I got to see Camille be successful. I got to see Sister Angie be successful. I got to see Ober Chris become successful. Brother Coach, Brother Sonny, everybody that came up, everybody in the back chat, we got to see you be successful. Right? Because we got to, have your best interest in mind. So again, the groundwork is there, right? The groundwork is there. Right? So again, your black wealth rule: only give your money to business owners who give black. Of course, that's just good habits.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This chart, right? This one here, I used to post this one a lot in the Discord room back in the old days, right? You remember this right here, Sister Camille?
Mm-hmm.
I just post them religiously because I let people know that this is a perspective. This puts things into perspective. If you really put forth the effort, how hard is it to get $200 a day? You stumbled on $200 by sitting in the trades today, Sister Monica. You stumbled on it, right? Of course, you had a thesis and a plan, but you got in the trade and went on about your business and still ended up making $200 plus dollars. With the right strategy, figure out how to do that consistently. Again, getting on base. Well, if you can do that consistently, that's about $50,000 in extra income. 300 to 400, you pushing around 100K, right? Of course, you get up there around $1,000 a day. We know people that make $1,000 plus a day. It ain't hard to be making near $250,000. It's weird too, cause y'all know I always talk about other people. I ain't tell what I'm doing, but y'all know I do a little something here. I do a little some straight from P chain, but Our brother Bully was on his way to make $1 million. He would have made about at least about $1.5 million, $1.6 million. Had trade there and I shut him down.
Yep.
And that was like doing like mid-year. And that 3 months he had pulled down, about 100,000. But he was getting bigger and bigger. So it wasn't that he would have made at least well over $1 million.
Yeah, he was he was knocking them out the park.
And I can say that from my other, friends at that point. Wolf of Wall Street, Billy. You know Billy, Sister
Oh
Camille.
yeah,
Let him laugh at that, but I was right there when Billy was going through the grind, learning, came up in the game. He was crushing it. He got with Tim Sykes, them guys over there, Prophet Lee, and started grinding. Then he got in trading, and he really just went wild too. Tearing it up even more. So again, he hit that millionaire status literally on his anniversary date with his wife. I remember like yesterday. I said, that's how you come out, go out with a bang. He hit $1 million status on the same day he was, remembering they had the anniversary with his wife. I remember the trade and everything that he did it on too, because he actually sent me the screenshot of it. I saved it. I got it somewhere in my little photos, but I said, that's what I'm talking about. Inspiration, right? Inspiration 101. So again, it's the best business model in the world. When you become a trader, you are simply setting up an online business. You become an entrepreneur, but with so many advantages. What advantage do you have as a trader, Sister Camille?
What advantages do you have as a trader? Well, there's no cap on the kind of money you can make. You are your own boss, your own business. You can trade at whatever time you want to trade. You're not punching a clock. Nobody's screaming at you. And you're just completely independent.
Sister Monica, if you can speak, what are the advantages that you're starting to receive right now? You might be busy. Sister Angie, you there? Brother Chris, any guys there? I know y'all listening and getting it in.
Hey, what's going on, Oba?
What are some of the advantages you've seen since you became a trader? Or witnessed or endeavored or starting to reap?
For me, the biggest one is just time management. Like where I spend most of my time. And it comes through investing, and then on my personal side as well. Like do I spend time watching TV nowadays? No. Like last year I was watching TV galore. Now I'm in my laptop so much I done broke some of the keys off my laptop. I'm about to get a new laptop now.
Look at that.
Like it's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, change your whole thing around,
Yeah, change your whole perspective on you. Where you spending more of your time at.
Yeah, who you want to be around.
Right. And then like having those conversations with other people, and you look at this person a certain way, like, nah, he's not with it, he's still on baby games. He still want to go out and have fun. I'm like, man, you pushing, nothing wrong with pushing 60 or 50, whatever, but you still at this one job, and Charlie's still eating off you, and he's still going on vacations, and he's telling you to work harder.
Right.
Nah, that's something ain't right with that.
Man, right. Facts. That's literally it, because again, you understand the key thing that you said in the beginning was what? Time management. Time management eliminates a lot of things that distract you from your time to be proficient in studying what you're trying to accomplish. By proxy of that, it eliminates a lot of the unnecessary distraction. Right? Because you're now mission orientated, right? You've been somewhat what they call initiated, right? I used to tell y'all we're an initiated crew. We are initiated. We are. We in our own little fraternity, our own little masonry clique, whatever you want to call it, right? We are in our own little Illuminati, if you want to call it, the lighting ones, literally. Literally. Because of what we're doing and how we're, again, we're strategizing to look at ourselves like, okay, we are 5 years from now, where would I be? I used to tell y'all that a lot. Like, especially because me in the beginning too, I said, imagine where you're going to be 5 years from now. Just be patient. Trust me. You're going to thank yourself 5 years from now. Brandon, you know as well as I know too, and that Sister Angie definitely can speak on, I'm pretty sure. And that's over Chris, everybody. You already know, time is your best friend in this.
It really is.
You learn it, right? You getting better. You getting sharp, proficient. And it ain't nothing at that point. Once you get to a certain point of understanding that, of course, now you can move across different asset classes. You can traverse into the forex lane. You can move to binary options. Come back to the option game. But you always got equities out the gate, right?
Yep.
All those other asset classes just make your equity game even stronger, right?
Absolutely.
So that's the great thing about this stuff. We're not limited in terms of the pool we can pull from. Right? So again, that kind of stuff, man. Again, revolutionary.
Absolutely.
So
that day I heard you on the show, I was like, that's it.
Let's get it. Let's go get it.
That's it. That's what I've been looking for.
Perfect scenario in terms of your lifestyle. And I can't wait you'll get back on the road, because when you over there in Amsterdam and Zurich and all the places you doing your shows, and guess what? Now you got that Ooh, that forex. Look at him.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be getting it.
I'll be on the
She'll be in
tour
a
bus.
hotel room. Hotel getting in.
Getting it in.
On the tour bus. I'll be on the tour bus. We're going to the next city. I'll be trading London session. So unless we had the day off and we stayed in that same hotel, but typically I was trading on the tour bus. And then when I got in my hotel room, I'd be trying to trade New York session. I was like, I better go to sleep. I got sound check at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was studying on the bus, everything.
It goes back to, like I said, it's the best business model in the world, because you're actually moving under your own time. There's no, body holding time, a time restraint on you, on your time. Right. So you pick and choose how, when, where, whatever. That's freedom. The finance side of the freedom aspect of that is going to catch up with you.
Yeah, that financial freedom is
next level. See what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, that's what you want. You want to be able to be like, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Don't call me for those. And be around a bunch of people you don't want to be around.
Yeah. Like I said, those old grinds. So, like I said, we've been around for a minute. And I say that because it seemed like it's just yesterday, but that is, like I said, a day in the market feels like a week or a month.
Do.
Seriously, that time turns so quick, man. This thing will grow you up like no ways you never thought. Right?
Yeah, it's incredible. And then just having the discipline to get up every day. Even when I had shows, I would get up, look for
and
my
go
ticket.
handle it.
Yeah. Every day, look for my tickets. Regardless.
I don't want anybody saying, well, I need a whole lot of money to get started. Man, everybody got them. Man, look at him. Told Joker, man, we used to hit these little stocks. Look at these little stocks like this. We used to tear them Jokers up.
Yep, that's what I started out on.
That thing said 28 cents a share. Some of y'all got 28 cents sitting right now in your pocketbook and your couch. 28 cent stock.
Yeah.
Dragging it. And so, but again, man, look, man, we wasn't playing around. Days ain't changed, but we just doing little stuff now. But again, it's just a part of again the event. I think this was 2017. This one here, this is 2017 play on Marathon. The same little stock right now, Marathon Patent Group. Remember, this is the stock that deals with what? Bitcoin. Right, this is the Bitcoin, the blockchain play, Marathon. 3 years later, now this stock up near what, about $4-5 a share, somewhere around there. So a day trade that could turn into a long-term investment if you even took that route.
Exactly.
Had I held this stock, of course, think about it, 3,000 shares at 28 cents. That stock right now, what's Marathon right now? I don't know if anybody. Let me see.
Is somebody sleeping over there?
I think that's Sister Monica getting it in. I was trying to get it. Y'all know how we COVID with this thing. Y'all know we COVID with the thing.
Nobody said no for a good minute. I was like, hold on, let's go sleep. I'm gonna let it go and let it sleep.
Every night we get somebody else.
Yo, that we did that a lot in the Discord room. You know how it is. We just gotta keep grinding. Somebody fell asleep on the mic. We just keep talking. We just keep grinding. We open like keep getting it.
Oh man.
It was sunny last night. Now it's Mo.
Yeah, the Jugger tired, but Jugger been getting it in. Yeah,
Oh.
back in the days, boy. Like I said. But no, but that's seriously, of course, it's part of the game, But yeah, so yeah, that's not right now. What $4.70? Yeah, you can see it there. Yep, $4.78. It went up and hit like $6. So if I held from 28 cents all the way to $6 and change up at the high back on December the 1st, what would that be worth? 3,000 shares, a whole lot of money.
Yeah,
That's roughly $6 out the gate. That's $6 times what? A minimum of minimum from dollar to $6, right? And then you got the 28 cents underneath that, 3,000 shares on top of that. Man, look.
Is that like 18 grand?
Let me see. Pull up. Let me see what that calculator at. What? The Joker don't. I keep trying to stress the ideal of how this, even short term, could turn to long term, right? So you thinking about it from that perspective, man, it's awesome, right? Literally, right? It's just completely awesome. So, what that 670, 674, somewhere around there. Yeah, so 20,000. That trade right now be worth about $20,000 right now.
Wow.
In 3 years. So I'm like, why are we right here trying to convince ourselves that we don't deserve that? Meaning you could have put 100 on it and just forgot about it. Let me go look at this thing today. Oh, it's up. Oh, okay. Ow. This thing worth some money here. 100 be worth around about what? 8,000-9,000, somewhere around there, give or take.
Right.
Crazy gains.
She sound like she responded.
Yeah. Get it in.
I'm gonna be going. We have some jokes in the chat.
I can't mute. I'll try to mute the mic. I can't do it. I ain't got the administrator over there. Nah, we see we the moment like that. We try to look out for the family. We try to look out for the
family. We got jokes. We be out here wilding.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So these are just moments of 1 a minute, guys. Again, we go on for days, but again, this is why we excited about this stuff and why we are so excited. And this stock here was worth what? 7 cents. 7 cents. I got into that 4 cents. One time, got out of it, got back in, added to my position. Now, just with the old DCTH, I don't know if y'all remember that. I used to be one of my little bread and butters back in the day. Right?
I remember that one.
Real DCTH, they dealing colon cancer and all that stuff. So, man, look, that was my little play. Made a good bag on this trade. That thing ended up going from 7 cents to 33 cents. It went from 7 to 30. I remember I used to go on a sales show. And you like, well, what's going on with the DCTH trade today? I was like, look, this is the rundown. All right, we get ready to get this, this thing here, blah, blah, blah. That thing ended up going from 4 cents to 7, and it ran to 32 cents and change. I remember like yesterday.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to find me a little stock like that and just sit there, like sit
in it.
People or something.
Yep. And y'all know I cashed out on this one because y'all I don't know you remember because
oh yeah.
This one here was a nice little payday. I had, for 5,680 shares at that time, wrote it all the way to 32 cents.
Yeah, shoot.
Scenarios like that, again, these are just moments where we just look back and say, you know what? See, this is why we got into this. This is why we serious about this. This is why ain't nobody gonna tell us, that what we're doing is anything besides what? Trying to build that bridge. And no matter when you become profitable, you just make sure you understand and learn that the same way people have spent 4 years in college,
yep,
and they owe hundreds of $1,000s in debt, you may be up there 40, 30,000, whatever the case. But the ultimate goal is when they put their skills to work, it's gonna what? Take care of itself, right? You're gonna be able to consume that debt and move on, right, to a point where you're gonna be all right. right? Because now, like we just said before, there's unraveled returns. Once the light bulb goes off and that money start coming, guess what? You get all that back and then some.
Yep.
And what's crazy, it can happen in one trade.
Yeah, it's so worth it.
Yeah, one trade can change the whole game.
Yeah, it is so worth it. There is no downside to it. All you gotta do is hit the books.
That's it. You know, so again, just happy to share that with the fam. Of course, a lot of you guys know it, but a lot of people who are new to this, again, it's why we're excited about this stuff. Oh, I got to show this real quick on the way out the door here. This right here, sparking memory, Camille.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, Van Dog. See what
Wait,
what happened? See, you don't understand. See, my friend. That joke went on CNBC. Hey, why
Oh,
the stock up so much? What you see? Y'all
yo.
don't understand. Well, that joke went
Wait
for
a
what?
minute. Wait, I got to show you this. Like,
Yeah, I gotta stop my screen. Yeah, that Elfin, that joker went from boy. We wrote that joker all to.
yo.
Well, y'all talking about that GLSI? We wrote Elfin till the brakes fell off it. That joker, yeah, boy. Woo.
I got out of that sucker right before they put that
That T12
T13
halt.
T12 halt. Man. I was like, I gotta get out of this because they had already halted it twice. I was like, it hit 126. I jumped out. Next thing you know, wait, hold on. I'm looking for the we be wearing people out, boy.
Good thing. You know how it is. We love it. We love it.
We wearing them out with the knowledge, boy.
Love this stuff. It's a good thing. Now, you know what? I will say this here too, because ain't no better thing than to be in a position where this is worth it, right? This is worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you making my stomach hurt. Hold on.
This is every bit worth it.
Oh, I feel like I just did crunches.
School of African Emporium, where you at till you go to sleep.
Oh shoot, boy.
I said the School of African Emporium, you wear you out till you go to sleep.
All right, hold on, I'm gonna put this yeah, that day, that trade, Elfin. Let's see.
We're getting it in, boy. That's fun.
You like I had to energize after this. Yeah. Too much knowledge. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so that was that same trade. And can you see my chart? I mean my screen? You don't see it?
Yeah, you share.
Is that the infamous trade that you made?
Yeah.
That's the infamous trade. $8,045.
Keep the receipts, bro. Keep
Yeah,
mind, that open buying power. The open buying power show you what's going on right there. Got that intro account.
Yeah.
Clear day there, and that thing was beautiful. That was something beautiful. You turned 14,000 into 8,000. Roughly about a 70%, value within that account. That's phenomenal.
Right? Yeah, man. I always regret that I didn't do 400 shares on that, because that's what I started doing. I was like, I only did 100 shares.
Yeah.
That was on 100 shares. Where's my thing so I can get out of screen sharing? Okay.
It's weird too, because again, that's the great thing about when you track your trades and you track your timeline in this. and how, you know, revolutionary it is, right? In terms of, when you think about, like, man, you know, these, you know, opportunities that were afforded to me are just like butter, right? Right? They're like butter. It's no better feeling, you know, literally, to be in the driver's seat of your own destiny.
Right.
You know, and so the same way that sister made that 8 grand in that day, that was a day. Keep in mind, that was in, you know, about what, 3-4 hours, if that, somewhere around there. I think it was somewhere around there,
Yeah, man. I think
about 3-4 hours,
I was probably finished by 11. I
11.
mean,
So
yeah,
yeah,
I think I went in it at about 9:30,
9:30 and
quarter
change.
to 10, something like that.
So it didn't take long at all, and so
Because it was parabolic.
we went. Yep, that joker took off. And those moments like that, of course, that's what we're talking about. You know, you just have to be ready, right? Have the skills, have the knowledge, have the capital, right? Look, it's like, you know, like shucks, you know, it's on, right?
Yeah, I think I still got the tray so small. Let me see.
You blow it up, expand it out, and then
Yeah, that was it. That was me from here. Well, no, I took a picture of it at 14:47.
yeah, that's
I got in. I got in at 36 because I was like, man, is this gonna just reverse? But
because, you know, it ended up going, you know, that it went higher, you know, because that was early on, right? Like, we wrote it from around God, what we wrote it from. Well, I know I was in at like 7, and I was
yeah, you was in there at 7. I
I
got in
got in
at
at
about
7 and had $9 in my ebook account. I traded in 2 accounts that day. I remember, like, yesterday. And again, you know, a lot of people don't know it went like to like crazy parabolic, right? It was kind of like what GLSI did today. It went over $100, right?
yeah.
You know, it was just up like, man, look at here. You
Yeah,
know,
that's really beautiful.
doggone old Elfin. It went
Yeah.
yeah, it went way up there.
Whoever was in that sucker short when they took that joint down to like $2 from 100 and
Yeah,
you
because
know,
I shorted into it too. I remember I shorted it on the
so
way back down. Cause, you know,
so when they
we were
opened it
hitting that
back
20
up.
net.
Yeah, I think I got it at, I think I might have gotten some at about $14, but I didn't take the whole, I was a little afraid of it because, it had ran up so parabolic, you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
But, I mean, I didn't have the skill set I have now. I've been like,
Yeah, you would have either doubled that count that day. Not even if you swung it the next day, you would have doubled that joker and plus some. Cause, like I said, it ran all the way up to like 100 plus. Before it turned around, a lot of us, man, that count changed a lot of people's lives that day. Same thing with GLSA today. GLSI, excuse me. When those kind of start take off and run, make those kind of runs like that, that's the same stuff that we're talking about. In terms of those opportunities that are out there. It's not like it's just gonna happen every single day. But well, what do you have? You have the opportunity, right? That's the part of the game where it's unmatched. You have the opportunity to be able to hit those stocks when they do that. Right. So yeah, somebody had, $3 and change today, $6 and change today. That they could have put on this GLSI. And after that, the rest is again, they say parabolic history. Stock here, it was just clear as day. I mean, this flag between this point here to right here is just a flag to the upside, and then it took off.
Oh yeah.
So again, ran our way from that point, $7-8, up to $158 and change. That's exactly what we're talking about. So when you get some, you have some, and whatever. But yeah, that's it, guys. So a lot of our families in the back chat. We thank y'all for hanging out with us, tuning in. Basically everything we're saying is that you guys, this is why these shows are important too. Besides that, we just talk about a lot of stuff, but we get a chance to come on here and demonstrate in a lot of ways exactly why we're so passionate about this. Right? And I know it seems like everything we talk about now on the Urban Economic Empowerment shows on a Wednesday to talk about what investments, because right now it's the thing that's putting money into people's pockets or brandishing them with a skill set that can now become a tangible asset, right? Because some of the things that we just described earlier, not that you have to, I'm not saying this is all about you just got to become an investor or a day trade. No, it's strictly not about that. It's about understanding how to be disciplined and making, the proper decision, whether you're an entrepreneur, or you got another business ideal or, scenario in play. Again, our brother Ali tonight, again, revolutionary, right? Everything he broke down tonight was just like larger than life.
Mm.
It's just this stuff like that, that carries us and keeps us, hungry and excited about our opportunities.
Right. Absolutely.
So we can be here all night posting games. We can show y'all, because that's what they about. We keep receipts. We keep our little receipts.
Journal, yeah.
This is what you talked about the other night. What? How to journal. Right? We journal our success. Our little moments in terms of time.
Yeah.
Those numbers don't be, they don't get all. I tell people, man, look, that's just the starting point, man. Look, shucks. Being there up and down, you make 2,000-3,000 a day. Of course, my goal now, it seems like it, because again, I've been in a situation where I was just making crazy game, and I still do well. Of course, I don't post like I used to, because I understand now it's more about let's just show people how to grind, right? So show people, a person how to use a little bit of money to try to grow that. That's revolutionary, right? That's revolutionary to them. They see that it's not so much, the delusion, the grandeur ideal of, I could just make, this amount of money every day. Yeah, of course you can with a whole lot of proper knowledge and understanding, but let's show you how to fish, right? Let's show you how to fish properly and thoroughly. How to select the right bait, how to select the right line, how to select the right pole that you're going to use, right? Where are the spots you need to fish? How to track the fish, right? That's the next level, right? Anybody can say, hey, just take, this stock you want to buy today. Buy, if you got enough money, buy 1,000 shares and just do that. But at some point, that's going to dry up, because you need to be able to do this on your own. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the game. That's how, when people give you the game, you got to learn how to take it and run with it so you can be able to, operate it to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Again, so, again, thank you, Camille, over Brandon, everybody. Sister, obviously, Sister Monica getting it in. All right. Our Sister Angie, over Chris. Right. Brother Ali, brother Coach came on, brother Garrett, everybody in the back chat. Of course, y'all know what it is.
Yeah, I hope I answered that person's question about the forex. So
Yeah,
that's how I got stuff. Yeah.
That was brother Snotball. I think who was that asked that question? I think that was brother Snotball. Yeah, brother the Snotball. You want to know how long or
how I got into it
in forex?
Yeah, it was SG Stock God.
Yeah, so our brother had morphed over. He was trading all the equity stocks, and then he changed and got into the forex land. And
he be trading equities too now. He got a nice bag on GE.
Yeah, I remember he came back. He told me he's going to get back into the get some of the equity, because you remember he started moving towards the futures market, and that opened him up to, because you trade the futures market, of course, you got gold and same breath, right, or the USD, whatever. And then kind of moving back into equity, because like I say, equity is always going to be there. That's the greatest thing about this. Once you traverse across different asset classes, you still got access to equity, because this is just day to day business as usual with these companies.
Right.
So always going to be a lane, a lane within that you can kind of come right in. I know Charlie. I know what's going on here. I got it. And you like boom, right.
Yep.
So it ain't nothing to trade options and actual equities itself, and hit the forex market and get a little bit of crypto, right?
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. So I'm always saying, don't limit yourself, right?
Yeah.
But make sure that you're comfortable in one lane before you jump into another. So that's what we preach more than anything too. It's easy to get sucked in, right? I want to trade this. I'm gonna go trade that, and you like, you don't know where you just want to trade everything.
Right.
But you got to get real good at, and thorough.
One
understand that
thing.
play. So definitely, yeah, and you definitely orchestrated that really good tonight too, Sister Camille. Breaking down, when we're doing that the back test of strategy, seeing how that stuff worked. This is how you putting in that work.
Yeah, man.
Pre-game film.
That's a game changer when you do that every day.
Facts.
Be able to, you know, spot the spot the moves, spot your setups.
Yeah. Oh,
And you going back and trading something that trade something that you haven't traded. Well, you could just basically trade the same ticket every day, like just practicing like that.
yep. Get familiar with that asset. True story.
Yeah.
True story.
Hey, Sister Camille, when you back test, are you back testing on an hourly chart or what time frame are you normally back testing on? I think you
I
said
back
it.
tested on the hourly.
Okay.
The hourly or the daily sometimes too. If I do the
Okay.
daily, then I'll have it. But I usually do the hourly.
Okay.
That's
Very
midnight.
important.
I'm marking up my my chart. Yeah, midnight New York time. My my reversals in 20-30 pips.
Like I said, this that time when tell people when and Joker then went to sleep, boy, Joker still be what getting in here. Still be grinding.
Ah,
Still get it. Well,
uh,
ain't nothing better than this, man. I tell
I
people,
know, boy. My time is all jacked up.
we got enough time to party later. I was telling a young man yesterday, Sister Monica, little cousin. Yeah, you at the age of 22, man. This is the right time to get into this.
Exactly.
By the time he
Oh
hit
man.
28, 29, man, he'll be a beast. A
I wish I
beast.
knew about this at 22.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm cheated now.
Real. I'm pissed.
Yeah. So of course,
Man.
that's the greatness of this too. Of course, again, like I said, never too late to
Nope.
learn and get in and utilize and take advantage of like a lot of people do, and like they have.
Yep. Right, Sister Motion. Like,
That's it.
girl.
When you sleep,
I ain't gonna mess with it.
that's the best sleep. You make you some money, make you some good money. Sleep good, boy. You sleep good when you make that good money too. That been
Yeah.
something like a real big bag, like the biggest was around that 50. And I remember it was crazy. Well, the first one was like, okay, it was really hard. Remember, I remember telling y'all about it. It's like, you know what? You get real nervous, right? You think somebody will come knocking on your door, you peeping out the window. I was like, man, this is here unreal. How you mean trying to make $17,000 in about 3 hours and some change? I expect somebody to come knock on my door. Right? I was paranoid. I was walking, getting up, looking to the door and looking out the window. I was like, man, look, this is crazy. I'm serious. I'm not making it up. And so I was like, okay, all right. All right. So I was like, man, you did this, you earned this. And I just had to convince myself that this is natural. Because before this didn't seem natural.
Right.
And then you got used to it again, you become more indifferent. It's like, okay, yeah, this is just money. Right? It's money. Right? It's just part of what we've gotten to this point to learn how to be able to deal with it. And so we made it once. And what?
Make it again.
Make it again. That's what I love about this here. Right? And so a lot of it is just learning how to set goals and be prominent at it, of course. That's why we immerse ourselves in these little books here and there. This is a really good one here, right? This Secrets of Emotion, Free Trading.
Right.
Really, this is a really good one, right? Setting and accomplishing realistic goals, right? You have to be able to do that out the gate. Your goal must be realistic, attainable, and measurable.
Yep.
That's half the battle right there. Right? Understanding what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So again, we just immerse ourselves in a lot of good literature. Of course, we got books for days, book for days, book for days.
Mhm.
Learning how to love to take a loss. How important is that?
Very important because
Very
take
important,
loss.
right? Very, very important. We say it's just another form of what? Paying tuition.
Yep.
Yep.
No
Catching that
bad
L.
self-talk.
That's it.
Just like
Don't,
figure out, that's why even when you're losing trades, you want to take pictures of them. Because I screenshot all my trades, whether they were successful or not. And then I just
right.
examined the ones that were, you know, that were unsuccessful. Then I just look at why, go back and can annotate on the chart, uh, what the reason,
Right.
what you found, what was the cause, and those are the flaws that you fix. Because the bad trades would tell you more about your trading than the good trades.
Exactly. As it says, your losing trades do not diminish you as a person. They do not.
Yep.
You're not your losing trades. You're not also your winning trades. They are simply byproducts of the business that you're in. You line up and get right back in front of the what? The player, the next play, like a cornerback. You get burnt on the play, you line up and get right back in front of the next, the receiver again.
Yep.
That's part of the business. It's part of the game. You can't win them all. You can increase your probability of wins, though. That's the part of the game. Right, we're all trying to get to.
Right.
So it's important. So don't let a losing trade define you. It's just a part of the game. Same reason why you might have had somebody break your heart when you're young. You didn't give up on love. You might have wanted to, right? I would hate everybody.
Hey.
All kind of thought.
Hey. I don't know. A lot
Over there.
nowadays, people seem like they gone, boy. I be like, what is this conversation they having?
Right.
They
Look,
be
I gotta
tripping,
understand, boy.
boy.
Learn a lot about yourself. You get your heart broken, boy. God, dog, I'm gonna kill everybody.
Yeah.
I can't eat. I can't sleep.
Can't sleep. Bro, it's hard for a pimp, boy. Hard out here for him. But you learn so much about yourself when you get through all of it. When it's all said and done, you get to that point where you got over it, you start smiling, looking back like, man, see, I was straight tripping.
That's straight tripping. Run around, want to fight, crazy stuff.
Everything set you out. But that's the importance of understanding, psychology, right? Understanding who you are. The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas, of course, y'all know his other esteemed book is what? Trading in the Zone, right? But this Disciplined Trader is like, man, like those two books right there alone, like those are my two favorite books. Y'all already know I'm a big Mark Douglas opponent, of course, because again, getting your mind right is just, that's the main aspect of this. Learning how to deal with wins and losses and understanding what you're dealing with. You conquer
Controlling
that.
your emotion.
Oh man, you conquer that. That sets you apart. Sets you
No
so further ahead of the game.
No revenge trading.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, that's especially that. I definitely had an issue with that when I was shorting.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, nah, I'm gonna get this back. Nope. Every time.
Which is important
And
because
it'd be
you got
like the stupidest stock that I know I shouldn't be trading, like Amazon or like Google or Best Buy. I'm like, man, you had no business trying to short Google, around Christmas season or Best Buy around Christmas season.
Yeah, that cycle we're talking about that other night, cyclical, right?
Yep.
The cycle when you expect certain stocks to be popping because this day season, you gotta let them run, right? If they got their game right, they gotta let them have their moment.
Right.
So again, you learn a lot about yourself through your wins and losses. How well you able to cope with that. Not only that, how you learn how to rebound. That's the game, right? When you learn how to re-strategize, regain, resubmit yourself, and come back at this thing with a whole new different perspective, and not try to force a square peg inside of a circle hole. So the market is always ever moving and ever changing. For that reason, we adapt right along with it. Right? Why wouldn't you, right? Again, if it's causing you to change up a little bit, then change up a little bit. It ain't gonna really take you out of your mainframe of some of the stuff that you technically do, right. Just focus on at that moment, accepting the scenario, then move on it or act on it. It's important. So the time has no bearing on money. Clear as day, clearly, right? Understanding the value in that, and how important that is. A trader can literally make thousands of dollars in a matter of minutes or even seconds. Let that marinate. Seconds. We've been in them scenarios. I've been in scenarios myself. I was like, man, within the first 1 minute, man, I'm up like $600, $700, $800. I used to tell people, like, man, you just talking, man. Look, man, seriously, you got a lot of shares and the stock just spike.
Yep.
You up $700, $800 in that little moment in a minute. You like, God, dog, bro, what is this here? It'll throw you for a moment. You like, okay, I get it, right? But you got to understand what's going on there. So it says very little effort expended at all in that moment. You can make that kind of money with very little effort. All you did is what? Set your shares up that you're going to buy. You got in on the trade on a tight spread, and the stock performed right away. You up like 10, 7 cents, 10, 20 cents. Instantly, you up by what? $700, $800, $1,000, just like that. With a gang of shares.
Yep.
And you like, what just happened? Right? You like perplexed, like, dang it. But that's what trading offers. Time has no bearing on money. This is very different than what most people brought up to believe is possible about making money. Am I lying? Because you explain it to somebody, they be like, man, you just talking, man. You just lying. You just exaggerating, right? You know how to tell people that?
No, they be like, oh, that's gambling.
That's gambling, right? Because they don't understand the concept of that. Time has no bearing on money, right? This is very different than what people are brought up to believe. That's the problem. Their belief system got them what? In a box.
Yep.
So you hear about a sister make $8,000 in a day, or a brother that made $26,000 or $30,000, and you trying to wrap your mind around, is this even fathomable? Is it possible? What do you mean it's not? You mean tell me only white folk can do that? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're really trying to say? It's a colorism thing? I'm not the right person to be in the position to do that? They limit themselves, so by proxy they limited you. But they feel like you are of the same mind frame as they are, or the same lifestyle that they are, under the same parameters of problems that they are, under the same obstacles that they are. But what we do in terms of what in this craft, that separates us. Because we have no cap, right, on what we can make. If we got the capital to put forward and the skills, guess what? Ain't no cap. We only cap or limited by how much money we have to what we can put forward.
Yeah.
And that grows in itself, because if a stock keep going, get what? It's gonna keep growing. True story.
For real.
So that's that degrees of separation. It's based upon understanding how to look at money and how to utilize it properly within the time structure that you have throughout the day, to the best of your ability. Right? So I just, again, tell people, this stuff ain't, man, you'd be surprised how well equipped you already are before you even get started. Especially as black folk. Right? So just keep that in mind. All right? Remaining flexible, obviously very important. I'm not gonna go through all, but just want to touch on it because this is important, so we kind of goes in the context of what we spoke about earlier throughout the day in the show. How important all these things are important, right? Do you deserve to make money? Very important question to ask yourself, right? In doing so, you'll realize whether or not you're able to what? Handle money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody getting them alerts going off, right? Joker getting it. I already know what it is. That's it. Anyway, I already know where you at. Get it, sis. Yeah. Understanding the rules, right? Rules to this, right? It's rules to this game. And they say people like this, it's levels to this, right?
Yeah.
Rules to this thing. You know, and the rules are that you got to what?
Steady.
That's it.
And
Stay flexible. Stay disciplined, right? Because it really, again, it's odd in terms of that. We have no adamant rules that we really have to follow. Okay, ain't nobody levying nothing on top of us. Besides the structure stuff like the PDT, but outside of that, what other rules we got to deal with? Really nothing, right?
no.
All that stuff is self-inflicted, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
you
got
have to come to the game already with your discipline intact.
Yep. Or you'll get it intact.
Right, quickly. Marcus in there waiting like, yo, come on over with your bad self. Warriors, come out to play. You going out there, you want to. They're checking out there waiting on you. They waiting, boy. You go right on out there.
Off.
True story. So that's just the reality of things, guys. Just notice that.
Yeah, that third paragraph speaks volumes.
Which
If
one?
if you decide to trade without any rules.
Oh yeah, go ahead, read it, sis.
If you decide to trade without any rules, I promise you will not be successful. Freedom is good, but you need to have what I call a structured freedom. Basically, that means you should be able to trade when you want to, but the trade you do need to fall under your set rules. Rules will help you be more consistent with your trading. They'll help you avoid mental mistakes that can drain your account.
Facts.
Facts.
Yeah, that's the right there.
Right there.
Rules. You got to follow your rules. And if you like, one of mine is if I lose in the trade twice, that's it. I close it down and live to trade another day. I only trade my setups. I don't just jump in something because I see it moving. Those things. A certain thing has to set up for me to take the trade.
That screenshot there. I'm gonna post that right on the group. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good one. Seriously, and that's why I said these again. A lot of times, if I ain't on the charts, follow some kind of economic fundamental data, I'm in a lot of different books, just pulling through different excerpts and scenarios just like that. Just again strengthening my ground game and my mental game. Right? Of course, my ground game is my technical aspect when I'm actually in the trade, all this stuff. And my mental game when I'm going through these kind of scenarios here, understanding my purpose, right? The disciplinary rules that I have to make sure I adhere to every single moment before I take a trade. Because again, the human emotion is very powerful. It's very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Easily persuaded, easily affected, right? Easily distracted. In some cases, it depends on how well you poised to be able to deal with these or those things, right? So it's very, very, again, relevant to what we're trying to establish here. So again, you think about it again. You always use a stop loss. Some people, it depends on the person. After 3 losing trades in a day, stop trading. If even if it take that much, right? If I get 100 points profit in trade, I will move my stop to breaking. And there's a lot of different things, right? Only use signals to get into the market, right? Don't just take a shot. Very important. Know your interests, right? Where and when. Use the secrets of the floor traders. They work, right? Of course, that's just understanding big money, right? When they're moving, you need to be right behind them, right? Because they control the market. Right? Don't try to counter trend trade the big money, right? They're gonna eat you for lunch. Yeah. So again, then these just some trade rules. Again, everybody have their own perspectives and whatever, but again, just understanding. You got to make sure you have some kind of structure, like I said, structured freedom, right? Understand that even freedom comes with some kind of aspect of understanding what to pay attention to. You ain't just willy-nilly, right? This ain't hippie days, Flawless execution, very important. Stealth-minded, having a game plan, sticking to it. Of course, we were able to exploit that on TradeNet, right? We got 1 cent rule. We were just killing it. Our execution was flawless. We ethered it. We gang bang a scenario, off lack of better words. Y'all get what I'm saying? To hit scenario real hard. and we get out of there, right? Again, it moved 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cents, 10 cents, 20, 30, 40 cents. You know, sometimes we get them real good ones where they just drop, 30, 40 cents, and they just keep dropping. And the signal says stay in the trade, and we just sit there and bleed it out for about 70, 80 cents, sometimes $1. And jokers have been there with 5,000 shares, 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares. I mean, y'all do the math on that. And that's kind of scenario what I'm talking about. It's just like, oh, this is great. So a lot of different ways one can position himself or herself to be, formulated to be able to do these things consistently. So again, I'm gonna go through all, but yeah, this is a really good book. If you guys want it, of course, let me know. I'll email it to you or send it to you in the group. Like I said, we got tons of these books, tons of them. Right, again, for days. Over Brandon dropped the link in the chat the other night, I think. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So again, from Bitcoin, you want to learn how to trade Bitcoin, whatever. How to retire early, a financial book. You just, again, we got gazillions of these books and links. Gazillions. I ain't even making that up. Right. We loaded. How to pick stocks, 101 ways how to pick stocks, stock market winners and stuff like that. Corporate finance and accounting, right? So this is more than just what? Trading stocks. Business as well. Right? So again, that's just one folder of subfolders. We got tons of this stuff. Option trading, Forex market, what you need, we got. Right? Short selling, option trade, whatever. Long-term investing, candlesticks, courses, right? Understand that. That's why I got to get Sonny. I got to get into some of the chart patterns and candles scenarios, right? He gonna need to learn, a lot of that grind game is gonna be learning how to read those patterns. Again, understanding what those candles, what they are and what they mean, this, that, and the third. A lot of that stuff. Day trading collection, we got stuff on that. I mean, like I said, we got ton of stuff. Tons of it. So guys, don't hesitate. If you need any of this stuff, guys, let us know. We'll get it to you. Right, we'll get it right over to you. This one here, the Godfather here though. That Japanese candle, the Stephen C. Nielsen, man, that's the Godfather candlestick. That jugger right here, Steve Nielsen.
Yep.
Just that one. That's that one right there. They hit different here. Them here hit different. you get this chord right here, or you gonna get your mind right real quick. All right, this is second edition. Right, so this the game, right? On a large scale, right? Of course, they use this at New York Institute of Finance. So this ain't no slouch work here. This that game. Cause we got a better version of this. This one, we got one that's a little bit better. But all these, like I say, the PDFs, y'all know how it is. You can read it, you can learn from it. but seriously, we got them, man. But this actually is a course. You got an actual course where you got to go through and learn it, and then you take the quiz afterwards. What you done learn, whatever the case, and you can go from there. Right, certain notes to pull from, citations here and there, of course, whatever. But yeah, this definitely one of the more foundated ones to learn from. Okay. So yeah, again, like I said, we whatever you need, we got it. And if we don't have it, we can get it. We can find a way to get it, and we'll get it to you.
Yeah, I don't think there's a book we don't have.
Yeah, from all lanes, no matter what it is, personal finance, whatever. You name it, patterns, charts.
Profit, fam.
Hey, who's that? What that? Who's that? Brother Marquise and Pop there?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Ooh, I know I'm getting off now, man. We was up in here till 2:30 in the morning.
Y'all grind last night. Y'all, everybody stayed up late. Y'all kept me up, man. We kept everybody.
Yeah. I think this was on that super late, boy.
I was getting it, boy. See, that's the stuff I be talking about. Went right on out there in the market and did y'all think. I saw you when y'all posted some of the trades y'all took later on. I said, them jokers took that information, went right on out there and made it happen. You posted yours, Marquis. I think Sister Camille, you posted some of your trades too. Later on, I was like, yeah, see. That's what I'm talking about. Them jokers in there took that information and went out there and clapped the market up.
That's facts.
Yeah, that's my
I
my gold trade.
Yeah. So again, man, I always say, man, I just love this stuff. I love seeing everybody, again, take this stuff and just run with it, So, uh, hey, like I said, y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Don't hesitate. Ask questions. Get with people who can help you. Uh, you know, do whatever is necessary, and let's go from there. Right? Let's take it to the next level. Let's take this thing to the next level.
Yeah.
that's facts too. And y'all talking about courses, man. I got a course for everything. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm the course guy. I mean,
of course, yeah.
Any type of course you could think of.
Yeah. For real. I believe in studying.
That's facts. Sometimes I just take a random course just because I'm just interested in it, just randomly. Honestly, that's type of person I am.
Yeah, I think that's good. Knowledge, information. A lot of people not into information.
Yeah, ever since I found out they have, these colleges be offering free courses, I was like, oh, it's over with. At your own pace. You taking those macroeconomic courses and some blockchain courses, all kind of stuff I be seeing.
Yeah, this where you want to start with them candlesticks.
Yeah. First thing out the gate, candles. You go from candles to patterns to trends. You take it to the understanding of the value of what? Liquidity values, in terms of, who moving the markets at that point, institution, retail, whatever case, and you just expound from there.
Always I would also add in there support and resistance, because if you don't understand support and, I don't trade support and resistance anymore, but I have an understanding of it.
Yeah, that falls into the trends. Yeah, and when trend trading, what they call peak to trough, of course, that's just support points and resistance point. We went through from that to supply demand. So many ways you can look at it. A lot of people still use those terminology, but ultimately, it's like what she said. It's just where's the floor at and where's the ceiling, right?
Yep.
Everything in between that is fair game in that moment until it exceeds that ceiling or that floor.
Yep. Or if being able to know whether or not that is the floor
or the ceiling,
because you could have something look like it's support or resistance, and that could keep going on you. Then it's like once you learn why, But I'm about to go to bed. Well, I'm about to go lay down because I'm waiting for 2 a.m.
Yeah, you got to be up in a short order in a second here. That London session, Europe session kick off about 2 a.m. 2 a.m.
Yeah, I just want to set my limit orders. I just want to see,
Yeah, get your rest so you can be fresh minded. I know it's hard to say that sometimes when you get used to grinding, but sleep is a weapon, right?
Yeah.
Remember that sleep is a weapon. And I know sometimes we get less than anybody as investor trader, but it's like anybody that's building a business. Sometimes you have to sacrifice to get where you need to go, right? So these little times you're putting in now, they're gonna pay out much later. I guarantee.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good PDF for some of the new people.
Yeah, and color coordinated too here. So. And 3 white soldiers, bullish, and 3 black crows, bear. Boy, they racism. Boy, I tell you, boy, these white folk don't stop.
3 black crows.
3 black crows. Look at Jim Bar June, bud, and Jimmy.
And the candles ain't even black.
You know what I'm saying? Red and all outdoors. You don't even turn red.
So crazy.
Yes, boy. You can't win. Boy, you can't win. That's all right. We're going to take it and going out there and do our thing. Right?
For real. All right, family.
All right, sis, go enjoy your eating. Thank you again for your support always.
Good night.
All right,
Hey,
Sister Camille. Good
good
night.
night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, over
Peace. Peace.
Marquise. Peace, Angie. You so
Girl in
quiet.
my
I didn't know
dream.
you. I thought you were sleeping with Sister Monica.
I'm telling you. Yeah, that's so
Look,
cute.
oh, she back in there. Hey, Sister Mo, we get it in. I know Sister was tired. You made that money today.
I think that's Sister Angie.
Congrats.
Now, Sister Monica popped back on too for a second. I guess she just came back through.
Oh, that's you
Good
said
night.
something. She took her a nap. Now she refreshed.
All right, stick that great nap.
Oh man, yeah, she was. Yeah.
Fresh wind.
I will leave it alone.
That's the good part about it. Like I say, just come back in, right back to getting it, right? That
That
ain't
is something else.
love it, man. Y'all, man, look at
Get
y'all.
back for a little more.
Oh
Super awesome.
man,
I'm sorry. We sorry, Mo. We just playing with
yo,
you. You was dreaming about
man,
money.
for this, I'm about to get me a power
Yes.
nap.
I'll tell you what, y'all, on a serious note, man, I'm jealous because I wish I could fall asleep like y'all. My earbud like that too. She did
Me too.
go
Me
right on
too.
out. I beg to be in a position to be like that because
I be
my
laying
brain
there
is so
tossing
wired,
and
my brain
turning.
won't let me go to sleep. I ain't lying. I'm not making it up. It's like, man, look, oh, you ain't got time to go sleep. Stay up. Get this information. It
That's
would
fact.
not let
Brain
me
is
go to
the
sleep.
most active in REM, so I was just dreaming about you.
Man, I live to be in there. Look, I'm about to go something. Get me some medicinal stuff or something, boy, because I can look.
I,
Bro.
I'm the
Me
same way.
too.
The same way, man. That's why I be up. I be up late, and I be trying to fight to go to sleep. The best way I found out though to get to sleep, I just start reading.
Yep. Again, but no, seriously, that's it. So I immerse myself in these books.
No, Sister Monica said, ha ha
That's it. Get it in.
ha.
Look. That's it. So you know what? But you know what? She earned that sleep. Yeah, one thing you earn that sleep. When you earn it, man, look, you earn that. You earn that. I love it.
Oh, you see.
Classic.
Especially when you stick to your plating trend, your trading plan, and have a good sleep, boy. Have that good sleep.
Make that money, man. Look at her. Joking back, man. Look. Had to be working your hard. I had a hard 30 minutes in the market day, son. A hard 30 minutes. Like you done
Mm.
laid 3 foundations and put some drywall in everything. Boy, Juggling, you know what you did. Good to get that.
Yeah. Good night, fam.
All right,
Else
Sister
I'll be
Camille.
here another half an hour or so.
Yeah, get you some rest
Good
here.
night.
All right.
All
Good
right.
night.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, power, profit.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no,
Building their own small business or career.
So we got them audio files too. A lot of these I hadn't yet even uploaded. I was gonna upload some of these to YouTube eventually. Something like we did with the Mark Douglas scenario. That little
Yeah.
thing that took off too. Christian reminded me of the day, but I looked at it and I think, well, I'm joking and watching that joke. That's good though. That's good. People need that knowledge.
I could watch that all day, anytime. Just put it on.
Yeah, man. That trading in the zone is that thing thorough. I ain't just saying it. It is really thorough.
Yeah, it's just like certain people how they deliver the information, man. It make you want to watch everything you can find on them. I think I literally searched to find everything to watch until I couldn't find nothing else.
Yeah. When you get on that paper chase, the paper chase in this case, that's what it do. Like I say, Sister Mo, she found trader Rainer, right? That's how you'll begin to just dig, right? All the ones out there getting it in, Option Guru, Option it. Man, again, Warrior Trader, of course, his stuff all over there. There's so many of them out there. It's so many. Theo Trade, Bill Poolers. You just start, and John Carter, you'll just start unraveling and find all these people out there just getting it. And it's so much information, so much literally in our fingertips. We just don't understand. We understand, but it don't really click.
To practice the many simple yet
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Man, that info, that chorus by Anton Creel, man, or
Yeah,
that,
yeah, she already know. You know.
like that. I
Hey,
say that.
matter of fact, just recently, and they didn't done it because I had been on YouTube. Man, them jugger done. They ain't got my little post down. I said, all right,
Man,
took mine
yeah.
down.
When I'm talking about somebody who give you like it's so holistic, man. When it like, oh man,
It's
help
it.
you
No, no, you're
and
right.
help you understand the whole big picture, man. It's oof, that changed it for me.
Totally changed the game. Right, so again, audiobooks, a lot of trading, selling, how to sell, right? Very important. You know, personal finance. You know, again, just man,
That's facts. Yep, all
so
that
much stuff out there that we can pull from,
like
man.
learning, some accounting or
Yeah,
maybe how to use Microsoft Excel, so you can document a little better and do other things, man. It's there are a lot of courses that can be beneficial for you, you know.
fact.
If your personal financial knowledge is limited, you're probably not at fault. Personal Finance 101 isn't offered in our schools.
Facts.
That's
Facts. We were just talking about that earlier. See, we ain't making this stuff up. I tell people we won't be making this stuff up. Of course,
yep.
y'all know that, but that's why I say it's important. So you got a young family out there, young kids, man, they need this stuff, and they need it at a level where, of course, where we didn't get it, they need to get it a lot earlier
Mm-hmm.
because it's going to set in a lot more, easier with them. Right. So yeah, I got your brother matches. I posted. I'm gonna post it. I just looked at YouTube. I couldn't see it earlier, but yeah, I'll post that PDF. I think it was the one with the charts, but I think that's the one you asked about, or the emotion one. I'm gonna post both, but I just extract them and I'll post both. But yeah, what you saying, over Marquise? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm not even. What I was saying something.
No, you saying like, as far as again, just understand that being able to find these different things that are useful of your personal finance,
Oh,
trading
yeah,
information,
yeah,
and videos, audio books, or whatever. Of course, you're just immersing yourself in what edifying your mindset with all the stuff that that's universal for your growth in a lot of ways.
yeah. That's facts. And when you find something that sometimes there are certain courses and certain resources you might not necessarily have the time to look up and everything right or to take right then and there, but it's nothing to bookmark it or start listing them all in a certain place, and nothing's more powerful, man, than a Google search. Like, man, like if you really dive, you go through the pages, man, you can find anything, man. It's up to your creativity at that point. So when you start hearing certain buzzwords and certain terminology you don't understand, write it down, look it up,
Yep. Yep. Journal it, chronological. You put it in some kind of form of keepsake. Go back and revisit that thing, archive it, so to speak, bookmark it and archive it, and go back and turn that information over. Totally agree.
Yep. There's a application I use with Chrome. It's called like Toby, like Toby, and it allows you to, like, how we be having 100 tabs up because we look at 100 different things. It allows you to hit one button and save all those tabs into like one, list of clickable links on your home page.
Nice. Yeah.
So it just makes, streamlining like what you're doing and everything way faster. And then you can categorize them and, create titles for them. And I'm going to put these in this section. I'm going to put these in that section. You just getting organized and maximizing your resources. It'll separate you from, others who are not. Definitely.
Nice. And that's a part of, again, running a business, right? Structure, compartmentalization. How we're organized. Again, your business is same with your trading. So I agree with that 1,000%. Definitely. Exciting to be able to kind of move, in accordance with a lot of the things that's going to help you, you know, not only sustain your growth but expand on your growth. So being proficient and running your business online, whatever, or your trading strategy, whatever, right? That's important. You can't, want to be successful and your time management is messed up and your study time is, you know, broken up a lot where you can't stay consistent. And so it's going to reflect if you go into the markets. It's definitely going to reflect. So that's
Hmm.
very important. It's very important.
That's facts. So but let me ask you, what would you say what was one of the more challenging aspects of trading for you to overcome, like early when you started trading?
For most part, I guess the most ubiquitous things is just like anything. Of course, time management is important. Having the time, making the time, um, and when you're not feeling like you're racing against the clock, you'll make less, you know, bad decisions,
Hmm.
right? Because you don't feel like you're forced, right? Uh, Being able to take profit, meaning, having to accept certain values and feel like I'm content enough to know that that's in itself exceptional to be able to just even able to do that. Where a lot of people may look at $200 or $300, it's like, man, that's like awesome. You make that consistent, and then there's others who make like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. It's like, yeah, you just getting started, right? But you had to learn how to stay in your lane, right? So that was another understanding that if you were in a position where you were able to actually beat the market and succeed, that's a win. And so I don't care if it's $30, $10, 20, 100, 300, 200. Accept that and be comfortable with that because it's a game of what? Base hits, not what? Home runs. So being indifferent to money in a way where I can be comfortable knowing that the fact that I'm able to make 100 or $200, $300 or whatever, especially early on, of course, to me that was like revolutionary. And I had to accept that fact that when I start doing it, that I don't get ahead of myself and feel like I'm shortchanging myself as if I could make more. No, in that moment I did what a lot of people couldn't do, consistently. And so I had my ups and downs within that course, but I had success early on out the gate. It messed me up. And sometimes that happens to some people. They come in, they instant start getting money, it'll
Hmm.
mess you up a little bit. So, of course, I'll look back today and say, it'd been better if I took more L's earlier than later, because I would have been more hardened earlier to know, like, okay, yeah, just when this happens, you got it. Because you learn through your what? Your loss. We talked about that earlier. We was reading this emotions PDF, right? You learn better through your losses than your wins, right? Because no one likes to lose. You learn what not to do better, you know, once you then took the L's, the lesson that came from along with that, right?
Hmm.
So overcoming the losses became paramount or tantamount to me saying, hey, you know, like we call it today, we say, what, you paying tuition, right? You take that L,
Yeah.
you're gonna pay a little tuition. Well, literally, I used to look forward to paying tuition because I had to convince myself, if I'm going to get in this trade, I want to see if the market can outwit me. If you outwit me, I would gladly pay that tuition. If I know I got my game tight and I done studied, I got my strategy, my entry, my exit, my what, why, my where, when, whatever. If I really
Hmm.
put forth the best effort to come into the market, then at that point it's up to the market to kind of what, fake me out, right, or fool me or mess me up, right? Because at that point I welcome that challenge, right?
Hmm.
So if they were to kind of get the best of me because I might have made a mistake here and there, I pay that tuition gladly. Because I now know definitely, okay, I'm not going to do that again. If everything is clicking in the right way, I'm not going to make that mistake again. Right. So I say that definitely too. And I would say also third wise is again remaining again uh, emotionally equipped to be able to deal with um, you know, just being in around the market, other traders, how to stay focused, which is hard for a lot of times too, because again, back then we did a lot of Discord trading around a lot of people. It wasn't just you by yourself, and somebody gave you some information, and you went out there and traded by yourself. We was actually trading around other people, right? And on microphones while other people trade. So everybody talking and all this. You trying to focus and trying to
Yeah.
pay attention to the person that got the most knowledge, and the other people trying to, they chiming in with questions. So you have to learn how to be good at multitasking. As you always hear me say, I'm always telling people what you got to get really good at multitasking.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
How to stay focused on your agenda, because if you had a game plan coming in, shouldn't be able to deviate from that just because other people kind of, explaining their scenario or they talking and whatever, of course. And so that was a major part of what I had to deal with, because I had some distraction early on that messed me up, right?
Mhm.
Because I remember when I first got my trading account, I won it, right? I won that challenge, right? Even at the 5 day challenge, I won it, got the intro. I took that intro and I grew it to a student account and I upgraded it. Matter of fact, I got it all the way up to like maybe I think like $600 away from being a student account, and I just paid the difference, right? And got the upgrade, right? And so from there, it's like, okay, it's on now, it's popping, right? So having that extra buying power, that was just in my mind, I feel like that was the next thing, because that's after we had came through day trading, Robinhood, like we used to be like wolves back in the early Discord room. Where, again, me, Stock God, Bat, Sign, everybody back in the old days, right? In the old Discord, Sal, all those guys, Connor, and because back then it was the biotech stocks that were just popping. Everything that was early 2017, especially later 2016, but early 2017 was just biotech. So we were just hitting a lot of those biotech stocks up. So I learned a lot about how to you know uh, turn over the information to figure out why these stocks were obviously what formidable, what assets to be traded. Because that was my thing. They would just they'll just show up and just run their strategy, right. I was more intrigued to learn about more about the companies. So that's why I
Yeah.
was dropping all the data. I'd come in early in the morning and I got like 5 or 6, watch lists, 3 or 4, stocks on the 6, 7, 8 stocks on the watch list, and like, man, how you find these stocks? I would just be going digging. I'd just go dig up stuff and I just drop them in there like, yep, see these what I'm looking at, and you know, so that was really good. I didn't know at the time how important it was, but it really made sense in terms of what shaped me as a trader. I had to understand that I'm learning more about these assets, you know, on the intimate level, besides the fact that, okay, it's a stock, it's moving, this is the support, this is the resistance, you know, like that. Uh, so I think that gave me an edge, uh, because I came from a corporate American environment at that point where I had to be very thorough in my analytics, right? International marketing, understanding what psychology, how people accept, products and services, and all that stuff. I was just deep diving, but who knew, right? It would turn out to be
Yeah.
something useful, because a lot of us, like, we had skills before we came into trading. You just figure out like some of those skills you had, hard skills or soft skills, translate that stuff right into the market, or just basic street knowledge, right? That's why I know people that's got real solid street knowledge, they'll kill this if they really get serious, right?
Mhm.
Then dealt with all aspects of what we talk about a lot in the markets, right? Buy out there on the other markets, right? Other market, literally. And so those skills are just, unmatched. So I think those 3 things, ultimately, in the beginning, really shaped me. The losses didn't define me. In the beginning, I used to be
Mhm.
like a lot of people, the losses, they used to kind of wear their losses really hard. Right? I would just like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I'll find a way to get back. Because my thing was like, if if you get me, I got to find a way to get back, right? That was my thing, right? I got to find a way to make this happen again, and not be in a position where I feel like I'm revenge trading, not the same asset, but just forcing the trade to kind of feel like I got to take the money back. No, I have to be a little bit more careful. Right? And so if I came back in the next day and I made the same mistake, I was like, God, see, I just sat there game plan myself before I went into this trade that I was not going to do what I did yesterday. I did it again. What not
Yep.
to do again? So it took that. So, and then the next time came around, okay, bam, I got a win, a W. I was like, okay, we good, right? Right. And so it was just that process of learning how to be consistent. And so even to this day, I feel like, because I'm always saying focus on your strengths, not your weaknesses, for a reason. Because I know within those strengths, it will overturn the weaknesses. If you focus on too much weaknesses, you're going to trade very skittish, right? And if you
Yeah.
trade too skittish, sometimes you will really kind of keep yourself away from really maximizing moments, right? And
Yep.
that's because now you're worrying about the money, and you have to be indifferent to that. Again, the money don't care, think about you. Like Antoine Creel said, money don't care nothing about you. Right? What does it think about you? Nothing. Right? It's money. It's a tool. It's currency. Right? It has a purpose. Right? To be transferred from one person to the next. Right? Right? As Warren Buffett said, goes the market is what? Uh, 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 it's a scenario or industry where it takes money from what? Impatient people and give it to who?
You to the patient,
Patient
yeah.
people. Right? So that's the game, right? You had to learn how to be patient enough to understand what, again, what, why, where, and when. Reality, that's what I rarely get it back to, of course. But what you're doing,
Yeah.
why it's
Whew.
important, or why is this scenario such a good scenario, and then where, areas you want to look at it, and when to pull the trigger. So I had to kind of find a way to, get that in the context, and then move on it or act on it. Yeah, but like I said early on, that was it. So I kind of, had my success right out the gate. It spoiled me. And then I took my
Yeah.
L's, and then I was like, okay, see, this is what they was talking about. This is what they talking. Okay, and win a little bit, then I take some L's, then I win a little bit, then I start trying to figure out how to uh, maximize a little time I had. I had a couple moments where I had some distractions that happened just out of the blue. Worst thing ever to have that kind of scenario.
Yeah.
Because I realized at that point, I was like, man, look, yeah, this ain't gonna trip me. Because I had one time I had, because actually, see, that one account, the very first one I won, I took that account and I grew it from a student to, I was giving an intro to a student on TradeNet. And at that time, that's when I first, like I said, got with them. And I took my first big trade was that CHFS trade. I made like $17,000 on that trade.
Oof.
And it spoiled me, right? And so the next day I came and hit another. So I went up like $26,000 in like 2 days. And I got a call from TradeNet. They're like, man, what are you doing, man? Well, we see that, because that's how they monitor your account, right? They monitoring it, right? Your manager.
Yeah, they said,
What are you,
what you
what's doing?
doing?
What are you doing that's working for you, man? And it might have jinxed me. You guys like, God, dog, all right. I guess must be doing. But I was just trading what I thought was, what I thought to be my strategy, or what I've been learning to do from, what we were doing back in the other disco room. We did momentum trading like Warrior, Ross Cameron, Warrior trade. We were trying to imitate him a lot back then.
Yeah.
And we just took it to what? More leverage, right? That we got from TradeNet that we couldn't get, in any other little accounts, right? Like speed trade and sure trade, all that stuff that has, 3-to-1 leverage and 5-to-1 leverage. TradeNet offer you 10, 12, 14, to 1.
I'm telling you.
It was like, okay, all right, I'm with it. So Connor put us on game, and we got in. A lot of us started, migrating over to TradeNet slowly but surely. Because a lot of us were scared, skeptical in the beginning. Money Green used to always be like, man, don't y'all met with that stuff, man. That stuff, man. And he used to be that voice of reason, even though he was just doing what he thought was right for us. But we're like, man, look, man, we trying to grow, man. But we went on
Facts.
over there anyway. But again, it was a good experience. So again, I went up like 26 grand, and then like 3 days I was up like 30 something. And then I had that bad trade on the glitch by their software at that point. That's when trading was a little glitchy. And I forgot to set my stop loss. I lost that 17,000. I gave back, over half of it, in that one trade. That one trade, $17,000 went away. I was like, God, dog, boy. And
Man.
I remember how I felt that day. I mean, I was just like numb. My emotions was all over the place. Even though it wasn't all in my fault, it was still them too. But I let them put me in a situation where I wasn't in control. And I hate being in a situation where I don't have enough control, right? At least a scenario that I feel like I can manage. And so it messed me up emotionally, right? It really set me. I went back to some old skittish feelings, right? Because who wants to have that kind of feeling, right? Right? I was still up, but I had gave back over half of what I had just made in those 3 or 4 days, right? So I was like, I got very scared, and then consequently, it's weird too, because the next day I was contemplating not trading the market. I said, you know what, I'm up. Let me just sit still and just let the day go by, right? Because we always used to say sometimes the best trade is the one not taken. And I was
Yep.
like, I can't believe they got me like this. I'm finna get this back. I ain't finna let them do me. And the next day I went in and lost another 4 grand. So now I'm down like $22,000 after gaining
Man.
33,000. So I was still up, but I gave back most of all those gains. And now I was up around about like 9,000 and change, somewhere around there. Still a lot of money, of course, in 3 or 4 days, right? Right. But to the idea that I was up like 30-something thousand, I was building on that, and I let that one trade get away from me. Of course, they had something to do with it too. It made
Yeah.
me it messed me up. I'd never dealt with something like that, But although I didn't
Yeah.
take it into my mindset, like, this is still house money. Look, if you made it once, you can make it again. Like, but I feel like, you know, it's an emotion, right? It's the emotion part of the game. That's why I'm a big proponent of psychology for a reason now, right? Because you have to learn how to deal with that. And so initially, right after that, I said, okay, I didn't trade. I think it was coming up at the end of the week. I said, I'm not going to even trade the market. And I wanted to. And I was still in the Discord, and everybody said, also, what I did, I just helped everybody else trade the rest of that day. And I didn't touch my account. I was so tempted, but I was like, I'm not going to do it. And so I did that for a reason, to try to force myself to sit still to learn how to be disciplined, right? Even with other people making money around you and getting FOMO, and because that stuff is a human emotion too. And so
Yep.
I saw what it did. I have other people getting the trades that day, and people made money. It made me feel good about myself at that moment. To kind of, remove all of the jitters and the fears that I had, because I just sat there and gave back like $22,000, in a matter of less than maybe 30 some hours to be exact. After being up there 30 something, in 3 days, right? 30,000.
Oof,
So it
man.
messed me up. So I kept them trade. I mean, I think I still got the audio file on the phone call. Richard called me, because that was my manager over there. Richard, and Richard called me like, "Hey man, just want to reach out to you, man. What's working for you, man? We looking at your account here, and we see that you just got the account. You just got upgraded to the student account. Of course, we help you with that, and here you up like 26,000. And the next day I went up another, uh, I went up like what, about 7, 8,000 somewhere around there, and now I'm up like 30,000, 33,000 like that. So I was like, man, shut, boy, these jokers, man, I'm finna make me 100,000. That's what I was thinking. I'm finna make me $100,000, boy. So y'all
I
black
know
people,
that's right.
we got all, we was all extra with it. I was saying it in my head though, but I was like, I'm gonna make me about 100,000, man. These people let the wrong person in here now. Man,
Mm-hmm.
that market said, look at him, you ain't built for this. Right?
Exactly.
It tried to prove that to me. And again, a lot of it was again their fault too, because they platform glitched on me, but I didn't set my stop loss, and I was up that day too. The day same day I lost that 70,000, 17,000, excuse me. I was up like about 5 or 6. I was another good day, and I didn't set that stop loss, and I gave it all back, and then some. So that was really hard. It was hard,
Whew.
but I got through it, and of course, then I had another scenario where I had an incident where I got distracted, and that caused me to blow up the account. Because at that point, I was just moving, growing my account. And I went to upgrade. I upgraded to the expert, to the pro, and then I had bought another account. Right, I got another account, and I put it in my ILBA name. Right, because at the time, people trying to figure out how to way to have 2 or 3 accounts. We were trading it. We were just trying to beat the system, like we were trained to do. Right, y'all know how black folk is.
Yeah.
Some people got caught. I remember Connor tried to do it, and they caught him. And so they took his account from it and all that stuff. I was like, all right, try to do it. And so I did it my e-boy, and I was grinding it. Right? I was trying to trade mine and trade that one, and just doing too much, and that kind of ended up getting down. Then I fought back and got it back in the positive, and I went up. I went up like about 2 or 3,000 in the account. And I think that was the only time we was home shopping. We're looking for some houses, another investment property. So I'm out there trying to do all this fancy stuff. And I didn't mess around and got into a trade, and we were supposed to go see a broker for a house listing. And I didn't set my stop loss again, right back in the same thing. And I set my stop loss. I was up like $3,000 or $4,000 on the earnings play, because I was trading a lot of earning plays, really hardcore. If you want to say somewhat like you just testing it, because when you trade earnings, it's 50-50. If
Mm-hmm.
anything was gambling, it would be like you gambling if you're gonna trade an earning. And so I actually hit. I forgot the trade. I got it somewhere on archive, but I was up like 3 or 4,000. So I'm good. And so so I felt good about myself. Seeing with Eva, I didn't make this quick little $4,000. So you feel yourself, right? You feel like you breadwinning and handling the business, and your wife, all that stuff. And the broker at the
Mm-hmm.
time, like, yeah, because he's like, yeah, brother, I heard that you investing. Yeah, I'm up in the trade right now. I'm up like $4,000. He's like, God, dog it, man. So he asked me about investing in trading. And we trying to look at this house. Right, this house, nice little house too. He's like, yeah, see how you can afford this kind of house, right, man? Look, you don't need no. We finna put this. I ain't finance. What you talking about? But still, it was just the idea that I felt like I was in control, and literally, the fact that I was checking it, but I didn't set the stop loss. I thought I had set it. Literally, I thought I had set it before I left the house, and I didn't, because with trading it's not a MUT. They don't have a mobile app.
Mm-hmm.
I'm monitoring it from my cell phone by looking at TD Ameritrade, but ultimately I didn't have the stop loss set on my on the trade net. And I didn't bring my laptop with me. I was working on my phone because I figured I was good, and I thought I had set. Man, look, that thing had it was news came out, worst type. News came out like midday. I was short selling that, Corey. You know how that go. And that thing reversed. It was Roku. That's what I remember. Boy, it was Roku. God, dog, boy, that thing reversed. Can't got all that little $3,000-4,000 up on the profit, and I went down like 6,000-7,000 on a hard
Ooh.
reversal, right? And I had spent hard getting back that what I had got, on the first time of that. So, uh, long story short, it went down. I felt desperate the next day because I gave back all those gains I fought back to get after going down about $2,000 in that student account, and the next day I blew the account up because my emotions had got the best of me, in terms of that. So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, God, dog it. And keep in mind, this was, a little bit further along, but I feel like I should have known better, right? Because it was still early, but, I feel like I should have known better because I was hard on myself, right? Too hard. But that's it, But seriously, I got through a lot of that in a way where, it was good, right? I needed it, right? Because sometimes if you get lax, those are moments where you really set yourself up to get burnt the most, right? Right? Or you'll get too. And I always still kind of maintain a good value of discipline. I mean, solidly, but I was still new, right? Still new, but still had things I hadn't spent, right? That's just a part of the game. But I was always trying to figure out how not to do it because I was reading up a lot of these books, like I'm doing now, and listen to a lot of audio files and what not to do by me and other trader. Of course, at that time, a lot of us was listening to Timothy Sykes. He got some knowledge, regardless of how people think about it. He got some knowledge, right? So we were listening to some of the stuff he was saying and a lot of other traders out there at that time. So you just trying to figure out who got you know what they got to offer, right? As far as that's useful information or intel or how to mirror yourself around good trades, and so a lot of that stuff became odd. And at that time, again, like I said, we were following our homeboy Billy. Billy was killing it. Wolves of Wall Street. Steve Ducks, right? Ducks was just coming up at that point, and then he just took off. He just outshined everything over there in Tim Sykes' little camp, right? And because at that point, Tim kept kind of bigging up, Tim Gratton and all that, and some of us was kind of like, he was making certain, certain little tweaks at that time about some of us in terms of he used to make some little comments about Stock God. He made one or two little comments obviously about me at some point because a lot of us were moving back into different circles, and so it was like, all right, yeah, we got our own little
Wow.
thing, because Sal used to be like, man, because he was used to be with Tim Sykes, in the beginning, and then he did his own thing, right? He was trying to do his own thing. Sal was, so there's a lot of circles. You know how it was, it's a lot of circles. Even Ricky Gutierrez, right? A lot of people
Mm-hmm.
didn't know Ricky, right? He used to be in this same little Discord room, crushing it, helping them juggle out a ton over there to the point where when he began to do his learn profit trade uh, course stuff, that's when he first approached me like, man, I would love to have you be a part of my learn earn profit trade little thing, right? I said, all right, I'll think about it, man. And I declined, right? I ended up declining because I was just like, I had that mindset, like, I was just loyal to our little Discord right that time, because it was just us, right? That's how we came up. I learned a lot
Yeah.
from Mr. Lord and Money Green and Cali Girl and Q Tech and Mag and all those guys. So I was like, nah, I'm straight, And so, but I was still in the Discord room, so I just still kept helping. But of course, he went on to do his little thing, and at that time, Brad was in there. Who I'm with now, Brad and Jacob. A lot of it was kind of like Gringo, but Brad was doing this thing in the OTC market even then, so he was well founded. But yeah, long story short, a lot of that stuff it came through the experiences. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. It's the
Mm-hmm.
experiences, and of course, you know that now. Of course, you was having the crypto. You know what it's like when you inside different environments and forums where people who have the mindset and the knowledge, of course, to be able to take that, the stuff that they was given, the information, the assets, and run with it. That stuff like large life. You want to be a part of it, you know. And you kind of like, well, then, I mean, these are people that help me get on, right? These are things that help me, solidify myself and get me in the game. And so it's kind of like, a loyalty by default in some cases, but ultimately you really realize in the end, all that stuff was just there to build you up to be the person, the individual that you was going to be as a trader. What type of trader, right? Are you, So yeah, man, it's been to me again, like I said, it's been an awesome journey. It's still learning. Again, I'm still a newbie. I tell people every day I'm still a newbie. It's odd when you think about it, but we are, because literally you got to be in the game at least 10 years to call yourself not a newbie. Be honest.
Yeah.
You got to be in at least a minimum of 10.
Yeah. You got to see a whole cycle,
You
a
got to see a
10-year
whole
cycle
cycle,
happen.
a whole deck. Facts, right? Because there's things that I probably even haven't encountered yet that I think, I already I have it. There's things that I still haven't encountered. Of course, we didn't sat through a pandemic so far, which is great. I wasn't part of the subprime lending crash value in terms of trading at that time, like not day trading, of course, long term and stuff, but not,
Yeah.
day trading. It's a whole different reality. What that would have been like. We experienced our own one to a degree with the pandemic, but key and markets always evolve too, just like any other scenario. So they learned from the subprime lending crash. So when the pandemic happened, they knew what to do based upon that. And guess what the Fed did? Came in with them bazookas, right? They unloaded all this little taxpayer cash right into the market and brought the market back to all-time high during the pandemic. To me, that was just like,
Yeah.
what? Like, no, that's
Yeah.
not how supposed to market. Don't supposed to react like that. It's supposed to be jacked up,
Exactly. And
So
that let a lot of people, know that they have that ability. A lot of people didn't anticipate. They didn't even
facts.
know that that could happen.
Look, we're talking about the government ain't got no money. That's why they can't pay reparation. You'll lie. Not what I just seen. You'll lie. You
Facts.
got tons of it, bro. They just don't want
Not
to give it to
not
you.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say not that was about to
Hey,
happen right now.
yeah,
Oop,
so,
just got my little 20 pips.
yeah, man. So we see a lot. We learn a lot. We're gonna learn a lot more, right? And that we welcome that. That's the great thing about it. We welcome that, and so I welcome it. And again, I want to be just as thorough and consistent as the next particular trader. Of course, a lot of people that were in at the time when I came in, they all starting to stretch out. There were some people who came after us and they took off and ran farther, right? And because I think, matter of fact, it's because Steve Ducks came in, I think, around the end. I want to say the end of 2016. Uh,
Yeah, you talking about the Asian guy?
yeah, Steven Ducks. Yeah, 'cause, we all been in certain little groups here and there, and he
Yeah.
hit millionaire status. Around about I want to say first or second quarter of 2018. He was already at millionaire status.
Yeah, he be
So
shorting those
penny stock, they were killing them.
yeah, he
They
be
were
shorting
killing them.
those all-time highs and stuff. He short that liquidity at the top.
Yeah, he was hitting a lot of those stocks that were like 30, 40 cents. They hitting those type with a gang of shares. After they made a big
Yeah.
run, 'cause they're gonna give them back their gain. Them penny stock was very, unstable for the value it was anyway. So they go up 30, 40, 60%, 70%. And then you can, if you get that top at a good point or close to it, you can just obliterate them back down. When everybody started running for the gate, taking profit, the jugger gonna come back down. So he's just like 60,000, right?
Yeah.
20,000. Like, God, dog, Duck's killing it today. And we were all happy, like, man, it made like $700, $800, 1,000, man, a little money there, a little Robin Hood looking nice. That jugger come through in a little profitly, and because back then they were using what was it, Trader, what was the thing called? It was called
Trader's Way.
no, it was where you can log your trade. Like, I forgot this.
Oh, okay.
I ain't winning that thing in a minute, but because Billy really turned me on to it was Wall Street.
It's like my FX book maybe.
Yeah, I still got the count because it's been a minute. I need to open it up and show Joker too. I ain't like I got some like when I start logging some of them trades, you see, but that was it. So he would promote it and show it, and Tim Sipe come on bragging. He always bragging. Yeah, my guy Steven Duck, my guy, all that stuff. You know, but we was to get mad because he would never do that for Billy, right? Wolves of Wall Street like that.
Yeah.
Billy was killing it back then too. Billy was making like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a day, dang near, consistently, and not more in some cases. So, like, man, how you bigging up Ducks? And Ducks was like, man, I never really liked them like that. And I just, with him for the knowledge, and came out. So everybody like, yeah, Tim Sight, though, he a little shady with it. But nonetheless, whatever, we've been in the little drama circles back then and there. Some of the people that gone on to make tons of money. Of course, his guy, Tim Grattani, really took it to the next level, right? So I think he up there around about 6 or 7 million now. Right. So a lot of the little traders, that went on and did their little thing. Whatever you say to yourself, okay, well, at some point that's going to be me, right? And what it's going to take for me to get there is going to be based upon a timeline lineage of understanding, right? Of being in the fire, what to do, what not to do, and going through it consistent to the point where you become, somewhat of a curator of sort, right? In terms of making good decisions, preserving the skill set that you have, and then building upon it. And so that was what it was for me, and it's still the same to this day. Again, I keep stressing that. That's why I keep saying we are the same. I don't want to never lose focus of that. Right? There's no one that has got all the knowledge and someone who don't. We're peers at this. We're trying to figure out how to take from this very algorithm laden market. Right? It's a very quantum market now than what it was in the old days. It's bots all over the place, controlling a lot of the liquidity. This is not the market
Yep.
of old. It's a good thing because it brings expansion where you can make money, because no one likes a very stale market that ain't moving. But within that, it has the ability to reverse on you on a dime. Literally, it can wipe you out. So you have to do a lot of things right, regardless of the fact that there's more opportunity. But they just made it much more harder for you to make mistakes. You can't make mistakes. Right? So much as
Yep.
possible, of course, if you and just strictly again speaking to the day trader side of the house, because that's a lot of time we utilize these markets on a day-to-day basis, right? But we learn over time, but you also got to have you some long-term money in the game too, right? So that's the whole purpose, ultimate, to be really good at investing long term. Let some of that money turn over when you find a couple of runners, and it's proven to be a good little play. Let that money stay in it. Right? Go
Yep.
find some
That's
other money,
that's
go trade some else. Let that thing keep growing. This thing, that thing then went up and whatever, right?
yeah. That's the book I read by Benjamin Graham, which is
Yeah, the intelligent investor.
the Intelligent Investor.
That's
Yeah.
my man. See,
That.
I'm in this thing about them books, bro. That's the man. That's one of the
yeah.
Godfather books out there, because that's my third favorite book behind
Yeah. Definitely.
Mark Douglas Trading His Own, Discipline Trader. Then it's Benjamin Graham, Intelligent Investor. Now after that, I like Andrew Aziz, right? How to day trade for a living, right?
Yeah.
PhD Andrew Aziz, right? He in Hawaii right now. Matter of fact, I'm pretty cool with him on Instagram. He told me one day when I get ready, I could bring him on to a live. He got his
Oh,
second
that'll
book
be
coming out now.
love.
Yeah, we used to read that book a lot too. How to day trade for a living. A PhD Andrew Aziz, right?
Yeah.
So he over there in Hawaii right now living his best life. But I correspond with him on Instagram. So
That's what's up.
but yeah, Intelligent Investors are really good. I'm trying to get the audio file.
Oh
It's on
yeah.
YouTube. You can get it on YouTube, but I'm
I,
also trying to upload it too.
yeah. I think I think I got it because every book I get. I gotta have an audio book because I like to read and listen to it at
Yeah.
the same time.
Another one is Reminiscence of a Stock Operator.
Yeah, Reminiscence of a Stock
By
Operator. That's
Edwin
about
Ferver, right? Or Favor
yeah,
or whatever, depending how you. But that's another one. Oh man, shucks.
I
It's a
read
lot
that
of
one.
good.
Yeah, I know the one. I know exactly the one you're talking about with that one.
Yeah, and I got that one actually.
It's an older one.
I haven't bought it yet, but I got a queue that you can see that. See my Google Play book. I got that jigger right there. That the Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. That's you know considerably a classic. In its own right. And of course, as you can see there, it's pretty got 24 chapters in it. Um, I had been going through it slightly. Um, you know, let me see if I don't know if it's already gonna play. Yeah, I probably have to rewind it, whatever. But yeah, but I got this one. Yeah, I'm thinking about buying this one here actually too. But
Yeah,
it's really
I
good.
wonder.
Really,
I remember. I was studying somebody, and they kept saying like you need to check this book out. So that was definitely one on my list.
there's so many of them out there. Like the one I was just reading off of earlier with the emotions of trading. That PDF book. A lot of
stock brokerage company was ready to beat me by foul means if the killing handicap of a 3-point margin and a point-and-a-half premium didn't do it, and hints that they didn't want my business anyhow. I soon made up my mind to go to New York, where I could trade in the office of some member of the New York Stock Exchange. I didn't want any Boston branch, where the quotations had to be telegraphed.
Yeah, this one here was like I say, it's interesting seeing how this guy moved from how these brokers were set up to try to, again, at that time they were kind of like like little bookie houses, right? But you had
Mm-hmm.
to go to there to get your trades placed back then if you wasn't able to kind of get in the big places. So It was interesting, but again, just how he overcame it. And that guy was like, I think he was like 14 or 15 years old at that
That's
time,
crazy.
and he was around grown adults whooping him. They used to run him out of the bookie houses because he was making more money than a lot of them. I think he was trading like commodities like sugar or something like that, uh, to that degree, something like that. I forgot what it was, but he was crushing it. Kind of like how Antoine Career was. Remember, he started young. He got with Goldman
Mm-hmm.
Sachs at the age of 18, something like that.
Yeah.
And they took him under the wing. You was in Goldman Sachs at that man. You was with the big dogs, right? Ratchet to Goldman Sachs did. He learned all that and was out there crushing it. So yeah, man. Yeah, it's just stuff like that. When you are young and impressionable and you get it early, right? For us, again, it's still no different than we're getting it now at our ages. We just have a little more maturity to put with it, right? We understand a little bit more of our risk factor, right? When you're young, you can take more high risk, right? Like any investor, right? You can make money, you can make it back. You get a little bit more older, you get more strategic, right? Of course, I'm
Mm-hmm.
a little older, obviously, probably anybody beside money, but outside that, y'all get it, right? It's like, okay, I still want to make good decisions, regardless. And but that's it. So man, this stuff is like, you really got to dig and you know present yourself in a way where you want to take yourself serious, not have someone acknowledge that, but you begin to take yourself serious. So if you do that, you'll make better decisions.
That's facts.
So it's a journey, man. I tell you. I mean, we ain't nowhere where we need to be, but we making moves when we find a way to make some money, right? A lot of it, obviously, I've been in a position where I could be grateful and say that I can now do this full time. Of course, before that, I was running a business anyway, so I was already used to the entrepreneur side of things. So it wasn't like I'm feeling like I'm desperate, but it really was a good way to you know to transfer, a transformation, so to speak, where I can say I could be comfortable in that. So my endeavors is that I try to make at least a minimum about $500 a day. You know,
Yep.
anything above that is really good, and that's hard. A lot of people don't understand. It seems so easy, right? In essence, when you think about it, but it's hard. It comes with its moments,
Mm-hmm.
but
That's facts.
it comes with there's a lot of work behind that.
Yeah. I look at it like we athletes. You know, like it's hard to go in and day out and put up 10 points. Or
Right,
let alone 20 or 30 or 40. At when you're playing amongst professionals.
right.
So it takes a lot of work and dedication to get to those levels. But if you stay in that gym, working on that wrist, watching that game film, doing everything you got to do, it comes to pass.
This is gonna shake out, right? You're right. It's gonna shake itself on out. Again, from there you can go on and do the things necessary to to expand your horizons and again
Yep.
really take things to the next level.
Yep. I just made a good 15% while we was having this conversation.
See, it. That's literally it. So again, just being in a position where you can make moves thoroughly and consistently. You know that in itself again is revolutionary because again you're not subjected right to what we feel like is having to again wait on others or whatever the case. I'm saying this, that, and the third. We don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Don't
Yep.
have to worry about that kind of stuff. So that's it. So I'm excited. Like I said, I just love where we're going. We're gonna keep grinding. Keep making things happen. Whatever the case, and we'll see what comes from. You know, see what comes from this when it's all said and done. So stay hungry, stay at it, stay plugging, stay prying. As they say, whatever the case, right?
That's facts, man.
It's
Stay
fun.
dangerous.
Right. That's it. Yeah. And like I said, the rest from there would be should be what we say history, as they like to say, right? It'll be history. Clear as day, it will.
Yeah, that's facts. You got this weekend coming up, some good time for you to go back and reflect on, what I'm saying, on your trades this week and make your plans for next week, you know.
Yeah.
Do a little study. Your time is the real currency, you gotta make the most out of it.
Facts. True. Totally agree with that. So that's it. So about to do the same. Pull back a hot second here with 1:30. A little earlier than we did last night. We grinded in late last night. Late nights are
Yeah.
good because you studying all at the same time. But I'm focused a little bit here. Got a big day tomorrow, particularly, and today, I should say in the AM. We'll see if this information with this vaccine stuff kick off, how this market gonna respond to it or not, or they may string it out.
Yep.
Supposed to get that news today about the FDA approval for that of the Pfizer vaccine. We'll see whether or not it comes through. Not, we'll see. Market definitely had an ugly day today. Very ugly day across the board. Tech got bled today. Everybody jumped ship a little bit, took some profit. We'll see again how everything turns out here. As the night goes on, oil is up. That's interesting. I think it's ahead of the vaccine news. Gold is up.
Oh yeah, I meant to look at. I'm trying to see who's filling that void. I meant to be looking at it, but
Yeah, it's up against some points of resistance now. If you're gonna break out, we'll see if it go a little higher, but it's interesting to see where it comes from. So very interesting. So that's it. So I'm grabbing me a couple of little scenarios here myself. Hit me a couple of little books. Finish one little half little second book. Then lay it down myself and get ready for that 4 a.m. I'm setting my alarm this morning. Be up at 4. I think
that's
y'all got
facts.
that 2 o'clock coming up here shortly with that London.
Yeah, I actually just got out of my trade. I was seeing a little. I actually just posted it too. I was short in pound dollar, but it's at it's kind of stalling, so I just got out of it. Um, yeah, and I think I'm done for the week. So after that,
Yeah, it's good. That's a good thing you said it. So they said that's a great thing about investing. You don't have to feel like you got to do it every day.
Exactly. I think tomorrow can be a chill, steady day.
And just enjoy life, right? Family, friends, whatever. Just enjoy being.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, fam. So I'm gonna get on out for myself, and I thank y'all for tuning in. Of course, everybody in the back chat, you still rolling with us in the YouTube world. You guys are the warriors. You guys are the MVPs. I keep saying that, right? You guys are the MVPs, and that's what we're here for: to share, learn, exalt, and build those others up. Who are coming into this craft or who take an interest in it, so to speak. You're seeing real time a lot of our experiences. We are again of the echelon to try to be demonstrators and not just conversators, because in this realm you have to demonstrate, right? We can't talk a good game and invest in trading. You got to be able to demonstrate.
4:45 a.m.
Yeah.
Done. Your alarm set for
Demonstration
4:45
beats
a.m.
conversation.
Yeah, demonstration beats conversation. So I love it, man. So that's it. So I'm signing off, everybody. Peace, power, and profit. Thank you, Sister Mo over Garfield, for letting us use the channel as always. Urban Economic Empowerment Show. This show is obviously all about exalting again, the excellence of Black financial values or entrepreneurs or people out there doing good things, and that's to try to bring some information, to the public, truth to power, financial literacy as a whole, right? Hence, urban economic empowerment. So we should be very well cognizant of that and empowered because of the fact that people come on and share their experiences, their dreams, their goals, their lives, and they're right amongst us. A lot of people didn't even know, So that's the kind of stuff I get
Mm-hmm.
excited for. I'm a fan of all you guys. I say that, with the utmost sincerity, because I understand you need to have people around you, like super friends that they call it, right? We have a specific set of skills that we all bring, and that's just on this side. Then we also have our personal and professional values of information and training that we have. So it's about building up a good think tank, building a good think tank of information to pull from.
Yep.
Yeah, so thank y'all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, over Brandon. Thank you, over Marquis, Sister Monica again. Brother Garcia, everybody that came on tonight, Brother Ali, of course, sharing his story, Stan, Chris, Sister Camille, everybody in the back chat, not Brother Mathis, everybody, right? If I miss anything, y'all know what it is. We're family. Thank y'all for tuning in.
Peace, power, peace.
Peace,
Peace,
everybody.
everybody.
See y'all guys in the AM. Peace.
Yes, sir.